Welcome everybody to the second hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the land and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson. I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Scully and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of climate change and... No, that's not right.
Well, we could, but I'd probably be a bit short on a few answers. So.
We'd be short on a few questions.
Planning. Planning.
Quick hearing.
Yeah. Planning and public spaces.
Right, okay, we're in the right place. Excellent.
I am too, apparently. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome to all, and thank you for making time to give your evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And I would please begin with the witness on my left, Mr. Hebron.
Thanks, Chair. James Hebron, Acting CEO of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Chair. Melanie Hawes, the Deputy Secretary for Crown Lands and Public Spaces. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Chair. David Gainsford. I'm the Deputy Secretary of Development Assessment and Sustainability, the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Monica Gibson, Deputy Secretary, Planning, Land Use Strategy, Housing and Infrastructure at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. I'm Kirsten Fishburn. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair. Malcolm Arthur Lanyon. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Joanna Quilty, Head of Preparedness and Recovery with the Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Chair. Amanda Leck, Head of Adaptation, Mitigation and Reconstruction with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Morning, Chair. Andrew Graham, Chief Finance and Operations Officer at the Reconstruction Authority. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Good morning. I'm Alex Wendler, the CEO of Landcom. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30 p.m. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 until 1 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 11 a.m. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. with a 15-minute break at 3:30 p.m. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am and 12:45pm and 5:15pm. And we will begin with questions from the crossbench this time, and I might start, if that's
Fantastic.
okay. So, Minister, can I just ask you one very small technical question that is very administrative for the purposes of budget estimates, supplementary questions? Would you please undertake to provide answers to supplementary questions under headings of the asking member?
Sure.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Look, to be honest, I say that. I actually don't know the format that if there's a format required that we're
It's-
required to submit it under or not.
I think you can do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if we can do it, we're
And it's
happy
been
to-
done in
happy
the
to do it.
past.
Happy to do it.
Thank you so much. Since becoming Minister, what planning settings have you changed or are in the process of being changed to increase tree cover in metro and urban areas, given all of the evidence now that trees are fundamental to protecting people in their homes as the climate changes?
Yeah. So the government maintains the ambition to increase tree canopy cover across urban areas. As you would be aware, this crosses over in part the work of the Minister for the Environment and myself. A lot of it comes through the biodiversity arrangements, which is currently a piece of legislation that is before the Parliament. So that offset scheme will be part of it. In more urban areas, we continue to work through the government architect on making sure that there's increased not only tree canopy cover but plant biodiversity throughout urban areas. So there was some work done with and released by the government architect not so long ago. About how we can increase the diversity of plant types across our urban areas and encourage them and work them into areas. The government's also made reforms to the Cumberland Plain Conservation Plan to make sure that more of that area is protected more quickly, which includes adding areas for the Georges River Koala National Park. And the work that's being done there. So this is an ongoing process. And of course, we continue to work through the public spaces part of the portfolio on making sure that we've got good public spaces with tree canopy cover, working with councils. Recently, we announced, I think it was a little over $3 million as part of the Metropolitan Greening Program. To support councils support councils in their efforts to improve and embellish their public spaces. And of course, the government is doing some work at the moment in looking at how we might be able to better or improve the actions taken against those who might seek to illegally cut down trees in areas. We've seen some reports of some pretty disturbing reports, I have to say, of people going in and taking it upon themselves to cut down, in some cases, literally hundreds of trees in public areas. And we're looking at how we might be able to better work in both the public spaces and private spaces in doing that. There's also requirements as part of the apartment design guide, a part of the TOD master plans that we're undertaking at the moment to continue deep soil planting and the like, so that we are increasing that tree canopy cover.
And you think that all of these instruments will deliver? They're not, as you say these are ambitious, and I'm not hearing that you've actually introduced any specific changes to planning laws to achieve this.
Some of those
are you satisfied that you will achieve these outcomes?
Some of that work is ongoing, and some of that work goes through grant processes. Some of that work goes through the master planning processes we're doing at the moment. Some of it goes through encouraging other agencies and councils to be part of it. Planning doesn't necessarily plant trees. Right, but we believe that the combinations of settings across a range of government portfolio areas will help to encourage and increase that through time.
Do you have, thank you, Minister, do you have any intention of reintroducing or introducing the design and place SEP, or the settings within that SEP that was
Look, some of those
abandoned?
settings are already introduced. We've already increased basics to 7-star. We're the first state in the country to do that against some pretty strong opposition, I have to say. The opposition being one of those points of opposition. They didn't think that we should do that. We introduced that measure. And we'll continue to look at measures that not only mean that we have well-designed buildings, that we also have good communities in which those buildings are based.
So did
but
you
it's not the state government's task alone to do that. We've got to work with councils. We've got to also work with make sure that we're not creating incentives to illegally clear or cut down trees in urban and non-urban areas. So there's a range of policy areas. There's a range of areas that we need to work through with that. I would say that I believe that our plans and the work that we'll ultimately do will be more effective than the previous government's approach to
So,
handing
Minister,
out trees
you're
and not
aware,
tracking them.
you realise, though, that the opposition in that regard is no longer relevant. You have the numbers with the crossbench and the Greens in this parliament.
Well, I mean,
you can introduce these climate
Sure, and SEPs, as you know,
important
don't
measures.
go through the parliament. So we'll continue to work. The government will continue to work on efforts to improve greening, to address climate change, to improve our environment, to create better public spaces, to build better communities, because the government's ambition is not just building homes, but it also is building better communities.
Minister, you would be aware the Court of Appeal found the assessments of the Bowden mine, which proposed to mine lead 2 kilometres from the Louis Primary School, were so wanting that they declared the project and the assessment, the consent null and void, and was told to start again.
Well, I think that actually I think that's probably a mischaracterisation of that judgment. The judgment was, as I understand it, and I'm advised, and Mr. Gainsford might be able to add
the power
some more
lines
detail.
weren't
There's
included in the
power lines that
assessment,
should have
and
been
therefore,
included in the assessment. That's a very different from what you've just tried to characterise the outcome as.
No, it was wanting. They declared the project null and void and told to start again.
Yes, but not as a result of what you tried to introduce it there, right? It was
They found the Bowden's mine was wanting. Let's not cavil. The Court of Appeal made its ruling. I'm
the
moving
Minister,
on.
you've asked a very specific and direct question. The Minister's attempting to articulate the detail, and with all due respect, you're talking over him.
Okay.
Anyway,
thank you.
let's
I'll uphold the point of order. Given, Minister, the real concern shown by the Mudgee Louis community about the lead exposure arising from the mine, the numerous experts highlighting issues, the confused modelling for lead exposure in the EIS, and your own letter to Professor Bruce Brew, where you were forced to clarify what baseline modelling was used and that there was a mistake in the figures around lead levels in water tanks in the EIS, will you commit, if we see an EIS again, that all modelling and baseline figures for lead exposure assessments will be required in the new EIS?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Will you promise to release all modelling and baseline figures for lead exposure assessments in the new EIS?
Look, I'll defer to Mr. Gainsford on how we go about the process, because I think it's easy to say some stuff and make sweeping statements, whereas the assessment is a rigorous process, and one including an assessment by the Independent Planning Commission, who we rely on for these more challenging and difficult and controversial proposals. So, in the context of that, Mr. Gainsford might be able to add some more insight into how some of those things are done through the assessment process.
I'm very happy to take it up with Mr. Gainsford later on, if that's okay. But, Minister, really, it's just asking you for your commitment.
We'll continue to make sure that there's rigorous assessment of planning proposals.
And will you commit, and do you think it's fair, to release all baseline assessment materials?
I can't make a sweeping statement like that. What I can commit to is the New South Wales Government and the agencies involved will continue to make rigorous assessments of planning proposals.
Minister, in terms of the merit appeal process, and I know that you have had community organisations write to you and engage with you around the merit appeal process and the practice of the former government of referring every single fossil fuel project to the Independent Planning Commission for a public hearing. Do you feel satisfied now that there is a bias that has been exercised and that you won't exercise that bias in your power as the Minister referring any projects to the IPC going forward?
I will refer projects to the IPC as they're required to be referred to the IPC. If your question goes to the heart, will I guarantee that there will always be public hearings versus public meetings? Those will be made, as I've said before in this forum, those decisions will be made on a case-by-case basis in the assessment of the particular circumstances of a proposal. The suspension of a merits appeal has been part of the Act since 1979. This is not a new thing, and in the entire time, from that time, whether it's been through the Commission of Inquiry process or the various iterations of assessment, we'll continue to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
I'll come back to this shortly. I'll hand over to my colleague.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I would like to applaud you and what you're doing around the TOD. And I would go as far as to say that you are the best minister in this government, because it's largely a do-nothing government, but your
flattery may get you everywhere, Mr.
Well, look, and I'm disappointed with my normal allies over here, who you're supporting capitalism more than they are. Now, and I think these reforms are actually
supporting people getting into homes and jobs, which I think should be the aspiration of every government.
Very enthusiastic.
Well, you're supporting private property rights, and that's what's important. So just so I understand
Well,
correctly,
it's not communist Cuba.
That's right. Yes, unlike some people here. Now, but just so I get it right, so there.
And who might you be referring to? Sorry.
Well, I'm with the Labor Party on this one occasion. Now, Minister, so just so I understand it right, so there are 8 priority hubs where we're going to have a 1,200 metre radius. Where we're
Accelerated precincts, yes, that's
and then
correct.
there's going to be another 31 hubs. With
37.
37? Okay, very good. I think it was originally 31.
It was originally 31, and then a number of councils asked for some more.
Okay, well, that's all terrific. So tell me, across the ditch in New Zealand, the former Labor Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, who I'm not normally a fan of, she basically did a TOD across the whole of Auckland, and that was very, very beneficial. And I understand the new government has continued that reform. So while I am supportive of what you're doing, why are we being so timid? Why don't we let people have the freedom, property owners have the freedom to do what they want to do across the whole of New South Wales?
Yeah, well, this is actually a discussion that I had where I was fortunate enough to meet with recently with the New Zealand Prime Minister, and we discussed this issue, because the Auckland experience has gone to, it was, from my understanding, the most expensive of cities to rent or to buy before some planning reforms, and is now the growth in rents has not been nearly the same as other areas. The government has, as you've correctly identified, has identified 8 accelerated precincts for transport-oriented development, one 1,200 metres radius, although Kelly Villa and Bella Vista have been joined together because they're under the public exhibition proposal, because they're quite close together. We've got then a further 37 second-tier transport-oriented development areas where we're talking about within a few hundred metres of the station, 400 metres of the station. And then we've also introduced some changes to low and mid-rise housing. So in a number of local government areas, dual occupancies, terraces, townhouses and the like weren't allowed on R2 zoned land. That changed from the 1st of July. We're also currently considering feedback on some other measures around other stations and town centres where there could be additional density based on their access to transport, their capacity to support communities with shops and amenities and the like. So that work's still being done, and the government will have more to say in the future. So there will be additional planning changes that are coming down the line. We had a quite healthy response to those proposals. We're going through those at the moment.
What do you see as the timeline from here as to when the TODs when we will be actually seeing construction begin?
Well, our estimate was always that it'd probably take, as the case with any change in a planning system and planning rules, it generally takes about 9 to 12 months to start to see the larger number of development applications. Having said that...
So when would that 9 to 12 months be starting from?
Yeah, that's when we expect to see development applications once those planning controls have changed. So the planning controls for the first 18 of the second-tier transport-oriented development sites, DAs could be submitted from the 13th of May. For the second group, DAs could be submitted... Sorry?
The 13th of May this year?
Yeah, 13th of May this year.
Right.
So the SEP changes were made on the 29th of April. There's a couple of weeks to allow councils to get their systems in place to start accepting development applications. Now we know from from anecdotal evidence of a number of councils that they're already starting to receive some development applications in those areas.
Good.
Which is good. And we expect to see more because there's been considerable interest. There's been interest in the land transactions, and to the extent that members of the lower house have made statements about their communities being having their doors knocked on. The Sydney Morning Herald reported this in January of this year, that people in and around Roseville and other areas were being approached. I know that in my own electorate of where Corrimal is one of the transport-oriented development sites, one of the first 18, that there has been interest in land transactions there, and that's usually a key indicator of what comes next. Because as you'd appreciate, once you've worked out the size of the land you might have available to you, you then approach an architect and others to do the studies and get your plans together to prepare a development application.
Sounds to me like we're still 2, 3, maybe even 4 years away before we actually have this has a significant impact on the market. But anyway, it's a step in the right direction.
Well, it was always a 15-year horizon that this would generate the full numbers. We're doing infill development, and that's a lot different to greenfield development. But the timelines are not dissimilar. You can have a cow paddock today that's going to take you several years to get the detail of the structural layout, the roads, where all that sort of stuff's going to happen, where you're going to put the services and the like. What we're doing is, and I have to say, we are playing catch up. We inherited a housing supply deficit, as you and I have discussed. And that's not something that can be made up overnight. However, there's strong interest in the elements of to improve housing supply that we've already introduced, and I'm sure that there'll be strong interest in other elements as we continue to progress.
So we should be able to see within a couple of years, or at least 3 years, some fruits of the work that you're doing. I hope you can sort of put your foot on the accelerator, but
Look, I hope the macroeconomy helps that as well.
Okay.
We have some challenging macroeconomic conditions, but there also has been a chilling effect. The opposition introduced a bill to try and overturn this. That freezes. That uncertainty that's created by that does freeze people's willingness to invest. And that has delayed things. I'm pleased that we've been able to dispense with that bill. But I have to say, I think we've probably got more development applications in around those areas than there were supporters of that bill in the upper house.
So do you think it's quite possible that before the next state election that we could have, we could say, look, this is working, and we could expand this even further, far beyond the 40 or so hubs that we've currently got in mind?
Look, I'm always open to conversations with councils to progress it, but the TODCEP is a guide, if you like, to other councils, because it remains in place while ever those areas councils haven't done the strategic planning to at least match or go beyond it. And I hope it provides some guidance and inspiration to a number of other councils. And I know that there have been people approach us and talk to us about how that might work into the future. And I think you'll probably find that a lot of councils, in the new councils, we have council elections coming up soon. That there'll be probably a number of councillors elected who are saying, actually, why aren't we doing that? Wollongong City Council, for instance, said, would you mind having a look at Coniston Station and Unanderra Station to see if they might not be sites in the future? So I remain open and look forward to working with new councils as they come through, who share the government's aspiration for their communities to have good homes, good jobs, using where there's excess capacity in existing services.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Minister, that my party is campaigning at the local council elections on a platform of approving all DAs. So maybe the Labor Party should think about preferencing the Libertarian Party. Now, we don't have long, but I do meet a lot of young people who have stress and angst about the worrying about not being able to buy a property one day. You're doing your bit. But obviously a massive factor is the huge level of immigration that we're receiving into this country at the moment. Have you had, and we simply have to cut it back, okay? We're hurting people who were born here. So has the government, or you in particular, spoken to your colleagues in Canberra about trying to pause the high levels of immigration that we've got, which are making our housing problems worse?
Look, I can't speak for the entire government, as you might expect, but I think from what I speak to my federal colleagues on a regular basis around a whole range of things that I'm not going to go into the details of those conversations. Suffice to say, I think you've seen some changes in policy settings at the federal level, which means that there will be changes to those migration settings into the future.
Thank you, Minister.
I mean, but let's not kid ourselves. But let's not kid ourselves that just, if we were to set immigration at zero tomorrow, that would deal with our housing problem. No. Our housing supply problem needs to be addressed no matter what, because we're losing too many young people, those exact same young people that you talk to, that I talk to. We're losing too many of them out of New South Wales, which means we're putting an artificial limit on our capacity as an economy, as a community, as a society. So that's what we've got to address, and that's what the government's keen to do.
All those nurses going somewhere else. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much.
Where are we going to Victoria? I mean, right? Why would you?
Higher wages, apparently.
No. Well, we've got the highest teacher wages in the country, so that should help count for something.
Teachers and no
the tete-a-tete between the two of you is wonderful. Minister, good morning.
Good morning.
As we were talking about with Todd precincts, let's continue with another one, the Kellyville-Bella Vista Todd precinct. Sure. You proposed to rezone land at 1000 Old Windsor Road, Glenwood, from SP2 to R1, a height of 51.5 metres, despite former proposals all retaining that land as SP2. Considering it's the site of a training facility and a church, why did you make the decision to rezone this parcel of land?
Well, there's been no decision to rezone. In fact...
why have you proposed to rezone this parcel of land?
I'll defer to the detail to Ms Gibson, but I think it's important to recognise that the government went out on a public exhibition process for all of these areas, except the Bays accelerated precincts at this stage, to garner the community views, and we'll take those into consideration as we're doing. But if Ms Gibson has some more to add on the specifics of that site, then I'm happy to defer to her.
So I don't have any specifics about that particular site. I'm happy to get some details and come back to that later this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ms Gibson. So this site is 51.5 metres. Everything else around it is 29 metres in the proposal. Is it the case that the site could have additional height and floor space if the site were to include a new local park as well?
Well, as you just heard from Ms Gibson, we don't have the specifics of individual blocks available to us at the moment, but we're happy to come back to you.
Minister, are you aware who owns the site?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Well, I will. Minister, the site is owned by the PTEU NSW Glenwood Proprietary Limited, a 100% controlled entity of the Communications, Electrical, Electronic Information, Postal, Plumbing and Allied Services Union of Australia, Plumbing Division New South Wales branch, who purchased the site on the 1st of February 2023. Were you aware of that?
Clearly not, because the ownership of a particular property bears no influence on my decision to suggest changes in the zoning of it. I appreciate in the northwest that previously the previous government and even current members who may not have been pre-selected for council have been worried about some people's undue influence, but that doesn't affect me.
Minister, did anyone from the Plumbers Union or any affiliated organisation suggest to you or to your staff that the site should be rezoned?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I can't even recall speaking to anyone from the Plumbers Union recently.
Minister, has anyone approached you as a Member of Parliament about this site at all?
Not that, to the best of my recollection, I can't. I'm unfamiliar with the site, the specifics of the site. So no would have to be my answer.
Minister, have you or your staff met with the Plumbers Union at all?
Well, my diary disclosures don't have anything in terms of the Plumbers Union having a meeting with them. So and I don't. I'm not aware that any of my staff have.
Minister, the Premier has met with the Plumbers Union. In fact, he mentioned Theo from the Plumbers Union in his conference speech. Did he or his office speak to you about this site?
Nope.
Okay. Minister, are you aware the CEPU have donated more than $115,000 to the New South Wales Labor Party in the 5 years leading up to the last state election?
I don't keep track of donations to the party. That's a matter for the party administration. In the same administration that fills in our forms correctly to get us nominated, you'd know the issues with that.
Minister, did you know that the Premier made a $25 million commitment to building a hydrogen centre of excellence at Glenwood on the 10th of March 2023 after the PTEU NSW bought the site?
I am aware that there was a $25 million commitment to a hydrogen centre of excellence as an important investment in the skill set of New South Wales. I mean, hydrogen, as your government previously, is recognised as one of those fuels that may assist with transport and how to abate industries as we move towards our shared goal of net zero emissions into the future. And it's important that plumbers and gas fitters, who will be primarily doing the work on those sort of things, and with that gas, are equipped for that future. Are you suggesting that we shouldn't train people in readiness for the hydrogen industry?
I'm asking what you're aware of, Minister.
So I'm aware of the commitment. I'm aware of the commitment, yes.
So if you're aware of the commitment, why would you then rezone the site? If you're aware of a commitment for a $25 million hydrogen centre of excellence to be constructed on this site, why would you then rezone this site for a 51.5 metre storey building?
As I said to you before, I don't look at the ownership of sites and making sure that they're done. The government has a $25 million commitment to a hydrogen centre of excellence. That's a good approach to making sure that we've got the skilled workforce that we need for the future when it comes to building the hydrogen industry in New South Wales.
Are you aware that grant is for that site specifically?
I'm not aware of the details of the grant because it's not one of my portfolio responsibilities. So I'd have to defer to, I presume, it's the Minister for Skills who's responsible for that grant.
So the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing in this government? Or?
Sorry?
The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing in this government?
No, I think ministers maintain the responsibilities for their portfolio responsibilities. I appreciate
Minister,
the previous government...
Minister, if your government's giving $25 million to build a hydrogen centre of excellence on a site,
I appreciate the
wouldn't
previous
you also
government used
consider
to,
that when you're
everyone
actually
used to dabble in
rezoning
everyone else's business. But the fact remains that this government, we stick to what we've got in terms of those portfolio responsibilities. The issue has not been raised with me. To the best of my knowledge, it has not been raised with my office. And as we said earlier, we're happy to come back to you with the detail of that site.
So, Minister, can a hydrogen...
I mean, you're assuming, the basis of your line of questioning is, first off, that there was something untoward in the suggestion in a public exhibition document.
For the Plumbers Union,
no, you're suggesting that there's something untoward in a public document. So we put this out for public comment, right? So the whole world can see it. Anyone with an internet connection can get hold of it. Right, so first off, you suggested that it was something untoward. Now you're suggesting that a hydrogen centre of excellence, a training facility, is incompatible with another built form, right? I'm not sure what your line of questioning is
Minister,
here.
on this point, can a hydrogen centre of excellence coexist with a 51.5 metre storey building?
Well, the hydrogen centre of excellence, I don't know the set out and the layout of that particular facility. Right, it's not. I'm not the Minister for Training. I'm not the Minister for Vocational Education. I'm not the Minister for Energy.
So, Minister,
right? So it may be if the training that's done on that site or was proposed for that site was to be in-class training with no gas involved, then it may well be compatible. But I'm not going to sit here and prejudge that. And you've made this grand discovery that you're claiming in a public document. So where's the crime here?
So, Minister, the Plumbers Union get $25 million from your government for a hydrogen centre of excellence and a rezoning
Nat
for
Smith,
51 and a half
colleague of
metres.
yours, someone who you know very well, I believe that he is out of the Master Plumbers, I think that's the organisation he looks after now, is supportive of the training of people in the hydrogen sector. Why do you not want people trained in the hydrogen sector?
Minister, on this site, your government's putting in $25 million for a hydrogen centre of excellence.
Yes.
And at the same time, you're trying to propose that you rezone the site for a 51.5 metre building.
Are you claiming they're incompatible?
So you're claiming you can have a hydrogen centre of
No, I'm not
excellence and a
claiming that at all.
51.5 metre building
I'm asking you,
sitting next
are
to
you
each other?
claiming- are you
That's your
claiming
idea
that's
of planning in New South Wales, is it,
I'm
Minister?
asking you well, education facilities can coexist with other built environment, right?
This is a pretty big win. This is a pretty big win for the Plumbers Union, isn't it, Minister?
Are you suggesting that a training facility? So this building here, right? Let's take this building here for instance. This room has multiple.
You want to turn it into a hydrogen centre of excellence, do you, Minister?
This room, for instance, has multiple uses because it's a multi-use facility. So this building has a restaurant, has a cafe, has a bar, has training facilities, has 2 chambers. Probably should only do with one, and it is open to the public. Right? Are you suggesting that this building there's only one use that could ever be for any plot of land?
So, Minister, your government's giving $25 million for a hydrogen centre of excellence, and at the same time you're rezoning the site for 51.5 metres.
Well, you're making the
Isn't this a huge windfall for the Plumbers Union, Minister?
I've just told you that I was unaware of the ownership when we put into a public document for discussion and feedback a proposal around a metro station. So, you know, I appreciate the opposition has an anti-jobs and anti-housing stance, and now an anti-training stance, and probably an anti-net zero stance. But the reality
we
remains
built more homes than you ever will.
This is on a public exhibition. On public exhibition, right? So I look forward to. I hope you provided your feedback.
And Minister,
I hope you provided your feedback.
Minister, they're out on the streets protesting with the CFE MEU, and you're giving them a huge windfall gain.
The Greens were.
Now let's turn to another union, the ETU, Minister. Minister, do you agree with the ETU strike action?
I agree with people taking industrial action to get wage outcomes. That's perfectly within so long as it remains within the law.
Okay, so you support the ETU and their cancellation of planned outages when it comes to new home construction?
I understand the ETU is engaged in protected industrial action, and I think you should refer questions perhaps on the detail of protected industrial action to the Industrial Relations Minister.
So, Minister, you're supportive of the ETU's actions, which is actually stopping new homes coming onto line in New South Wales?
I'm supporting of a resolution of that industrial action, so it allows the continued connection of continued electrical connection.
So, Minister, what action have you taken on behalf of builders, homeowners, to be able to bring this to a resolution?
Well, as you'd be aware, this is a matter that's under the federal bargaining system. I think you explored this I think this was explored with the Premier the other day.
But Minister, you're the Minister for Planning. You're the Minister who's supposed to be delivering new jobs and new housing in this state.
I'm the Minister for Planning, not the Minister for Industrial Relations,
but
not the Minister for Energy.
Minister, housing is being held captive by the ETU. New homes coming onto line are being held up by the ETU. What are you doing about it?
As I just said, I'm the Minister for Planning, not the Minister for Industrial Relations or the Minister for Energy. And the matters related to the protected industrial action that's being taken by the ETU is protected industrial action under the federal legislation.
Minister, have you advocated to the Premier under Section 424 of the Fair Work Act to halt the ETU's disruptive action?
Can I move a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Primrose.
According to the resolution establishing this committee, ministers can be asked questions that are legal questions pertinent to their portfolios. This is going way outside the leave of that provision in the resolution that
you're running cover for the unions, Peter.
I'm seeking to abide by the decision that set up this committee.
I think on the point of order, I think the members have very wide latitude. We know that. And I would just remind the member that we do have wide latitude and keep it within that latitude. Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
So, Minister, this is something, of course, that has been advocated for by many in the construction industry. I'm sure they've taken and ventilated their concerns to you as well.
What's been advocated for?
Have you
Wage rises?
No.
Safe workplaces?
Minister, you heard the question. I'll restate
No,
it again for you.
I didn't hear the
Have
question.
you advocated that the government apply under Section 424 of the Fair Work Act to halt the ETU's disruptive campaign?
Advocated to whom?
The Premier.
I speak to the Premier on a regular basis.
Have you advocated
and I'm not
to him
about,
on this issue?
I'm not about to furnish and not about to ventilate the nature of my conversations with the Premier here.
Does it concern you, Minister, that home builders are facing costs upwards of tens of thousands of dollars due to important works being cancelled by Endeavour and Ausgrid at the last minute at a rate of 90% because of the ETU's demands?
Look, as I said, I would like nothing more than industrial relations matters to be resolved. And I understand the Fair Work Commission has hearings scheduled in early September to consider a number of declarations. I encourage all sides to remain at the bargaining table and hopefully resolve it.
Minister, why are you and the government sitting on the sideline when it comes to this dispute? Don't you want to deliver more homes?
As I referred you to the fact that I'm the Minister for Planning, administer the Planning Act, not the Industrial Relations Act, and the dispute, as I understand it, and I'm not an industrial relations expert, but the dispute, as I understand it, is one under the federal system. So perhaps this is better directed to your colleagues in Canberra. I hope, in terms, if we're talking about advocacy to colleagues in Canberra, I hope that you're advocating to your colleagues in Canberra to get out of the road in the Senate and pass a few of those bills so that we can use some of the federal money to get more homes built.
How about your advocacy on McPhillamy's mine, or your advocacy on migration potentially in Canberra as well, Minister? But Minister, when it comes to the ETU, Minister,
I mean, we did the whole migration thing, the last time and the time before that, and now you've got the ETU, and that's wonderful. You want to build up on that. That's great.
Minister, they're stopping people from getting into homes.
I'm doing what is in my control. And
Minister, they're holding homes to ransom.
I'm doing what is in my control. So have you spoken to anyone?
Minister, I'm speaking to you at the moment. You're the Minister.
No.
You're
actually
in control
to
here.
Anyone? I mean,
Minister, you're actually in control
all you like, but have you actually done anything?
Minister, you're in control. What are you doing about the ETU?
I'm not in control.
What are you doing about the ETU and getting keys into doors,
Minister?
Minister?
Some change to the environment, the act that I Minister that I missed.
Minister, sorry, there's been a point of order.
The member persists in a line of questioning which has clearly been answered. The Minister said that he's doing everything in his power within his remit of his portfolio. And,
he said he's doing nothing.
He's explained that industrial relations is actually in the purview of the federal jurisdiction. And the question's been answered like 5 times now, and he persists to make a grandstanding point so he can get a grab in the media. Like, pull him up.
I think that the Minister is coping very fine. I think that the member is prosecuting a line of questioning, and I'm sure it's about to come to an end because I think it's exhausted.
Minister, are you concerned?
Well, my point of order is that we're bordering on this being discourteous.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is more the point of order. We are heading there. So I would ask the member to remember the courtesy that we owe to witnesses here.
Minister, are you concerned that this is adding up to $10,000 to the cost of a new home?
Look, I'm concerned that we aren't able to, that the parties involved haven't been able to find a resolution, and along with other industrial matters, I would encourage them to sit down at the bargaining table and work through their issues to the satisfaction of everyone involved.
Minister,
I don't know that it's adding $10,000 to a new home.
So you dispute those costs?
No, I'm not disputing it. It's a number I've not heard before, and given the credibility of the opposition on some numbers when it comes to housing, I'm not willing to accept your number at face value.
So, Minister, how many settlements of new homes have been held up because of strikes by the ETU, delaying connection of homes to power?
Well, there's. I don't know. I could take that question on notice, but I don't think it's anything we track through the planning system.
No. Okay. Minister, have you sought advice on how much market impact the ETU strikes are having on the pipeline of new housing coming to market?
You want to know about market impacts? You're kidding, aren't you? Your bill was what's having
Minister,
the biggest
your
market
unions,
impact.
Minister, your unions are stopping new homes actually coming onto the market.
We managed to get all sides of the parliament to disagree with your craziness.
Your
that had a chilling effect on
unions are holding up housing in this state, Minister. Minister, your unions are holding the state to ransom. They're out on the streets. They're out on the streets.
Mr. Farlow.
The ETU, the plumbers union, they're out on the streets.
Order. It's ridiculous.
I agree.
You started it. Minister.
Oh, we've got to 5-year-old taunts now, have we? I mean, seriously. My nephew's 6 years old. He went to Book Week last week and had a more mature attitude than
Introduce another bill,
maybe you
Scott.
should have taken you with him. Minister, have industry
seriously,
shared with you their
Chair,
concerns
I mean-
about the ETU strike action, and what action have you taken as a result?
I think we've gone over this ground,
We really have.
Mr. Farlow. Like, how many times do I have to say, this is a matter under the federal system? If you hadn't have privatised some of these organisations, we would still have a seat at the table. But you sold them, so we don't, right? And I encourage everyone to sit down at the table and work it out. It's important to my constituents. In the electorate of Wollongong, I have a great number of people who work for Endeavour Energy, and I would like them to have some confidence in what their pay is going to be going forward.
Minister, are you aware that certifying authorities are issuing notice of arrangement without actual electrification?
I'll take that on notice. I mean, have you got specific cases of organisations?
Well, there's many of them, Minister. There's many of them out there. But are you aware of this practice occurring?
Sure, I'm not aware of that process, but if you've got specific examples that you'd like me to look at, I'm happy to take them.
Well, Minister, isn't this something that is completely unorthodox?
Well,
It's occurring?
I think again that
So people are moving
despite
into homes
all of
without
your-
electricity.
I think despite all of your efforts to understand the planning system, you've missed the point of it. Right? The planning system is about setting the requirements for the built form. Now, the oversight.
So you're washing your hands of it?
No, I'm not washing my hands. I mean, good Lord. I think you've got to understand what the remit of the planning system is. Right? And I think and maybe Ms. Fishburn may need to give you a planning 101 on this sort of stuff, because the certification system is not administered under the Planning Act. It's administered by Minister Chantathong. Right?
The question's for him as well, Minister, but
the
you're-
connections
Minister, aren't you concerned
the
about getting
connections
people
of
moving
electrical
into
settings, the
homes?
connections of water, those sort of things, are not administered by the planning system.
Really didn't have that
Right?
question.
I work with my colleagues closely to solve these things, but you continue to go down a path of an industrial
Minister,
dispute
you're responsible
that is
for
that
delivering
that
new
we would have
homes.
had
You
a
can't
seat at
blame
the
everyone
table-
else.
That we would have had a seat at the table had you not privatised it. Had you not privatised it. Right? That's the problem.
And what
Right,
you'd be-
when you started to
you'd
privatise
be
things,
giving into the
government started
ETU's
to
demands,
lose
would you,
control of
Minister? Would you be
important
just giving
aspects
into
of
the
economy.
ETU's demands?
Yeah, when
Thank
you
you,
started
Mr.
to
Farlow.
Giving into the
privatise, you
ETU's
lost
demands,
control
whatever you
of
want,
important
walk on
things
in.
the
Minister,
economy.
Minister, I might remind you as well, if you would prefer, you can address through the chair if that's helpful for future questions.
Look, I mean, what's helpful is getting questions that are actually about
Relevant
the
to
planning
planning.
system.
I
You know, that would
agree.
be
So
nice.
let's get back to it. Minister.
Fantastic, thank you.
Let's get back to
Chair.
it. Can we go back to where I finished, left off previously in relation to merit hearings?
Yep.
And a very serious matter. I understand that you have received submissions that are very compelling and very reflective of the system, that there is no practical difference in the format of public hearings and public meetings. You're aware of that. That has been presented to you. We know this because numerous complex projects, including quarries and wind farms, are managed adequately through a public meeting process. The ability to compel witnesses, which you provided me in a previous budget estimates hearing, has never in fact been utilised, therefore reflects no material benefit to a public hearing over the top of a public meeting. And we know that it's highly unlikely that the IPC would not hold a public meeting for a mining project, as they routinely do so for projects more than 50 objections. And we know that public hearings do not provide more time for investigation, which has been claimed by your department. And in practice, there have not been project-specific requirements providing directions to the IPC, simply generic considerations. So, Minister, will you not refer a fossil fuel project to the IPC with the specific request that there be a public hearing for any future fossil fuel projects? Because in light of everything, Minister, if you did, it would be clear that you are exercising some form of preconceived bias that those projects alone should be subject to a public hearing. And let's remember, we know that it's because merits appeals are extinguished for the community.
Well, Chair, thank you for that very detailed question. But I do want to just point to a number of things. No, I'm not going to make a blanket statement about every case that may possibly refer to
I'm
the
only
IPC
asking
in
for
the
specific
future.
cases,
No.
Minister.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that selected based on the nature of it, the type of it, or anything like that, right? So what we've got to look at here, and Mr. Gainsford may wish to add to this, is that the fact is, since the IPC was established in 2018, there have been multiple directions, right? Of that you are correct, right? 15 were mining, and there was also the Narrabri gas project. Now, in deciding whether or not the request of the Commission should hold a public meeting when referring a proposed project to the Commission, the Minister for Planning, myself, I'll consider the complexity of the project and the level of public interest. So I don't think it's fair on anyone, whether it's the proponent, the opponents, the IPC or anyone else, to make sweeping generalisations about projects at this stage. Now, I appreciate that that you are concerned about the merits assessment, but the use of a public hearing does not remove the right to judicial review where there's been a legal error.
Minister, thank
the
you.
EP&A Act, as I said,
hear you.
I mean, I think it's important that everyone get the context of this, because it's
Minister,
easy to say,
I hear
let's
you.
make a sweeping statement.
No, the
but
context,
that's
Minister, respectfully,
Sure.
the context is given. There is absolutely no doubt the reason these projects have been referred is because they are fossil fuel only projects.
Look, I couldn't
the
speak
others
to the
haven't.
previous government's motivations.
Well, but whatever the motivations, the facts are the facts. If you were to refer any project now that was a fossil fuel project to the IPC with the specific request for a public hearing, it would be on the basis, no matter how we look at it, to extinguish third-party merit appeal rights only. That is the only single reason hanging in the balance that a minister would do that.
Well,
will you commit to not doing that?
You may characterise it as that. I characterise it as assessing things on a case-by-case basis, and that's what I'll continue to do.
Minister...
Now, I do want to point out, though, as I said earlier, that since 1979, when the Act was first brought in, extinguishing merits appeal rights where a commission of inquiry or a public hearing has been held has been the case. Now, and I don't think you can say, oh well, you know, the IPC's never compelled a witness to come forward, so therefore you should never use that as an option. That in itself is like saying, you know, we shouldn't outlaw a particular crime just because it may not have been committed.
Minister, that's not what it's like at all. It's not what it's like at all. It was the chair of the IPC who said it's never been used. What you provided that as an example.
That's a fact. I mean, I'm not disputing that fact. I'm just saying that fact doesn't lead to the conclusion that you should never use it.
Minister, what we do know is when the previous government has done this, what we know is it undermines the trust and the rigour of these development assessment processes and the government's approach to fossil fuel projects. And I think that's something that has been more than proved.
Chair, I'm well aware of your views on this over many, many years, and I'm not. I'm the last person who's willing to defend the actions of the previous government. In fact, that's part of the reasons I'm in the current government, because I don't support the previous government.
Well, let's not do what the last government did.
I'm not going to sit here and make a blanket ruling on hypothetical cases into the future.
Well, Minister, with respect, it's not hypothetical cases. I am talking about the upcoming coal projects that will come to you, will sit on your desk, and if you strike that pen and you refer it to a public hearing, you are fully on notice that you will be doing it for one reason and one reason only, and that is to extinguish the rights of the community to a merits appeal in the New South Wales Land and Environment Court.
I'm forced to push back on that characterisation.
You can push back as much as you like.
Decisions that I'm yet to make.
The facts will be the facts,
You're characterising
Minister.
decisions that I'm yet to make. Right? And I appreciate you're preempting these things and you want to do all that sort of stuff in an attempt to get me on the record. No. Well, what will be the case is if there's decisions, when decisions are made, if decisions need to be made, they'll be made on a case-by-case basis on the evidence as put before me, right? And I'll defend them like I defend other decisions that I make after those decisions are made. But I'm not going to sit here and have future hypothetical decisions characterised in such a way that suits.
Well, I think you need to be on notice that you would be defending the indefensible in this circumstance.
Sure.
Minister, in November last year, you said that you don't support unsafe development on dangerous floodplains.
My mind hasn't changed.
What's your view of what does dangerous mean, Minister, in terms of floodplain development?
Well, it's in the context of what the development is too, right? And I don't think, and I think this is where we can't be ignorant of the fact that it's a multifaceted aspect, right? So let's take, for instance, a piece of land that might be subject to flooding, right? Let's say to pick a period out of the air, 1 in 50 years, right? It may not be appropriate for any development to be on that site that is residential. It may, however, be appropriate and suitable and to be within controls for a golf course to be on such land. So I don't think, my view is that in considering what is suitable, and this is...
So let's talk about housing if we can then.
Well, but yeah, I mean, the fact is you said development. So development comes in all shapes and forms. But
which floodplains do you want to keep housing off?
Well, we've already made substantial decisions around the northwest of Sydney. So and this is why the government is going down the path. The first time ever. This is something New South Wales should be really proud of. The first time ever, we've got a state disaster mitigation plan in place, done by my colleagues at the Reconstruction Authority, that sets out 37 tasks that we're going about. It also adds some evidence and some assessment around that. When we considered the Hawkesbury-Nepean Basin, the largest unmitigated flood risk in the country, we looked at that in the context of not only what was there, but how those people who are living in that area might be able to be evacuated when they need to be. The Reconstruction Authority and Mr. Lanyon may wish to add some detail to this, but is undertaking some really quite detailed work in terms of what we might do in terms of a local disaster adaptation
plan. Are you
in
concerned
the
that some
Hawkesbury-Nepean?
councils are using modelling that is really not the modelling that we should be using today, given your statements around what's
I worry
dangerous?
about some councils using all sorts of excuses to get around housing. For instance, there was an article today in relation to some councils trying to misuse heritage protection to try and get around things. I think the department issued, I think it was in March. My apologies, March. Some additional guidance with respect to how to consider flood and the appropriateness of it. The government made a big decision in October last year about the northwest of Sydney, and we'll continue to support council assessments, but also support work on adaptation and mitigation measures that we might be able to do. That not only protects existing residents, that may enable additional land uses.
And I do have questions for the Reconstruction Authority people later on around that. Can I just, I know my time, I'm eating into
That's
Mr.
okay.
Ruddock's time. You can start.
I
but
defer to.
I've just got one question. What is there a reluctance for you as Minister to issue firm and clear directives rather than the advice that you're giving?
Firm and clear with respect of?
Well, enforceable directions. Why is there a kind of a reluctance to doing that? And that
I think I've introduced a whole number of SEPs which have enforceable requirements.
No, just in terms of advices to council, which I know are very useful.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious, is there an approach and a decision within the department that with these particular kind of matters, particularly around the complexity of modelling and mapping and things like that...
You've hit the nail on the head right there. Right, and that's genuine. Look, no two areas when it comes to flood and the movement of water are exactly the same. What you might do in Wollongong, which was subject to quite severe flooding in April 6, is different to what you would do, say, in the Northern Rivers.
So can I just ask this, Minister, this is exactly, thank
Yeah.
you, and I really appreciate the candour and the frankness, but would you, as Minister, consider issuing a directive specific to a council if they were using models and approaches to decisions that were clearly having perverse outcomes?
Look, I'm going to say yes, but, and I don't like to say yes, but, but I think I have to in this circumstance because I don't know that I could universally say, if there was a reason why, if, for instance, a council, and I don't believe councils would, but you never know, if there was a council who was deliberately putting people at risk, yes, absolutely, I'd step in. If, by the same token, there was a council that may have been or appears to be using or hiding behind an outdated model or something like that to frustrate something else, then I think I'd have to consider the merits of the situation, but I would not say I would never step in. I just say couldn't universally say I would. But I think it is a very complex issue and it's hard because it changes. And it changes with the nature of impervious surfaces and all sorts of other things. It's challenging for local governments and others. I think we're increasingly improving our knowledge. Our models are getting better. But local governments also often have a lot to do, so sometimes some of the areas can become a little outdated. And I think we've got to work together in some of these circumstances, particularly on some of the complexity, so that we don't unnecessarily put people at risk. And that's ultimately what should be our guiding principle, right?
Thank you.
Which is why it might be okay to do an industrial estate on a piece of land, but it's not okay to do a residential. Because industrial estates generally don't have someone asleep in a bed at 3 a.m.
Thank you, Minister. It's Mr Ruddock. Sorry, I interrupted.
Thank you, Chair. No, that's okay. Minister, if I was the Premier, I would abolish all planning and zoning laws. I'd abolish your department, and all these good people could be doing something far more productive with their lives. Now, the TOD is a step in the right direction, but by your own admission, it's obviously going to take years till we actually has any impact on the market. What could have an immediate impact is a year ago I asked you about the Granny Flats report, which identified 242,000 properties in Sydney that are overnight suitable for a granny flat. Now that's going to have a granny flat can be built in a very short period of time. It can have an immediate impact on rents and prices. So I haven't, there was a fair bit of media a year ago about it, but I haven't heard anything about it. What is the government doing about progressing
the big change we made, it wasn't necessarily with respect to granny flats, but it is about the intensification of residential land use, was the addition and allowing dual occupancies to be built in R2 zonings across 124 out of 128 local government areas. Now, I want to clarify the 4 that were left out weren't left out for any political reason or anything like that. 3 of them were left out for fire and flood affectations, being Blue Mountains, Hawkesbury and Wallandilly. Bathurst was left out, and this one may amuse you, but the R2 zoning in Bathurst is not highly used, and where it is used, it's downwind of a sewage treatment plant. So a suboptimal, I think anyone would view a suboptimal location to put some additional housing. But that's been the first step. So is making sure, and most granny flats are able to be done as complying development in many areas. Others have to go through a DA process, and Ms Fishburn or Ms Gibson may be able to add some detail and clarification for that. But the big first step was making sure that a type of home is not banned by the planning system because of some historical decision. It was just bizarre that all of these local government areas didn't allow dual occupancies, didn't allow terraces and townhouses and semi-detached dwellings because they essentially switched them off in the planning system. They didn't permit them. And by not permitting them doesn't mean they would knock back a DA. It means you couldn't even put in a DA in those areas, which to my mind was quite crazy. And you have a look at, have a look at a number of areas. Wollongong's had dual occupancies for a long time, but if you as I do on a regular basis, come through the Sutherland Shire, and you see a great number of those coming up, and they're good as an option for multi-generational homes in the same way that granny flats are. That allows people to have those multi-generational housing for families that a lot of people want. It allows, and restoring that diversity of housing type into communities, allows people to have a range of options and where they can live, allowing them to stay in the areas that they've grown accustomed to, grown to love and helped to build through all different stages of their life.
So have we seen an uptick over the past year in the construction of granny flats?
I'll defer to...
We'll take that on notice, and I'll get you some data.
Doesn't sound encouraging. Well, I mean, what more can the state government do to encourage granny
Well,
flats?
well, in fact, what we're trying to do at the moment is encourage exactly that sort of style home through the work that Minister Jackson's leading with respect to off-site construction, modular construction of homes New South Wales side. So, in the first, and I may get this slightly wrong because you appreciate it's not my portfolio, but I think in the first 5 sites that have been selected, 4 of those under the Homes New South Wales modular constructions trial. I think the first of the 5, I think 4 of those sites were for the addition of a granny flat on a larger homes block. One was for, I think, a dual occupancy was the other one. So we're certainly not discouraging it, and I don't believe that any councils are either. I think there's probably some other economic factors at work that might be meaning people are delaying some construction.
You mentioned that you met with your counterpart in New Zealand recently, and they have recently said that they're going to wind back the heritage laws, which are holding back construction and development. What's your view on the levels of heritage protection that we have in New South Wales?
Look, I think that heritage and new housing can coexist. Heritage and jobs can coexist, and I think we've got some great examples of it. If you look at, say, somewhere like the Gantry, a great example of the reuse of, I think it was a mechanics workshop or car factory or some. It had something to do with cars. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it's been able to sympathetically include housing as part of that. It's kept the roof line, kept all of the elements that's part of it, has actually paid some homage to it in doing it. But there are people who, if anyone read the Telegraph today, there are people who have been engaged in trying to misuse heritage to try and block housing. And I'm pleased that the Minister for Heritage and I have both made public statements and that where people are misusing heritage to try and block things, then that's not an acceptable situation.
Well, I'm in complete agreement with you, man. I look at the inner west and I feel like what is happening is that these people just don't want development and they're hiding behind faux heritage. So it sounds like you're also concerned about that, which I'm pleased about. But what can we do about it?
I'm not saying we knock down the great buildings and we knock down all of our heritage or anything like that. Please, and no one should interpret my comments as that. I believe that they can sympathetically coexist. And I think there's many a street in Balmain that you drive down and there are literally houses from the 1880s and the 1980s side by side, looking very similar in the facades. Arguably some of the more modern ones probably looking a bit better and healthier because of the way they were built, but they provide a good housing outcome. There's plenty of examples that, as I said, the Gantry and others, where there's been either adaptive reuse or sympathetic use of a heritage site that can work with jobs and with housing.
Thank you. Opposition.
Thank you. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Minister, have you seen the Premier's very recent letter responding to ICAT Commissioner Hatzistegos's questions about the implementation of recommendations regarding Operation Eclipse?
I haven't seen the Premier's letter, no.
Did the Premier or his office contact you before they responded to the ICAT Commissioner?
Didn't contact me, no.
What about after they sent the letter?
Why would they contact me about the letter after they sent it?
Well, I'm wondering if you have ever sought advice from ICAC or the Premier's office about appropriateness of your meetings.
My meetings are all appropriate and all disclosed as is required.
Have you ever sought advice from ICAC about those?
I think the ICAC Commissioner has, I think, written to all ministers in the past, but there's also a very detailed set of requirements that ministers have provided
But have you
about
sought
diary
advice
disclosures
about
and the
your
like.
meetings? Have you actively sought any advice about your meetings?
Look, I'll take it on notice because I can't recall off the top of my head whether I've sought it actively
Okay.
in recent times or not.
And have you ever sought advice from the Special Minister of State or your department about meetings and their appropriateness?
Yes. Well,
Which
from the
meetings?
department, absolutely, yeah.
Which meetings?
It was a general question about the suitability of meetings, and we take all the appropriate steps, and everything is disclosed as is required.
So no particular meetings that you wanted to understand about more details regarding the
Well, some meetings I
background?
reject. Some meetings I reject on the basis of advice from the department because of where it may be. I'm very conscious
so that's
of the fact.
Specific. That's
I'm very
specific
conscious
meetings that you've
yeah,
sought advice on.
I'm very conscious. Well, sometimes you seek advice on the particulars that someone might be seeking a meeting with you about. You know,
And
I'm very,
that's what I am interested in.
Yeah,
so which
and-
meetings are you
well,
seeking
I'm not,
advice about?
no, I'm not. I seek advice as is required on a whole range of things. Sometimes it is just on the general nature of where a project might be up to, and I consider that in light of the suitability of me accepting a meeting or not.
Minister, on the Tuesday the 16th of April, you met with the member for Camden, the former Labor Premier Maurice Yemmer, former member for Camden Chris Patterson, and a construction company that is a client of their lobbying outfit, their lobby shop. The purpose of the meeting was listed very clearly: to visit Pro9 walling system at Turnkey Homes in Spring Farm. Just 2 days later, which was Thursday the 18th of April, you met with Maurice Yemmer alone. In that disclosure, Mr. Yemmer was
Well,
not
not alone,
recorded
but sure.
as a lobbyist, and the purpose of the meeting is described very broadly as planning matters. And I'm wondering if you could please explain to me how Mr. Yemmer is a lobbyist on Tuesday, but not a registered lobbyist on Thursday.
Well, for a start, on when I went out to the construction site, Mr. Yemmer wasn't there.
Well, he's
and
listed,
I've got an
so your
interest.
diary
and I've got an
disclosures
interest.
are incorrect.
I've got an interest in.
Sorry. Can I just clarify that? You're saying that your diary disclosure is incorrect, that he was not at the meeting that he's listed to be at.
He wasn't, Misty. If that's the on-site meeting, I don't have my diary disclosure in front of me. So
Okay, well, your diary disclosures say that Mr. Yemmer was there, so you're saying that they're wrong.
I don't have. You
I
have it in
can
front of
table
you.
it.
I don't have it.
I'm
So,
happy to
you know,
table that,
I'm
so that
telling
you can have a
I'm
reference
telling you
point.
that at the when I went to the site, Mr. Yemmer wasn't there. Now the reason I don't know why he wasn't there. And in terms of my discussions with a former Premier and former Commissioner on the Greater Sydney Commission about planning matters, I mean, I met with the former Prime Minister Paul Keating about planning matters.
But
I met
is
with Rob
Mr. Paul
Stokes about
Keating
planning
a
matters.
lobbyist?
You know?
My question is,
but
how
it wasn't
can Mr.
about
Yemmer...
it wasn't about
sorry,
a specific
my question
project.
is quite specific.
It wasn't
How
about
is Mr. Yemmer
it wasn't about a specific
lobbyist on
project.
Tuesday and not a registered lobbyist on Thursday?
Well, I mean, you've discovered this by disclosure, right? So
But-
there's
but
nothing
you're not-
untoward
but
here.
you're
I
not
mean, I met with someone to
disclosing
talk
him
about
as
strategic
a lobbyist. You're meeting with a lobbyist with no detail
which wasn't
about the matter of
and
the
I'm telling
meeting
you,
that
it
you're
wasn't
engaging
about
with.
a specific project. I haven't met with Mr. Yemmer about on that day about a specific project.
Minister,
Now, he can
does
be.
your-
He's also a former premier. He was a former premier.
That's
when
right,
he
but
was
he's
there. He
also
was
a registered
former,
lobbyist.
He was a former commissioner of the Greater Sydney.
Minister,
Greater
are
Sydney.
you-
So just
Was it
quickly on that one, Minister, if a lobbyist
Oh,
comes
well,
to
we're going to talk over the top of your colleague, all right?
Oh,
Minister,
happy to
we're happy to
the
share.
load.
We're happy to be a tag team here.
Right.
Minister, just on that point. So if a lobbyist comes to see you about the planning system in general or their own ideas about reforming the planning system, you don't consider them to be a lobbyist at that time. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, that's what you're saying.
That is exactly what you're saying.
That's not what I said. You asked about Mr. Yemmer.
Yes.
You know,
So if Mr. Yemmer, who is a lobbyist, comes to see you and says, "Hey, Paul, I've got an idea for how to change the system."
You're suggesting that if Mr. Photius came in the same circumstances,
Exactly, and you wouldn't declare that as a lobbyist
It's
meeting.
unlikely that the meetings would occur. I haven't spoken
Sorry,
to Mr.
you're
Yemmer
saying that the
about
meeting
specific
wouldn't
projects.
occur.
I haven't spoken to Mr. Yemmer about specific projects, right? AV Jennings, I went out on a site to have a look at a modular housing construction, just like I went to Prefabulous in Wagga Wagga to look at a housing construction
We're
site.
actually relating this specifically to your meetings with lobbyists.
What's the crime that you're alleging?
I'm wondering if you think that conversations you have as the New South Wales Planning Minister with a person who benefits financially from their access to you and from knowing information about the planning system, that is a person who is a lobbyist, should they be covered by stricter disclosure requirements about the purpose of those
Lobbyists
conversations?
are covered by that. But, you know,
But you're meeting with lobbyists and disclosing the purpose of the meeting as
so you're saying I shouldn't
matters.
meet with someone who's been a former Premier of New South Wales?
What I'm asking you is
About
if you
planning
think
matters,
that
strategic
a
planning
person
matters.
can be a lobbyist on Tuesday and not a lobbyist on Thursday.
So you're suggesting that I shouldn't meet
that's
with
a very
former
specific
premiers?
question. That
You know?
you can't rephrase my question. It's very, very
What's
clear.
the crime you're trying to allege here?
I'm actually asking you your opinion on whether you think a person can be a registered lobbyist on Tuesday but not on Thursday.
Well, no, you're not. You're trying to draw...
No. That is the question. That
You're
is
trying-
exactly what I'm
you're trying
asking.
to- You're trying to draw some sort of bow between two particular meetings, right? That's what
Minister-
you're really asking. Like, at least be
Minister,
honest.
please
At
don't
least be honest.
impugn my motives or the
Don't impugn
background
my
of my
motives about meetings.
I'm asking you a question because you're the Minister for Planning.
Yes,
And
I
I
am the
think you
Minister
would
for
agree
Planning.
that planning in New South Wales has been probably the predominant reason that ICAC exists, okay? So I'm asking
Well, I mean,
you
we
as
want to
the
go
planning
into
minister,
that. We
what
can
you
have a
think
look
is
at
appropriate
what
in
Ray
terms
Williams
of
has
your
said in the Parliament, what
engagement with lobbyists.
Philip Ruddock has said
Minister,
about undue influence.
This is very concerning that you're not able to answer a simple question about your opinion on whether a lobbyist can be a lobbyist on Tuesday,
so-
but not on Thursday. It's a
okay.
yes or no
so,
question.
So let's have a look. So I went to a very public meeting with the member for Camden.
Minister, we've already covered this. I'm asking your
hang
opinion.
Can I raise a point of order? Look,
I'd go through the
Minister
chair, but
just
she's not here
Chair.
anymore.
talked over me while I was trying to
it
ask
is
my questions.
appropriate. My point of order goes again to the issue of courtesy. The member asks a question.
And then he
The
talked
minister
over me.
surely is then entitled to seek to answer that question in any way the minister sees fit. So can I simply ask that you rule that we give some courtesy to the minister to allow him to answer the important questions that the Honourable Jackie Munro is putting to him?
Well, thank you, Mr. Primrose. I think that this is a parliamentary environment and we need to have a robust debate, and I think that the questioning is in order.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Well, that's not what the rules say.
Minister, how about I ask you if you're familiar with Mr. Yemmer's very impressive developer client list? Are you familiar with that?
I haven't committed it to memory.
Well, perhaps I'll table that as well for you.
Well,
but
I
did
think you would have got that off the register, wouldn't you?
Well,
So
absolutely.
it's a public document.
That's right, but are you aware of it, Minister?
I'm aware that Mr. Yemmer has a number of clients. Yes,
Have
but
you-
I haven't. I just said I haven't committed it to memory.
Have you asked your department for briefings about Mr. Yemmer's client list?
What? What? Sorry, I don't
It's a very
understand
simple question.
your
Have you
question.
asked the department to provide you any briefings about Mr. Yemmer's client list?
No, I don't ask the department.
So how
to
can you be
provide me with
sure that
details
you
of
are
Mr.
discussing
Yemmer's
matters
client
that
list, because the
don't-
department's job is not
Minister,
to provide me briefings
how-
with Mr. Yemmer's client list.
It is if you ask them to, Minister. How can you be sure that you are discussing matters with Mr. Yemmer that don't relate to his client list if you don't even know what his client list is?
Oh, you've got the great smoking gun here, haven't you?
I
think
it's a
you're
very
forgetting that
basic
people
question.
can have multiple roles. People can
So-
have multiple
so you're saying
roles
that
in
a
life.
person can be a lobbyist one day but not a lobbyist the next when they're
I'm saying
discussing
people can
planning
have multiple
matters
roles,
with the
right?
Minister
And
for
what I'm
Planning.
saying is Mr. Yemmer and Mr. Yemmer and his client AV Jennings, I went to see in a very public way. There were Facebook posts about it. I made
I'm not worried
no
about the
secret
public
about
meetings,
it.
Minister. I'm worried about the meetings
about
that you're not
And,
disclosing in terms of any sort of detail.
so what are you suggesting I haven't disclosed? You just tabled my disclosures. They're done. In accordance with the
I'm
rules.
suggesting that it's very concerning that the Minister for Planning in New South Wales is not more worried about the fact that they are meeting with a lobbyist, a registered lobbyist, deciding.
So you're saying that
may I
Mr.
finish
Yema,
my question,
you're
Minister?
suggesting that Mr. Yema
Can
can't
he elaborate
separate
his
his
roles?
roles.
No, Minister, I'm asking a question and you're talking over me.
You're talking over him or
Well, hey, let's hear the question. Let's hear the question, and then we'll hear the response.
Thank you.
That's what I moved before.
So, Minister, my concern, as I've just said, is that you are the Minister for Planning and that you are not asking your department to provide you with information about the clients of lobbyists that you're meeting with, that you have declined to list as lobbyists on your diary disclosure, and you also don't know their developer client list. So my question is, how can you be sure that your meetings are not discussing matters that relate to a person's clients?
Because I know the nature of the conversation. Mr. Yema is a former premier.
He's also a
former premier,
lobbyist.
right?
He's also a lobbyist. Thank you.
So Minister,
Okay,
Mr. Yema
good.
comes
Yeah,
in.
He's a former premier
Let's
who
hear
asked
the
for a
Minister,
meeting
then we'll hear from Scott.
to speak to me about his views on strategic planning in Sydney. Like, he has got a long history with this.
He's also
You
a
know?
lobbyist.
I know you keep repeating he's also a lobbyist.
But
He
you don't
is.
seem to
But I
understand
think you've got the situation where you've got this assumption that people can't separate their roles. Now, I have to separate my roles on a regular basis. Oh, you've got the smirk there. You think you've got something fantastic, right?
No, I'm incredulous, Minister.
that's
I'm
just
incredulous.
disrespectful.
If you think there's something
incredulous.
untoward or there's a decision I've made that favours Mr. Yema's client as a result
Have
of
you
some
read the
meeting
Operation Eclipse
in
recommendations
April,
that relate to your
you know?
responsibilities as a minister?
Oh yeah, I've read many an ICAC report about Darryl Maguire and
Minister,
about
what
John
about the ones that are
Sidoti
relevant
and
to you?
about
What
others.
about Operation
Eclipse? There's if you've got a claim, make it.
Minister, we're interested in the process.
Sorry,
here. So,
I mean, Chair,
Minister,
can you ask Mr. Farlow not to speak over Ms. Munro?
I think
I've
if you
just been
actually
accused
note
of the
before,
same
the Chair
thing.
said that we'd be
And
coming
I
to me
think-
next.
I think that
Minister,
it's appropriate that Ms. Munro is able to finish her question. I think that's unfair of Mr.
Minister, sometimes the tag's made.
It
Minister,
would also be nice, Chair, to allow the Minister to respond.
He has
Now you've got two of them
well,
at the same time talking over him.
Well, we're going to now hear from Mr. Farlow, and then we'll hear from the Minister.
That'd be
Minister.
unique and very, very valuable.
So, Minister, when Mr. Yema comes to you, and as you said, discusses strategic planning issues, and Mr. Yema says, hey, I've got this great idea. This is something you should change in the planning system. Wouldn't you want to know whether that actually benefited his clients or not?
Well, you assume, Mr. Farlow, that every person who's got a great idea who comes to me automatically gets the change that they might want, right?
I don't understand that at all.
And well, no, it's exactly what you've implied in that question. Now, when someone suggests to me an idea, and I appreciate that may be a foreign concept for you because I think your only idea is to stop things, when people suggest an idea or a change to me, about anything, and that happens at the supermarket. I've had suggestions about improvements to the planning system. It's one of those systems
Was that Mr. Yema or
where
Did you
lots
disclose
of
that
lots
meeting
of
too?
people
Let's hear the Minister.
have opinions on how things should be done in planning. But when that's done, any suggestion, if I think it's worth merit, would be thoroughly explored through the ordinary processes of policy setting within a government. Sometimes those ideas come from a position of relative ignorance of what's going on, rather than anything else. Now, I appreciate that you guys have got a history where people have used the planning system under your previous government to feather their own nest. Darryl Maguire,
You remember the
John
table of knowledge,
Sidoti,
wouldn't you?
others that have been a part of it. You know, and I appreciate that you guys have got some questionable people in your past, but there has not been the gross politicisation of the planning system under this government as you experienced under yours. It's a very different government from yours, and you should not
Have you read
assume
Frank
or
Seifel's
impose
book?
the same level of fast and loose behaviour that you might have been involved in,
Okay,
and
Minister.
your
Obeyed.
colleagues
Is that
might
one
have been
of-
involved in
something
the
you-
past. Do
Minister,
you think
I-
that when Rob
Minister,
Stokes
may-
came to me and suggested some ideas that I should have just dismissed him out of hand because he
Well, is Rob a
he's a
lobbyist?
former
Is Rob a lobbyist?
he was appearing with the faith-based councils. And he was appearing
And it was
to get some
disclosed as
changes.
such.
And actually, I went away and asked the question, and what he suggested wouldn't actually work. It was probably one of the reasons why he didn't do it himself. But are you suggesting that I shouldn't talk to anyone? I shouldn't take ideas. I should use the opposition's policy-making process of no ideas, of no desire, of no ambition for New South Wales, because that's what you're actually implying here.
Minister, I'm not sure if you recall in 2017 you said in Parliament that no one in Labor wants shonks, the lurk merchants, the sketchy lobbyists and the spivs to have influence over development applications.
I'm glad you read my stuff.
Well, absolutely. I think it's very important because
I've read yours too, and yet you vote against housing despite talking about it in your first speech.
As I said before, Minister, you're the planning minister, and this is a very important topic to ensure that there is transparency across the system.
Are you calling Mr. Yemmer a shonk or a lurk merchant or something?
Excuse me, Minister, but may I finish my question, please?
Sure.
Well, it's about a respectful conversation, I'm sure.
Pot, kettle, black.
Well, I've tried
Minister,
that all morning.
Do you think that it's appropriate that you are having meetings with lobbyists and not disclosing those people as lobbyists?
They've not been. The disclosures are made in accordance with the
Mr.
requirements.
Yemmer is
You've
not
discovered this through either you discovered this by looking for yourself or by reading the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald the other day.
My question is very clear.
I'm not sure which. Probably you read the Herald before you decided to check out
Minister,
the diary.
this is not just about people who have the resources in their offices to research this kind of information.
Oh, I'm well aware of resources
about
in offices. I was in the shadow ministry for
This
a
is
long time.
actually about making sure that the public are aware
And
of what the
everything's
minister
disclosed.
is doing. But Mr. Yemmer is not disclosed as a lobbyist in a meeting
Because Mr. Yemmer
with you.
did not meet
Is
me in
that
capacity as a
appropriate?
lobbyist
So
at that
you
time.
are saying
He
that a
met me-
person can be a
I'm
lobbyist
saying that people can
one
have
day
multiple
and
roles
not
in
on
life. I am a
3 days
minister
later,
and
2
a
days
local
later.
member. I'm a husband. I'm an uncle. I'm a friend. You're allowed to have multiple roles in life.
Okay,
I mean,
Minister.
it'd be
So
pretty
when you're
boring if
making
you're
money-
homogenous
when
as
you're
you claim
making
people
money
want to
from
be.
relationships that you have made through politics, and you have unique access to the Minister for Planning, and you have a multitude of clients that are developers,
met with many of
it's
your
not
colleagues as
appropriate
well.
for that person to be
But I've
disclosed as a
met with
lobbyist.
some of your many of your current
Are they
and former
lobbyists?
colleagues.
Have you disclosed them?
People as well.
Well,
Chris,
I'm
Chris
getting very
Patterson was one.
concerned that
He's right
you're-
there.
My-
Chris Patterson.
my-
He was in the Liberal Party, wasn't he?
My concern is
Disclosed
that
as a
you're now
lobbyist.
having meetings that we're not aware of that are with lobbyists who aren't
Well, if
listed
you've got
here.
a claim that I've had a meeting you're not aware of, put
That is
forward
what
your
I'm claiming.
claim.
You're
forward your
meeting with
claim.
Mr. Yemmer here, and he's not registered as a lobbyist.
this
Do you
is the
think
one
that's
you've
acceptable?
highlighted.
That's
right?
the one it's
you
for your
discovered this-
information.
You discovered this through a disclosure. Or
Minister,
for the front
he
page
is
of the Sydney Morning Herald.
he is not listed as a registered lobbyist in that disclosure. Does that concern you?
He didn't meet me in his capacity as a lobbyist in that meeting.
Point of order,
I mean,
Chair.
like,
Yeah,
how many
yes,
times do we have
Mr.
to go
Buddy.
around in circles in
Excuse
these
me, Mr.
questions?
just
Yes.
find
This
it
line of
remarkable.
questioning now has probably been reiterated on probably 6 occasions. The Minister has clearly articulated the answer. That is that the former Premier didn't meet him in the capacity of being a lobbyist, and that's the answer. Finished. Do we have to take up the rest of the time reiterating quite frankly,
let me
a
ask a new
boring
question
question
then.
which has been answered on 6 occasions?
Let me ask a new question then, Chair.
Well, yes, thank you, Mr. Woodgate. We will now have a fresh question. Thank you.
Minister, do you agree with the ICAC's recommendations from Operation Eclipse, including recommendations 12 and 13, that would require greater detail and regularity of diary disclosures?
Look, the government will make any changes to diary disclosures and anything else related to and respond to ICAC recommendations in due course. The Special Minister for State is the one responsible for leading the government's responses to those, and I'm sure he will.
So a decade ago in opposition, Labor promised to ban lobbyists from meeting with ministers, their staff and departments. Will you be speaking to the Special Minister of State to share these views and push your government to implement ICAC's recommendations?
Well, both the Special Minister of State and I have been long-term members of the party, but neither of us, I don't think, I'm not sure exactly when Minister Graham joined the Parliament, but neither of us were here at that time. But I'm confident that he is aware of the party's history in the same way that I am, and that he will guide the government's response to current and future ICAC reports as is required.
Thank you. And just finally, if you are meeting with a registered lobbyist, will you be disclosing that they are a lobbyist in your diary
As I have.
disclosures in every meeting that you attend with them.
As I have, there's
no, you haven't.
Morris
You haven't
Yama and Chris
disclosed-
Patterson,
you
Yama
haven't
Patterson,
disclosed
lobbyist,
that Mr.
Duncan
Yama
Bremner
was
and
a
Jackie
lobbyist.
Boyd,
Not on a
primary
Thursday.
Not on a
communications
Thursday.
lobbyist.
Thursday, the 18th of April. He wasn't a lobbyist
who else
then,
we got?
even
We haven't
though
got
he
any.
discussed
Well, there's
planning
very
matters with
few,
you.
very few there. I mean, so there
That
you go.
makes it even
So
more concerning,
My,
to be
my diary
honest.
disclosures will be made in accordance with
Thursday,
the diary
not a
disclosure
lobbyist
rules.
anymore. Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Ruddock.
Minister, I understand that we've got a 1 minute for myself and 1 minute for the opposition. Now, or maybe the
You can
original.
have it, Mr.
Thank
Ruddock.
you.
So the two chickmunks.
What we have heard, Minister, in the last 10 minutes is allegations from the two major parties about undue commercial influence on planning laws, and you've both got a good case because you've both got history. And this is not unique to New South Wales. It happens all over the world because the government is the one that can make a lot of people rich. Now, this is inevitable. This will always be the case. What do you think about the approach that Javier Milei is taking in Argentina, where he's basically abolishing all these planning laws? And one of the upsides of that is we're going to get rid of allegations of financial inappropriateness.
What would all the planning lawyers do?
Yeah, well, they'll do something more productive, Chair. That's what they will do.
I think there's very few times that the sympathy for planning lawyers has come up in such discussions. Look, I think that's a real-time experiment that I'll keep an eye on, but to the best of my knowledge, there's no plans to abolish the planning law in New South Wales.
Well, I think I'm pleased you're keeping an eye on that experiment because all the indicators are that it's working very, very well.
Oh, look, I do keep an eye on other jurisdictions, not just in Australia, but internationally. I mean, as you pointed out earlier, Mr. Ruddock, the New Zealand experiment was one that actually has produced results. And I think if you're a government that is looking to get people into homes and jobs to protect the environment and to have good, vibrant communities for people to live in, we've got to have a look at all ideas that are being put in other jurisdictions.
I'm pleased to hear it.
And at this point, just before I hand to my colleagues for their last minute, I would note and remind the Minister that one of ICAC's findings that merit appeals are a brilliant mechanism to de-corrupt the planning system. Over to you, colleagues.
Right. I'd missed your support of merit appeals, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, no doubt you'll be aware of the decision with respect to McPhillamys gold mine from the federal government and Ms Plibersek. No doubt, like the Premier, you'd be concerned about that. Will you be lobbying your federal colleagues to support the disallowance motion in the Senate?
Look, I allow my federal colleagues to do what they do. What I will be doing, and I have to be very cautious about this, just because there may be something that comes back before the planning system in the future. But I understand that both the Premier and the Minister for Natural Resources have spoken to Regis Resources and that Regis are considering their options with respect to an alternative site for a tailings dam. If that comes back before the planning system, then it'll be considered in that light.
Okay, we're now over to the government.
No, we're very happy with the responses from the Minister. Yeah.
Okay, well, we will
Thanks, Mr.
now
Primrose.
take a short break and we will reconvene the proceedings at 11:15. Thank you all.
Fantastic, thank you. Oh, hopefully we can get you to do more than that.
Okay, thank you, and welcome back. We'll kick off, and I think we're questions from the crossbench, and I'll start with it again. Minister, I just would like to talk with you a little bit about the Reconstruction Authority, and in particular the Resilient Homes program. I'm interested to know that, so the current process at the moment for gifting houses that have been bought back, as I understand it, relies on the peer-to-peer agreements. Is there any plan for the Reconstruction Authority to facilitate the relocation of homes that have been bought back?
The individuals relocating their homes, or individuals gifting them to someone else to relocate? Or
well, sort of any both of those classes of circumstances.
Yeah, and I think Mr. Lanyon can add some more detail to this, but we are conscious of the fact that there are a number of homes. Well, let's go back a step here. There's sort of two categories, if you like, of homes that are in the Northern Rivers that have been subject to the Resilient Homes program. There are those that, by any measure, are not habitable. Right. So there's those ones, and then there are those that may be able to, if there's a suitable site, DA, planning processes, etc., done, that may be able to be relocated. I guess as a philosophical position, we're looking to minimise the amount of knockdowns and minimise the amount of material that ends up in landfill.
So just on that, Minister, thank you. On that, in terms, so of the 520 homes approved for buyback, and then you've got that category of the demolished, obviously, because we've kind of made
some
that.
Some of them, just it's unavoidable.
Yeah. So in those circumstances, as outside of the gift to gift, those peer arrangements where somebody might gift their home to somebody, is there going to be a stream or an opportunity or a category, or a stream that the Reconstruction Authority will be able to facilitate the relocation of those homes?
Look,
the lost homes, let's call them.
So Mr. Lanyon might be able to add some more to it, but I'm not sure beyond what people are doing or want to do with their own homes, whether it be gifting, whether it be relocating. There's been a great deal of demand for something broader. There is on the pods. Of course, we're doing something there, but I mean, Mr. Lanyon might be able to add
and I
some
think
detail to
that what we're trying to get at is this real concern that so many people have about the wastage, or these, in a housing crisis, we've got these houses. Where can we put them so they can be fitted and people can live in them?
Yeah, we're very conscious of that as well.
Yeah, I think, Ms. Higginson, we're looking and we're very keen to explore as many options as possible. We're mindful, obviously, of the housing challenge, the supply challenge up in the Northern Rivers region. The Minister has quite rightly pointed out, obviously, gifting relocation, and that's certainly our first principle. We are then looking at whether there's a potential to work with, say, Homes New South Wales. So can we actually relocate some of those homes, use them for either social or affordable housing?
And so with this, I'm really pleased to hear this, but where are we going? Like, is it happening? Are we going to be going down that path? Do we think there's barriers, and will we be able to overcome those?
We're certainly looking to explore all of those options. My colleague, Miss Leck, actually runs the program. I'll hand over her just to give some more specifics, but if you can take it as read that we are looking to make the maximum use of those houses that are habitable and suitable to be inhabited by people, to be used up in that Northern Rivers region to relieve some of the housing stress that exists.
Thank you, Mr. Lanyon. Thank you, Minister. There are a range of, let's call them pathways, for those buyback houses. We've settled on more than 500 homes to date. Some of those homes are not suitable for relocation. For example, as the Minister indicated, some are in a dilapidated state, some are slab on ground and therefore not suitable for relocation. Of those that are suitable for relocation, there is about 50 members of a relocation action group that the RA works with regularly around that approach to how to facilitate a relocation of your home. It's a big undertaking for people to, hire a contractor, understand the DA requirements, and we basically walk them through that step. So that's one group of homes. We are working with the Commonwealth Government on the ability to go out with an EOI for relocation of homes. Those homes, I think you described them as the leftover homes. There's a lot of community sentiment about the ability for those homes to be repurposed on flood-free land. And so we will hopefully go out shortly with regard to an EOI for that. We're working with Homes New South Wales. We've already identified some buyback homes that the RA has acquired through individual and exceptional circumstances that may be suitable for Homes New South Wales to repurpose for social housing, and those conversations are actively afoot at the moment.
How many are in that category?
Around, I could come back with the exact number.
I would be grateful.
About 40.
Great, thank you.
And so there's a range of options for those homes, and then of course any that do need to be demolished, we are actively working on recycling opportunities for those materials.
And so
Not
with
the asbestos.
No, of course.
And look, that is an actual, that is a
Yeah.
real thing that we have to consider. There is, as is there in many homes throughout New South Wales, older homes do have asbestos in them, and so we've got to work through that challenge as well.
So with that category of homes, are we looking at those in terms of the Resilient Lands the Resilient Lands program? Because, you know, obviously we've got the announcements of development projects that are going to take place, but what about the kind of non-profit and the literally putting these homes into that program?
I might just start again and then again I'll go to Ms. Leck on that, but absolutely that is one of the active considerations. So one of the 7 land releases that the government has announced is for Mount Pleasant Estate. We're actively looking at a pilot to actually trial relocating several of those homes onto the Mount Pleasant Estate, obviously as part of, I suppose, basically a pro forma to have a look and let people have a look and say, how does this work? How does it actually do? How does it add to the value of the estate? And I think some of that heritage that's involved in some of these houses, we're incredibly mindful. There is so much heritage down on that floodplain that if we can use it and put it into the remainder of the community, it really spreads the heritage around. So there is an active pilot proposed on that Mount Pleasant estate to start with, and I'll just hand over to Ms. Leck.
Yes, as Mr. Lanyon said, we hope to move on that pilot relocation of 3 to 4 homes later this year, early into 2024, almost a proof of concept, if you like, for local residents to see how they can go about relocating their homes. We'll develop full costings associated with that. People will be able to, if you like, physically see the houses being moved and re-established in situ, and we think that that will help people who are part of that relocation action group. It'll demystify the process a little bit for them.
Of the 3 priority sites in Lismore, only the East Lismore site has, as I understand it, committed for the 20% affordable homes. What's happening, Minister, in terms of your directives around that? Is there something that you're requiring in terms of this program and going forward in affordable homes? And what about the?
Our primary objective is to get good flood-free land that's able to be developed. And as you will recall, we went through a pretty extensive expressions of interest process. I think there were in the order of 300 sites that were nominated through that we're going through to see where there is development potential. The land is one aspect. The homes that will be on it is a slightly separate part, but of course we want to see as many social and affordable homes into that area as well, which is why we continue to work with Homes New South Wales community housing providers and Landcom when it comes to the East Lismore development in terms of delivering those homes.
And so will the authority be an investor in any of the developments associated with the Resilient Homes program?
The Reconstruction Authority? Not that to the extent an investor in terms of ongoing operation in terms of leasing out a home, or
and in terms of actually being an investor partner. So will it all be the private sector?
We're helping facilitate, I think, rather than investing, I guess, is in terms of getting the land ready would be a better way of expressing it.
Probably only the Mount Pleasant Estate, Minister, is one that the Reconstruction Authority has purchased and actually owns that land, so we will be working with the developer to actually develop that land up there. The remainder of them, I would suggest that we will be working with developers. We may well, as part, and we will as part of the Resilient Lands program, assist developers where it may not be otherwise commercially viable. That is one of the biggest challenges. Once we identify a block of land that is flood-free, may be suitable for a housing estate, one of the biggest challenges then becomes for councils, and developers to make that commercially viable.
So how does it work, Mr. Lane? Minister, how does it work in terms of, so the RA's bought the land and then a proponent will, so what will it, is it a lease arrangement? How is that working on the Mount Pleasant, for example?
Yes, certainly. I'll refer across to Ms. Leck.
Thank you very much. So the RA is working with a number of partners with regard to the Mount Pleasant estate. So the Mount Pleasant estate is a relatively small parcel of land. We've been doing some master planning and working with the community around that, the adjoining neighbourhood, and we're thinking it's about 39 sites, if you like. There is a current owner of one of those sites who is planning to develop housing for disability, support accommodation and the like. We're working with the government architect on pattern book housing.
So the reconstruction, so the government owns the land?
Correct.
And is the plan to sell the land or to, with eventually, what's the plan, the financial arrangements, what's the governance around it?
Well, we currently own the land and we'll look at the circumstances in the future, but I think ultimately that we would want it to be developed in conjunction with the private sector. So that may be a sale, that may be a long-term lease. I suspect it's probably a sale ultimately.
Some of the land will be available to people who participate in the buyback program. Will be able to purchase those blocks of land. And the real intent of the Resilient Lands program is to bring the land to the market at an affordable price point such that people who have sold their house as part of the buyback can afford to either relocate their home to that site or build another home to that site and, if you like, a relatively sort of cost-neutral position within that.
Thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, at a Housing Now forum in Parramatta recently, you said that paying off a home before retirement is, quote, as probable as a journey to Mars. Now, just as an aside...
So some people think that it's...
Well, I'm pleased you said that, because I was just as an aside going to say, look, I worked in finance for 25 years before I came here, and I helped thousands of people with mortgages. They do generally pay them off. We don't want too much pessimism out there.
No.
But my point is, you also referred to a Demographia International Housing Affordability data showing that for 15 of the past 16 surveys, Sydney ranked in the top 3 of the least affordable cities in the world.
Yep.
How much do you think that compulsory basic standards add to the cost and to the timing of housing?
Very little. This has been a well-explored thing, and it's been a contention of BASIC since it was introduced by the Carr government many years ago, that changes to this will fundamentally change things. I think there's been in the order of 27,000 BASIC certificates issued at 7-star level, and yes, there is some upfront capital that's required of this. So that could come in the form of fans, in terms of windows. There's a range of things depending on the site. It can sometimes even be just the orientation of a home on a site that can allow you to get to the 7-star. However, what it does mean is lower energy prices for the life of that home. So this becomes that trade-off. It was the government's view and my personal view, having dealt with a number of these sorts of homes in the past, that additional capital up front, relatively small as it is, and there's various modelling around that, but it's a few $1,000s, is paid for pretty quickly in terms of lower overall energy bills to the household owner.
When I hear the word a few $1,000s, I mean, I think of the word few as sort of 3 or 4.
It can even be smaller than that.
Well, I mean, I see figures it adds about $30,000 to the cost of
and
the
I don't
house.
know what sort of size house those people are building, but I think probably if you're building something the size of Windsor Castle, it's going to cost you a bit more. But on most houses, where we did the department undertook some quite extensive independent modelling on this. It's been explored in a number of other areas that it can range from as little as a few $100s right, through to a few $1,000s. And it all depends on the choices you make about how you achieve the 7-star. So it's not a prescriptive thing. If you've got to do X, Y, and Z to meet the 7-star, there are some choices. As I said, it can come down to as little as the orientation of a home on the block.
And you think that that cost, which is in dispute about how much it might be, it's worth paying because long term they're going to have cheaper energy costs?
Look, if it were me, I would absolutely pay it because overall the payback period is relatively short.
Okay, good. Well, if that is the case, then what would be the problem with making basic standards optional? If it's such a good thing, people will opt to do it.
And people are opting to do it. People are even some people who weren't thrilled with the increase in the standard were even advertising it as offering it for free with new homes because they were able to integrate it into their design. Look, I think in some things governments do need to intervene. Right, the purchase of a house, and I'm sure you've gone through this process, but the purchase of a house for a young family is a big thing, and particularly building a new home. There are a lot of decisions involved in that, and you come to that with some information asymmetry. If we all worked in perfect information, perhaps that would be an option, but we don't. And I think there's an obligation on government to assist, particularly when the built environment counts for about 17% of our carbon emissions, and that we're all trying to reduce those to ultimately to net zero by 2050.
Well, not all, Minister, because some people think that carbon dioxide is plant food.
Well, it is.
That's right. It is plant food.
An excess of carbon dioxide is human death.
Oh, well, look, I mean, I accept that.
Again, it's trade-off.
I accept that is the
and I think we're on the
orthodoxy.
right side of this collectively.
Well, I think that is the orthodoxy, but often dissenting opinions in science are proven to be correct with time, and I believe that's what will happen with the global warming orthodoxy.
I don't think either of us will probably be around to see that.
Well, okay. Well, you're admitting that the world's not going to come to an end because of global warming.
No, but we could accelerate its demise. And that's the ultimate point.
I think it's a fairy tale, Minister.
I don't think that people will die every time they get in a car. However, if you push the accelerator down too far, the probability of you dying increases.
Well, let's see how that debate unfolds. Moving along, on the 14th of August, you replied to the member for Wagga Wagga regarding his concerns about the impact of biodiversity offset scheme on residential development. You assured him that the government shares his concerns, is cleaning up the mess made, what you referred to as cleaning up the mess by the previous government. I'm not sure. That's not my words. Opposition.
Thank you very much.
Cleaning up the mess made by the previous government, but ultimately
It's your favourite.
But ultimately, you are not only continuing the scheme instigated by the previous government, but strengthening it, or making it worse, by pledging to incorporate an ideology called nature positive. Could you tell us about what nature positive means?
Look, ultimately, this is a matter for the Minister for the Environment, but nature positive is about, fundamentally, saying that nature has a role to play. Is in its broadest sense. So, earlier today we were asked about urban tree canopy cover by the chair, and it's again, this is the trade-offs that the planning system and other parts of government are required to essentially arbitrate and deliberate upon, and that is in this case whether areas should be retained given their specific biodiversity value. Versus areas that may not have the same level of biodiversity value, which may be suitable for some development of some form. Now, the member for Wagga Wagga and I have spoken on a number of occasions, and a number of regional mayors and regional members of Parliament have raised with me the impact. That the biodiversity offset system as it currently is in New South Wales is not working in the interests of either biodiversity or the delivery of homes and jobs. That's why the government's going down the path of introducing some reforms. I believe they've been the legislation's been introduced to the Parliament. I expect, if it hasn't already, that it's probably going to end up in an upper house committee and be subject to considerable debate because there's a wide range of views on this.
Thank you. Okay, well, I cede my time to the opposition.
Thank you. Minister, is it true that in a personal meeting with Mr. Yemma, you discussed the Western Sydney Airport?
Look, I'm not going to go into details, but the Western Sydney Airport has been a familiar topic of conversation with me with a lot of people, so it's likely that the fact that there is an airport being built in Western Sydney is part of it. It's a big development for the state.
So it's likely that you've spoken to Mr. Yemma about the Western Sydney Airport in one of your meetings?
He was a commissioner on the Greater Sydney Commission, so it's in Sydney.
He's also a lobbyist in New South Wales. This report in the Sydney Morning Herald.
Hang on.
Sorry, I'm asking a question now.
Just want to understand.
May I
just
ask
want
a
to
question,
understand
Minister?
the point.
No,
so you're saying
I'm
that
asking
there's
a
an
question
infrastructure
so I
piece
can understand
in
the
New South
point.
Wales, so he
Minister,
can't ask
may I
about it
please
'cause
ask
he's a
my
lobbyist.
question?
Okay.
I allowed you to answer, and now I'm asking
Sure,
a question.
sure. I just try to help you out and see if I can
Well,
give you the answers that you're
That's
seeking.
right. I really doubt that. But, Minister, through those meetings, which were reported in the Sydney Morning Herald, which says very specifically that Mr. Yemma has discussed Labor's political fortunes and development around the Western Sydney Airport with the Planning Minister Paul Scully in what he says were personal meetings. So Mr. Yemma is saying that that's what happened. So you agree?
I'm not disputing Mr. Yemma's account of it. You're
Okay.
reading it to me from the paper.
So given that is the case, that you evidently spoke to Mr. Yemma about Western Sydney Airport matters, were you aware that Mr. Yemma has a client, Ingham Property Development Services, with land holdings around that area?
I'm aware that Ingham Property Holdings has some extensive land holdings in Western Sydney, and I'm aware that that Mr. Yemma has at times acted for them. I'm also aware that in my discussions about an airport, that there was no discussion about any specific projects that Mr. Yemma was involved in. I mean, the fact that
No, please. I'm asking
may I
a
answer?
question here.
May I answer or? Thank you.
I think that.
Well, I'm taking the
question-
chair's silence on my request as a tacit implied yes.
The question,
Right. So,
the question
so
is,
what you're suggesting, I mean, the Western
Minister,
Sydney.
I'm asking questions. I'm suggesting that you answer them truthfully.
Well,
So-
I'm trying to
The
answer,
Minister
but you
would be
won't
allowed
let
to
me.
answer
Yeah.
the question.
Let's let the Minister answer the question.
won't
and then,
let me.
Yeah. Go for it,
Right.
Minister.
Can I
It's
just
yours.
ask what question are you answering? No. What question are you answering?
Well,
What
you'll never
question-
know because you're not letting me answer
No,
it,
I'm
are you?
asking what question you're answering, just so I can understand.
Your question.
Which one?
The question you just asked. Well, that one, literally.
No,
You know,
well,
which
if you're
question?
if you're
Well, what
answering
question you
something,
just asked.
what are you answering?
The collective flurry.
Oh my goodness.
Let's start from the beginning. Let's have the question afresh.
No. I'm curious to know what question you think you're answering.
What question did
Am
you
I in another world here? I mean, I'm
order,
seeking to
Chair, point of
finish
order.
the answer that I began.
Go on, point of order. Let's hear the point of order.
How does he know what
He
his
wants to
answer
ask
is?
an
He doesn't know the
Let's hear the
question.
point of order.
Can I suggest, Chair, that if the member is unsure about what question she asked, she restates the question so
Restate.
the minister can answer?
Let's do
I
that.
thought that
Let's
was
do
the whole
that to
thing you were
clarify
trying to
so we
prevent.
can't,
No,
this
we
is,
won't
this
let
is
him
like
answer
who's on
you.
first.
All right.
I mean,
Could the member ask the question, and the Minister, could you answer the question?
Sure.
When the member's asked it.
But, Chair,
Thank
Chair,
you.
it just...
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
abide by the
on,
rules
Thank
of
you.
order.
Is it-
Minister, for all of us.
Whoa. Chair, will I be afforded the opportunity to answer
Yes,
the question in
I
the
guarantee.
way I wish to answer it?
Absolutely,
Thank
you will.
So, Minister, do you think it's appropriate that you discuss matters related to plans under your portfolio responsibility with a developer lobbyist, that you don't then disclose that meeting as a meeting with a lobbyist? If you discuss meetings that are related to property holdings of a lobbyist client, that you don't disclose that as a meeting with a lobbyist.
Firstly, there was no discussion of a specific project.
But that's what.
No, sorry. The chair afforded me the opportunity to answer the question, right? And I will answer that question. Just because you may not like the answer that I'm giving, doesn't mean that there's an opportunity to interrupt, right? So I will answer the question. Now, as I've restated, As stated previously, we did it before the break. We'll probably do it for the next 10 minutes because you don't want to actually talk about housing in New South Wales. But there was no discussion of any specific projects. The Western Sydney Airport is a significant investment, an infrastructure project in Western Sydney. It is transformative. It is transformative. And making sure that we're considering all aspects of that in a planning context is important. Making sure that that we're dealing with the roads and the water, all the mess that you guys left behind when Mr. Ayres was in charge of this area, is having to be made up for. Now a road, Mamre Road, for instance, does not relate to any specific project.
This is not relevant
Chair,
to the question that I'm asking.
Oh, well, I mean, you're the judge of the relevance of my answer, are you? I'm the judge of my answer.
Judge of my questions.
I'm the judge of my answer.
All right.
I'm giving you my answer.
All right, the member's asking questions.
That's your
Minister,
problem.
the member asks questions, and you, as the minister, answer them. Let's get back to the procedure.
Yeah, and the point I was making is a particular road, right, in Western Sydney, doesn't relate to projects just because they may have a project on another road, right? The Western Sydney Airport is something that has been debated in New South Wales for decades. Originally, it wasn't even going to be in Western Sydney. There was one proposal to have it just on the escarpment of the Illawarra. But it is important to make sure that we're doing everything associated with that airport, be it Bradfield City, be it the Aerotropolis more broadly, be it connections with Penrith or to Campbelltown, connections to Liverpool and Parramatta, transport
Minister,
connections and the like, to make sure that we're maximising the value in
in
terms of the benefit to Western Sydney, whether they be jobs, whether they be homes, whether they be educational
Minister,
opportunities.
you're not actually
and that work
answering the
wasn't
question
done.
that I asked, which was about the appropriateness of meeting with lobbyists and discussing planning matters and projects.
As the
and
article
then the
you
disclosure.
referred to said.
So now you're talking over my questions, Minister.
Well, you were speaking over my answers.
You actually strayed very far from my question, unfortunately. So I'll move on. The Lismore City Council submission to the Joint Select Committee on the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority's review of the Act reported that, to date, our experience is that the authority is largely ineffectual with unclear accountabilities. Our experience is that, when faced with making decisions, the authority has lacked the appropriate urgency, direction and conviction to deliver the actions that could provide timely and meaningful benefit to our impacted communities. Have you read that submission, Minister?
I haven't read all of the submissions, no. I haven't read that particular section of the submission.
Have you taken any steps to ensure that the operations of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, aside from the review of its governing legislation, we all know about Labor and the reviews, that it operates in accordance with the expectations
so
of the
you're suggesting that
communities
we
in
shouldn't do
in
the
which it
review that you
serves?
legislated?
No, I'm asking if you've taken.
Subject to bipartisan
I'm
support.
asking if
You're
you've taken.
backing off your support
Minister,
of the Reconstruction
you're
Authority
literally
now
just
too.
you're literally just being rude and talking over my questions.
Yes.
It's clear what's happening here. The opposition attempts to make rhetorical political points during a question instead of directly asking the question.
I just asked the question.
The minister then rightly tries to defend the government, and the opposition don't like it.
No,
I
no,
ask that you
the minister
ask the
just
opposition
talked
members
over
to
me
just
while I was
simply
asking the
ask
question.
a factual question so the minister can answer the question. That's how this process is supposed to work.
I don't think there's a point of order. I think that the proceedings are going generally how budgets tend to go, but I would ask clear questions and answer the question directly. That's
Minister,
the rules.
have you taken any steps to ensure the operations of the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, aside from the review of its governing legislation, operates in accordance with the expectations of the communities it serves?
Yes,
And what are those steps?
multiple.
So you're declining to
No, I'm not
provide
declining. You want
information now?
concise answers. Look, the Reconstruction Authority is now is a growing and emerging organisation, right? And I think if we look back on it, this is an organisation that was set up, I think, as the final act to pass the Parliament of the previous Parliament, right? It wasn't stood up until the November of that year, December of that year, sorry, and it is now underway. So. It was also stood up in some very challenging circumstances. It was stood up at a time when, and I'm the first to admit, the Northern Rivers reconstruction work was not going to plan. There were a lot of big promises and not enough delivery. The Reconstruction Authority is continuing to evolve, and Minister Dibb and I are actually really proud of the work that the team led by Mr. Lanyon is doing, because with each disaster we get better, right, and the organisation gets better.
That's not what the communities are saying, though, if you'd read their submissions.
Well, actually, no, some communities are saying some very different things. And this is the reason why we have periodic reviews. This is the reason why it was at my suggestion that statutory review be included in the Act, right? Because it was a very new thing with very new heads of power and a very big responsibility, because its responsibility is not just in recovery. It's in preparedness, adaptation, mitigation and recovery, right? It's a very different approach to the way we do disaster response in New South Wales. Now, Queensland were fortunate enough to have an organisation in this sort of vein that's about a decade old, the Reconstruction Authority was given a task of simultaneously setting itself up, responding to fires, I think, that were going on at the time the legislation was passed, responding to the largest flood in the history of New South Wales, in the Northern Rivers and the Central West, and since then has had to respond to multiple other natural disasters. And I can speak from my own direct experience here, because on April the 6th, in Wollongong and the South Coast, there was some extensive flooding. At the time that literally the rain was coming down, the floodwaters were coming up, the Reconstruction Authority was getting in line, ready to stand up if there was a disaster declaration, which there was, to have the recovery centres in place, which proved to be a very important aspect of that recovery, because people were able to go along, and for the first time ever, they were able to get that response from a collection of government and non-government organisations in one place. On the Northern Rivers, yes, we started a long way behind. Minister Dibb and I were pretty annoyed at what we inherited there. That was on your watch. But we've undertaken and we've reformed and we've reset the recovery in the Northern Rivers. We're going along at a lot greater speed than what we were previously. We've got multiple sites being progressed under the Resilient Lands program. We've got the Raisings and Retrofits program that started recently, and these guys are doing a good job. Simultaneously with that, they're also taking on that adaptation, mitigation and preparedness role by rolling out the first ever state disaster mitigation plan. Never happened in New South Wales, never happened in the country, matched with local disaster adaptation plans. These are really important things in the structure of plans that we need to deal with when we're dealing with an environment with the increased frequency and severity of weather events.
Thank you.
So yes, organisations and communities will be critical of the Reconstruction Authority in its early days, because their expectations probably exceeded the capacity of.
Give you some further feedback. If you're not going to read the submissions, I'll give some further information about a specific case that you can.
Sorry, I was asked to answer the question.
I know.
I'm sorry.
I think you answered it.
Sorry that you don't like my answers.
I think you answered it very fulsomely.
Well, actually, I hadn't completed the answer, because I don't think you're completely
Minister,
across what the organisation
Tumblegum
does.
within the Tweed electorate is one of the most flood-affected towns in northern New South Wales. It is the first location to be affected when the Tweed River rises, and during the February 2022 flood, waters reached 4.78 metres. Yet, incredibly, residents of Tumblegum who have registered with the Resilient Homes programs are still waiting for answers on whether they will be included in the Resilient Homes program buyback scheme. It has been 2.5 years since the floods. Why are these residents still waiting? And how can you actually explain those delays?
Well, those delays were partly on your watch. We
Minister,
over
you've been in
we
government
took
for
no
18 months
we had a
now.
lot
You're
of catching
actually
up to do.
responsible.
We had a lot of catching up to do.
I'm asking what you have done and why these people are still waiting.
Okay, so I'll defer to Mr. Lanyon and the team, whoever's best placed to answer on that particular area. But we have been rolling out the biggest recovery effort from a flood event in the history of the state. Simultaneously, we've been doing work to make sure that there's flood-free land available for people to relocate on. We heard earlier in this session.
Can I just understand what you're saying here is that these residents are still waiting because they're not a priority.
Your words, not mine. Right?
That's what I
Your
understand from what you're saying, because you're
your-
saying you've got other things that you're doing, and that's why you're not doing this. Is that a fair summation?
Ready to hear an answer?
Well, I'm just asking if that's a fair summation of the
No, it's not a
information
fair
you've provided.
summation. It's incredibly unfair summation.
So why
Right.
are these people still waiting if it's not
As I
because you're
said
doing
to you-
all these other things instead?
Chair, I'm trying to answer here, but I just get spoken over the top of, so I'll just wait until...
I'm sure you're
till-
not that precious, Minister.
I'm happy to wait.
You are that precious, evidently.
Obviously, if the member's putting something to you, you can say, no, that's not the case, and then proceed
Which
to
I've tried to
correct
say
it.
multiple times, but keep getting interrupted.
All right, well, let's carry on.
All right, and as I just said at the start of this, that is her characterisation, not mine. All right, and I actually think that people would be offended, and particularly the staff of the Reconstruction Authority, who are doing an extraordinary amount of work to catch up on what should have been done earlier. Could the reconstruction effort in the Northern Rivers been better? Absolutely. Absolutely. Could the previous government actually funded what it said it was going to fund? Well, it should have,
Well,
but
could
it
I
didn't.
please ask a question specifically about the funding? Well, I mean,
No,
you're
this-
talking in general terms, so I think it's
No,
reasonable
and
to
I
ask
just said
more
that we'll-
specifically.
Okay, Mr.
So
Lanyon,
a
do you want to
second-
answer the question
Minister,
on
I'm here to
the
ask you
specific
questions
details?
this morning.
Well, you're
A
obviously
second-
not interested in the
Minister,
answer
a
previously.
second round
We'll
of
come back to Mr.
funding for the Resilient Homes program was announced in the September 23-24 budget.
It was good.
Why has this $100 million not been released?
The money is being released. It's being released through the Resilient Lands program, through the Resilient Homes program, through the Raising and Retrofits program. There's also multiple billions of dollars that are being released to communities through
Okay, but these people are saying they haven't received that funding yet, so they're disputing that it has been released because they're still waiting.
Well, look, let me update you on the stats, because at
Can
the
you
moment...
update me on the stats relating specifically
At the
to
moment,
the Tweed electorate,
well,
please,
at the moment,
Minister?
the program funding, as at the 23rd of August, under the Resilient Homes program, was $790 million. The value of buyback offers approved was $495,783,740. The value of home raising and retrofits offers approved was $2,400,770. The program administration costs were there at $25 million. So the total cost to date is $523,222,217.
Thank you, Minister.
$1,000.
So could you please explain why it
there
hasn't
is
been
money
rolled
being
out in
rolled
the
out.
Tweed electorate?
Sorry?
Could you please explain why the money hasn't been rolled out into the Tweed
There
electorate?
were
those people are
areas
still
of
waiting?
prioritisation.
So they weren't a priority. That's literally what I said at the beginning, which you could have just
No,
said
well,
yes to.
you're implying that to say that we somehow downgraded it, and I'm guessing that
Well, it
you're
sounds
probably
like-
trying to draw
well, it
some
sounds like it is at
conclusion
the bottom of the
in that
pile.
the member for,
That's the problem.
for Lismore is a government member and the parliamentary secretary, and the member for Tweed's not. The fact is that some
Well, that's
areas
your
were
characterisation.
impacted. Of course,
That
that's what you're trying to
sounds
do. I know what
very
you're trying to
concerning.
do. We've all
We're
played
actually
this
just
game
trying
before.
to stand up for the people
right?
of Tweed.
What
who
we're
don't
actually
get a
trying to
voice
do,
in this
and the member
place.
for Tweed knows exactly what's going on. He and I have spoken about it regularly.
As he should.
So,
He's a great
but
local
I
member.
appreciate him providing you questions today.
Absolutely.
But
On
the
behalf of
fact
the
is
citizens
that
of
there was a
Tweed.
great deal of work, scientific work, done on the prioritisation of areas of greatest risk. And Mr. Lanyon may wish to can provide some additional detail on this. But when you're starting with this sort of project, when you're starting with the biggest recovery in history, that we have to start somewhere. That prioritisation was begun on the basis of evidence.
So, Minister, what
Yeah,
plans...
I think it's important actually that we hear from Mr. Lanyon.
We'll do that in the afternoon
No,
session.
I
Thank
think it's
you.
actually important
I
now in this
understand,
line of
but I'm not
questioning, because it may
asking
save
Mr.
you
Lanyon
asking some
Minister-
questions that are unnecessary.
Sorry. Minister, what plans does the government have for the land remaining after a flood-affected home has been removed or demolished, and who will be responsible for maintaining this green space?
I'll defer to I'll ask Mr. Lanyon to shed some light on this, but what we are doing is it's a case by case basis, and some of it will be green space, but some of it, at a lot of these places where a home has been removed, it's because it's not safe for someone to live in a home
Ms Munro.
So-
That's obviously a part of ongoing planning. It's something we're working very closely with Living Lab, something we're working very closely with community groups. It is part of the whole Resilient Homes, Resilient Lands program. We are very mindful of the impact that obviously the buybacks will have, very much looking to resume amenity to the community, make sure that what is left is fantastic space for the community. So I might hand over to Ms Leck, who is running that program.
Could I just also ask specifically about why Tweed hasn't been prioritised as part of this rollout?
Well, I might actually address that first. I was about to before, ma'am. I know we moved on to the next question. The characterisation is actually incorrect. There has been a lot of work done in the Tweed Shire and the Tweed local government area. We've actually offered 160 buybacks. We've had 124 buyback offers accepted. We've settled 88 buyback premises. We've conducted 27 home assessments, and we've already had 1 home raise approved. As a hierarchy of risk, we've obviously focused on what the Resilient Homes program is about, which is reducing risk and increasing safety of the community. So buybacks have been the first priority because they immediately remove people from the risk. In terms of the actual instances you were talking about at Tumbulgum, if there are some specific examples, please let us know. We're happy to follow that up. We've been in constant consultation, constant communication with those people that are registered with the program. So to say that nothing is happening is probably a poor characterisation of the significant work that the Reconstruction Authority has been doing with the community.
I'd also add that we've set up, because one of the things we found when Minister Dibb and I visited there just after the election, at the request of all of the local members, I have to say, because they were all concerned about the progress. One of the things that we did pick up along the way is there hadn't been the level of community engagement and involvement that people expected, right? And which, a fair criticism and also a one that you could address. So one of the first things we did was set up a community leaders forum to allow some of these things to be brought through, to allow that prioritisation to happen, to allow that direct input to occur. Because what we found is there was a lot of work, and I characterise it this way, there was a lot of work that seemed to be put on the shoulders of the then Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation, and a lot of arms of our government said, it's over to you guys, and you ought to sort it out. And they did that in absence of the support that you would expect other arms of government to do. So we had to literally bring all of that together to the table to work through some of those challenges, which is why we've got tripartite agreements, which was why I declared it a reconstruction area under the Act very soon after being appointed as the Minister. It's why we continue to make great strides in things. But there is a prioritisation, but it's not at the exclusion of everyone.
Thank you, Ms Fairman.
Thank
Over to you.
Chair. Good morning, Minister. I just wanted to turn to the issue of mining in Sydney's water catchment. So I understand that, media reports as well as research has found that part of the Appin mine, which was owned by South 32, but a sale has just gone through, I understand, in the last 24 hours. The North Cliff mine shaft was recently found to be leaking methane. That it was discontinued 30 years ago, so it's been leaking methane, no doubt, for a long time. This was discovered via thermal imaging from a number of organisations that undertook that. It's been brought to your department's attention by the Environmental Defender's Office, and they say that the fact that this shaft has been venting, leaking methane for so long, hasn't been rehabilitated, that it's a breach of a number of enforceable conditions. Just wondering why your department is not enforcing those conditions, seems to have sat back and not acted in that regard, firstly.
Oh, well, I disagree with the characterisation the department's sat back and not acted, but we're all in here today characterising things in the way that suits our ends. But what I might do is actually hand over to the Department Secretary or Mr Gainsford. I'm not sure who's best placed to provide some advice to you on that, Ms Fairman.
Yes, so thanks, Ms Fairman. I'm aware of that correspondence that you're referring to there. I think it's wrong to categorise that there's no action being taken. My understanding is that the resource regulator is regulating that space, and they're the appropriate authority, and that's been the correspondence that we've sent back.
So what is this is a condition though of the project. And what I understand, of course, from this is that the methane is continuing. The resources regulator isn't doing anything. There are quite, my office is contacted quite regularly about conditions that aren't in fact enforced, conditions that mines are approved, obviously based on a whole range of conditions, and the community is quite frustrated because it just seems that nobody, the departments just handball it from one department to the other, and in fact the conditions aren't enforced. The fact of the matter is that methane is leaking from this mine. It's just been sold to a company, Golden Energy and Resources Proprietary Limited and M Resources Proprietary Limited yesterday. So can you confirm whether the government is going to require rehabilitation of this new buyer?
Well, the rehabilitation is not attached to the owner, it is attached to the mine and the consent. But perhaps it's important and useful that Mr Gainsford explains the difference between conditions of consent and enforcement. Responsibilities, that is.
Yes, so thanks Minister. So, Ms Fairman, obviously with regard to the Appin mine that you're referring to there, my understanding is there's quite the consent for that mine is quite old, and cessation of mining there was something that happened quite some time ago. As I've mentioned to you before in my previous answer, we're working with the resource regulator, and we'll continue to do that. But they're the appropriate authority taking a look at those concerns that have been raised.
Okay, I might come back to you later this afternoon, just in terms of time. Also, again, on the same issue in terms of mining in the water catchment, Minister, are you aware of the research that was undertaken recently that looked at the impact of longwall mining on peatland swamps, upland swamps? It was published in the Journal of Hydrology from, in fact, a former Water New South Wales employee. Are you aware of that study?
I did hear reference to something along those lines on ABC Illawarra the other morning, but I haven't... I'm not a subscriber to the Journal of Hydrology. I'm sure it's a fantastic academic journal, but I haven't read that one. Again, Mr Gainsford might be able to
So,
shed
Minister, the reason I'm asking you, though, because you have come out in strong support locally for mines to go ahead under the water catchment, and I think I'm asking if you're aware of the
it's an interesting
impact
characterisation.
of longwall mining on the
what did I actually say
peatland
that lends you to characterise it as strong support?
I think you've supported different projects going ahead.
I've supported lots of projects in Wollongong.
terms of mining under the water catchment.
I've supported lots of projects in Wollongong, and in every single circumstance, I've said that it's got to stack up environmentally and it's got to be responsible. Now, in the case of Dendrobium Mine, which I think you're referring to, which I know very, very well, and I declare for everyone, I grew up in the village where the Dendrobium Mine is. My parents still live there. I have said that if that one stacked up environmentally, then there should be no reason to knock it back. It didn't, and it was refused by the IPC, and that was that.
So, Minister, with the independent expert panel for mining in the catchment, do you meet with them or get briefed by them in terms of their work?
I have not met with them, no.
Are they meeting regularly?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I didn't take that on notice as to how frequently their meetings are, but Mr Gainsford might have some additional insights.
Are you referring to the independent expert panel with regard to catchment or...
mining in the catchment.
Mining in the catchment? Look, I'd have to take that on notice as well.
Okay, all right. Minister, so you haven't read this report, but it did uncover...
Well, I haven't read it in the Journal of Hydrology. I have, as I said to you, I did hear reference to it on ABC Illawarra.
So in some places, for example, the cracking along certain parts of the river is 500 metres long. It can't be remediated. This was all known, and it was in the original conditions of approval, and it also...
And those conditions of approval were when, sorry?
It also, I'm not sure when
But prior to
that
March
is.
25th, 2023.
Just because...
but I asked because, you know, it's important that we understand the age of the... And I don't know if Mr Gainsford has the date, but it's been a long-standing consent.
Yes, and I'm asking you about this though, because there are also continued applications for extensions of longwall mining within the catchment. And I'm asking you, as Minister, if you're aware of these reports
I'm aware,
as
I've
to
told
the
you I'm aware
impact
of the reports.
longwall mining on the catchment.
I'm aware of the reports. As I said to you, I heard reference to the report on ABC Illawarra the other day. I haven't had a chance to go and find the source material from the Journal of Hydrology.
Right, and so if mistakes have been made in the past, you've just indicated that was before you got to government, potentially in terms of those conditions of approval, one of which was an absurd offset some way away, 598 hectares of land at Maddens Plain for the destruction, essentially, of these peatlands. That was undertaken prior
so you're
to
holding
you getting...
me responsible
no,
for it?
No, the question is that was undertaken prior. You seem to be implying that you do think that's an issue. So will you commit now to actually protecting Sydney water catchment from any more longwall mining?
Well,
in terms
I
of
don't know that there's
extensions
any,
and approvals
I mean, Mr Gainsford may correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know that there's any new proposals for additional longwall mining beyond what's already been approved under the Sydney water catchment. Unless there's some proposal I'm unaware of.
I would think Peabody has got an application for more longwall mining in terms of expanding, additional panels. That's correct, isn't it, Mr Gainsford?
I might need to take that on notice.
But that is correct.
I think
which mine are you referring to?
So this is a metropolitan colliery.
I think though, I'm happy to clarify this, and it was before my time, as you correctly point out, Ms. Veerman, but I think the conditions of consent with regard to the metropolitan mine it's a panel by panel approval in terms of the final side, the panel width and heights. Now, I stand to be corrected on that because that's just something of a relative local knowledge.
I believe that's the case.
Than anything else.
So my understanding is that Peabody actually has about 6 up for approval at the same time. So perhaps you could look at that. We can talk about it in the afternoon.
Sure.
Okay, just lastly at this point, the Bowden's silver mine, which was recently rejected by the courts in terms of that approval, is it the intention of the planning department, should Bowden's lodge another DA, to issue a new set of CEARs and undergo the process again and ensure thorough community consultation throughout that process?
Look, I'll defer to Mr Gainsford as to how that might apply, but it'll depend on the nature of the application.
Yes, and so thank you, Minister. So, Ms Veerman, obviously that court decision is fairly recent. It's 2 weeks ago, I believe. We're obviously still taking the findings into account and looking at what the implications may be. I guess some of this is dealing with hypotheticals in terms of what the company might decide to do. At this point in time, we don't have an application in front of us.
So Minister, just though to get a sense of the direction you'd prefer, the community did have feedback from the last consultation process that there were aspects that were left out of the original CEARs, such as the quite extensive, it didn't take into consideration as much as it should have, the extensive impact on biodiversity and threatened ecological communities, and of course the impact of the transmission lines, which of course is what this will be about. But do you, just from a principles perspective, think that the community should we should make sure that the whole mine, once again, is considered. The community is able to provide feedback on some of those issues that weren't taken into consideration.
Again, as we're dealing with a hypothetical here, that proposal went through the full assessment involving multiple government agencies, involving community feedback, including the Independent Planning Commission, and it met all the requirements to be assessed and approved by the planning system in New South Wales. What the proponent may seek to do next, I cannot speculate on. I don't want to speculate on, and what the assessment or otherwise process might be, should something come before the planning system. Again, I'm not going to speculate on because we are ultimately dealing with hypotheticals, and I would not want people to misinterpret anything that I might say at this point when there's no proposal before the planning system.
Thank you. Just following on from Ms. Fairman's questions, the department's not considering appealing or lodging an application for special leave from the Court of Appeal decision, are you?
It wouldn't be our place to do that. That would be the proponent's decision, not the department's.
Has there been any discussion with you about that potential with the proponent, that they are considering potentially a special leave application?
They have not discussed that with myself or Mr. Gainsford, but obviously that's for them to determine, not for us to dictate.
And just on this, in terms of that judgment, it was a judgment, I suppose, that really has impacts more broadly than this particular mine, because let's face it, for decades now, we've done development assessments and approvals from the Land and Environment Court's decisions perspective, and I think Justice Duggan made it pretty clear that, that's a separate thing and we can do that. What's your approach now, Minister, and have you given any instruction to your department about such a significant or potentially significant change in approach?
Obviously, it's only a very recent decision, and like all decisions of whatever court that may impact the planning system, I've sought advice on what the department believes the implications may be for process, and I'll consider that advice when I receive it.
It wouldn't be the best approach for a minister to then try to sort of circumvent any decision and seek to kind of change the law in any way when it's such a clear decision about how to approach development and development assessment.
I think Ms. Higginson, I haven't had the opportunity to fully read, and I'm not a lawyer, so it may not be may be beyond me. I don't know that I haven't had a chance to read the decision in full, and it would be premature for me to speculate.
But from a principle perspective, again,
look,
if the court's made a very sensible ruling or a finding that...
Well, I mean, your version of some people may characterise it in other ways. It's a matter of perspective. But what we will do is I will receive advice. The department and other arms of government, where necessary, will consider the nature of the judgment. I'll receive advice and then consider it.
And I think that, Minister, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the reality is now that in so many ways, and I know you understand this from the environmental perspective, development across the landscape is coming to that point where if we're not doing thorough and comprehensive assessments, we are losing biodiversity and impacting the environment now at rates that we've never seen in the past. And hence, having this kind of approach to development assessment is probably the best approach, where we take the whole project into account.
Well, I think that in reflecting on this particular judgment, I'll receive the advice and consider it, but the requirements of the Act remain, and that is to consider the environmental, the social, the economic implications of any development. And I think that we have a robust system in New South Wales, because to the best of my knowledge, and again, I stand to be corrected, but to the best of my knowledge, that judgment was not about the assessment process itself, but it was about what was assessed.
Well, precisely, and the fact that a
Yeah,
whole
but
part of the
that's
development
but that's
wasn't.
right. And
So, Mick,
yeah,
can I
again,
move on
I'm not going to go down a path of speculating on what may or may be in a judgment that I haven't had the opportunity to fully consume, that I haven't received advice on. But I would suffice to say that any judgment that may have implications for the planning system is one that needs to be taken into consideration.
And so are you aware, and I know my colleague Ms Fairman's very aware of this, are you aware that the now declared invalid and void approval of Bowden's was going to clear around 180 hectares of a critically endangered woodland, of which there is only 4% left in New South Wales on the western slopes, and that you can't offset it?
Well,
Were you aware of that?
I'm aware that the Bowden's project went through the full planning and assessment process in New South Wales, including through the Independent Planning Commission, with a public hearing, I think it was. That's correct. Public hearing.
Funny
that it met the requirements of that. What it didn't meet, it appears, and again, I have not, and I say this without having fully consumed the judgment or receiving the advice, but from what I understand, is the fact that it did not take in, the assessment did not take into account a transmission line was the issue with it.
And do you just, could you just make that commitment now, though, that I think Ms Fairman was getting at? If, in the event, a proponent does come back to you, would you agree to allow the community to have input on any Secretary's environmental assessment required, given it was so wrong last time?
Well, your characterisation...
No, it's not mine, it's the court's. It was the Court of Appeal.
Well,
3 judges, not mine.
Well, no, two out of 3 judges, I think it was. You know, but anyway, let's not get the facts get in the way of things. But I will make the commitment that the planning system will contemplate any proposal that may come before it.
I think, is there a precedent in the department where communities have been able to have input into Secretary's environmental assessment requirements in the past? I vaguely recall under Secretary McNally that was a possibility.
Issues them, not me.
Look, it's Chair. It's not a normal course of events in terms of seeking.
We're not living in a
community
normal
input
world.
into Secretary's environmental assessment reports. I mean, I guess what I would refer to is that all of the documentation that's prepared, as part of assessment process, is made publicly, including the scoping report that's received. Associated with the Secretary's environmental assessment requirements. We don't limit people in terms of making, receiving correspondence from people and people making submissions to us.
Thank you. I just want to go back to something that we have discussed in the past, Minister, and this is about matters of national environmental significance. And obviously this is again, I think because the impacts that we are having across the environment, and because we are literally in an extinction crisis, and again, we can look at every report, State of the Environment report, wherever we want to look, our impacts on biodiversity are getting more and more pointed. In answers to supplementary questions, it was made clear that the Secretary does not provide advice on referrals under Section 69A of the EPBC Act. So who does prepare advice on those referrals?
I'll defer to
Mr. Gainsford.
Mr. Gainsford.
So thank you, Chair. So with regard to referrals, most of the time, I think as you would be aware, those referrals are made by the applicant. We often, where there is a referral that's made by the applicant and the Commonwealth has decided that there is a matter of national environmental significance that's effectively a controlled action, I think as you would be aware, we then commonly go through a bilateral assessment process.
So I'm referring more about the Minister's powers to make a referral where a proponent is potentially, a recalcitrant or just a proponent that wants to say they're not having an impact on a matter of environmental significance. I just want to understand why does the Minister, why do you not use that power when you're asked to?
Have you got a case in point?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I've referred to a couple of them in previous estimates, but the Wallam development is obviously one.
Well, okay, well, let's go to the Wallam development, because I know we've gone over this before, but I think it's important that we do look at it in the full context of things. The Commonwealth was well and truly aware, and that was the advice that had been provided to us, that it was aware of the development, it was aware of the consideration of that development, and that I was satisfied of its awareness. The applicant, this had been extensively explored by the Commonwealth, and both the Commonwealth and the New South Wales departments of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water had been in contact with the proponent regarding that development.
And the proponent didn't refer. The communities now had to go to the federal court.
Well,
the federal court has granted an injunction.
Yeah, and as
there's
it's
still
before the courts,
people
I'm
on
not-
the side. Would it not just have been sensible to refer the project and have it just assessed?
It would have been completely unnecessary because it was already assessed by the Commonwealth.
No, the Commonwealth hadn't assessed it. That's precisely the point. You were
This
the
matter
only
is going to
person.
be dealt with in the federal court, and I think it should remain in that forum.
So you think that communities should have to go to that massive extent when you have a simple power to write a letter
As
of
I've
caution?
said multiple times about this matter, and I appreciate you want to re-prosecute it, and that you maintain that it should be not be considered a usual development. The fact is, the Department of Planning had been in discussions with the Commonwealth Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water about the matter. That Commonwealth Department confirmed that its power to refer the matter is rarely used and is discretionary, but there was also, they advised that they are well aware of the proposed development and had been in contact with the proponent. A referral would have achieved nothing.
No, that's a very interesting view of your powers, Minister.
Well, I mean,
we're
you and I
over-
take a different view of those powers. That's fine. We're able to disagree.
We will take.
Respectfully, we're able to disagree.
I will take this
Right?
up with you later, given what the judge has said in the court. Over to you, colleague.
Thank you. Minister, the National Housing Accord has begun now.
60 days in.
Yep. So how many houses have been completed in those 60 days? Let's start with that.
Look, I'd have to take completions on notice because they're only reported periodically. As you'd be aware, the measure is by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, so it doesn't report on a daily basis. So we could only provide you with that information once it's done. However, I know right now there are 73,000 dwellings under construction in New South Wales.
Thank you, Minister.
And
So-
more on the way.
So,
Because
Minister-
we got rid of your Todd bill.
So,
your
Minister,
anti-housing bill's gone.
Minister, what is your expectation in terms of the number of homes that you'll be delivering this year?
Look, I'm not in the game of providing year-by-year forecasts.
Why not?
But what I am in the game is setting up the planning system to not only deliver for the period of the housing accord, but beyond it. I'm in the business of making sure that people aren't getting in the way of delivering good, well-located homes for people into the future, and I'm pleased the upper house agreed with me.
So, Minister, aren't you responsible for actually being the delivery agency effectively for that housing
No, I'm
accord?
responsible for the planning system.
So, Minister...
So the delivery agency comes in a number of organisations. Landcom's a delivery agency. Homes New South
But you're the
Wales is a
responsible
delivery
minister.
agency. Private developers are delivery agencies. Landcom will be delivering its share. It's got multiple houses underway at the moment, and will continue to deliver them.
So, Minister, so you've got no expectation for a target this year at all?
Look, the target I'm working towards is 377,000 homes over the period of the housing accord.
Okay, so you're not tracking it on a yearly basis at all and
I'm
working out
tracking it
what
all
you
the-
need to do
I'm
in terms of actually changing the settings if you fall short?
I'm tracking it all the time, as are you. You know, I know
We
you're
can have
tracking
competing
it all the time.
trackers.
And the important thing is, you know what? In the Todd development areas, we've got more DAs in at the moment in those areas than you had votes against it in the upper house.
So, Minister, how many are you expecting in Taralba in the housing accord period?
The amount that we're expecting in those Todd locations are based on a 15-year horizon, as you are well aware.
But Minister, in the housing accord
as
period,
you
let's
are
be
well
specific.
aware.
The housing
And-
accord period, you provided figures. You said 16,000 for the housing accord
no,
period.
no,
You did. You actually, your
amounts
very
have been-
helpful departmental officials came before this inquiry when we were having the Todd inquiry and said 16,000 over the accord period. So that, of course, is
the amount in Taralba
over the 15 years that we
What about
have
the 5,
estimated-
Minister? What about the 5?
Over the 15 years that we have estimated, as is reported to your committee, your anti-housing committee, is 6,697 homes. What's your target? Zero?
Minister,
your target zero.
Minister,
isn't
your
it?
expectation
Your
in those
target's
5
zero,
years.
isn't it?
Minister,
It's
your
zero.
expectation in those
Zero.
5 years was it
Confirmed.
0?
Liberal
Was
Party's
it 0,
target
Minister?
for housing in
Minister,
New South
was
Wales,
it 0 for
zero.
those 5 years? Does the
Zero.
number
Mate,
0
you have no
ring a
credibility
bell?
when it comes
Does the
to
number
talking
0
about
ring a
housing.
bell?
You had 12
Is that your
votes.
target, 0?
You had 12 votes.
5 years, 0?
Your target is 0, yes.
Your target
is
0. Taralba,
no,
0.
my target is not 0. My aim is to set up the planning
What
system
information
to
did you
deliver.
provide to Hunter Water with respect to the Taralba, Todd, as to your expectation under the Housing Accord period?
I'll defer to Ms Gibson about the decision, but look, the important thing is that, as you've identified, is we've identified areas where there's excess capacity in enabling infrastructure to provide those homes, and we'll continue to work on them. And I'll continue to oppose and make sure that the upper house and the lower house opposes your anti-housing bills
Minister,
as you bowl them up again,
I'll
as
come
you
back to-
continue to do, because your anti-housing party, you know,
Minister,
and-
I'll come
and
back
that's-
to I'll
that
come
you've
back
got
to
zero
I'll
credibility
come back
on
to
this issue.
Ms Gibson later on. So anti-housing.
Oh, so you'd actually don't want to hear the answer.
I'm
You're
very
not
happy to hear the
interested
answer,
in
and I'm
the
happy to
answer,
hear
are
it
you?
later on. But
You're
we've
not
only got a
interested in the
limited time
answer.
from
You're
you.
a joke.
And Minister, you talk about an anti-housing party. What about Warren Kirby out in Riverstone? Is he part of the anti-housing party?
Warren Kirby's been advocating for infrastructure that you left out, that your government left out.
Minister,
Now, you are
Warren
kidding
Kirby
yourself.
wanted a bit
You
of
are
a
kidding
pause, didn't he?
yourself. You are kidding yourself.
Minister,
Warren
did
Kirby,
the member for Riverstone ask you for a bit of a pause on development in his electorate?
Warren Kirby has asked for a catch-up in infrastructure, and guess what? This is the government that's delivering on it. Because you, you can laugh, Ms Munro, if you like, but you are a strong supporter of housing in your first speech, in your inaugural speech, and then you voted against housing. I mean, you know, the as Senator Bragg said, the Liberal Party in New South Wales is playing footsies with NIMBYs. And as a result, people are leaving New South Wales.
So, Minister, is Warren Kirby an NIMBY? Is Michelle Rowland an NIMBY?
No, neither of those are. What they want is a catch-up on the infrastructure that you left out when you were in office, and that's why we're
Michelle Rowland's asking.
That's why we're delivering.
Stop the high rise in.
That's why we're
Stanhope
delivering.
Gardens. Is
That's
she an
why
NIMBY?
we're delivering major upgrades to the Ponds and Rouse Hill High Schools. We've recently completed Glenwood High School. We've got 5 new primary schools and high schools underway. We've got $700 million being invested in Rouse Hill Hospital, and while Ray Williams doesn't want an emergency department in that hospital, there's going to be one. We've got an urban roads fund with $991 million over the next 4 years,
been to Old Windsor
which has
Road,
been met
Minister?
by an additional $962
Windsor
million
Road?
from the Commonwealth Government, which has things like upgrade to Garfield Road in Riverstone and the like. So I think you're misplaced once again. When it comes to it, I know you don't like housing.
No, Minister,
I know
it
you,
seems like,
I know
it
you,
seems like
I know
Minister,
you. This
Minister,
week,
these are the same concerns that we've been raising.
Point of order. You're the chair. In the last couple of weeks.
Point of order. I'm hearing.
Right, let's go through what's happened in the last
I'm hearing the point of order.
weeks.
I'm funnily enough the chair in this scenario at the moment. So.
Oh well, that's fair. I mean, that's even-handed, isn't it?
Yes, I'm hearing the point of order from Ms. Fairman.
It's like putting Dracula in charge of the blood bank.
Maybe the ministers need to make sure that they don't put clashes on, so because it's very difficult for us. But the point of order is that you're the chair as well, and I'm just hoping, because there's nobody to actually control this situation, I'm just pointing it out that you are the chair. So could you please try not to speak over each other? Just a suggestion for the helpful facilitation of this
Thank you very
session.
much, Ms. Fairman. I'll uphold the point of order between myself and the minister. See, fairness. And I'll continue questioning. I'll continue questioning when it comes to question and answer. So, Minister, with respect to the concerns that have been raised by the member for Riverstone and also with respect to the member for Greenway, these are similar to what the coalition have been raising.
Well, actually,
why don't you?
They're very much not.
You characterise one as being anti-housing, the others are fighting for their fair share of infrastructure.
They're very much not. No, you know why? Because Mr. Kirby didn't introduce a bill to overturn the TODSEP. Minister Rowland, didn't introduce a bill in the federal parliament to overturn the TODSEP. But what we've done, let's have a look at the past few weeks. So a couple of weeks ago, the upper house, in a resounding victory for common sense, something that I rarely use
Minister,
when it comes to the upper house.
Minister, my question is about. Minister, my question is about Mr. Kirby
And
Ms.
I'm
Rowland.
answering your question. I
And
appreciate
Minister,
you don't like
so
it, but I think you're
Warren
trying
Kirby
to
launched a
suggest-
petition.
you're
We've had
trying
more
to
than our fair
suggest-
share. The day before,
Yes,
the
and
day before,
and he's in support of
the
their
day before you
rebalancing of-
proposed 8,000 new
he's
high-rise
support-
in his
Mr.
electorate.
Mr. Kirby is in support of our rebalancing of the housing targets. Are you?
So the rebalancing
Are
of
you?
the housing targets is Blacktown being number 2 on the list. Is that the rebalancing?
Are you Are you in favour of the rebalancing of our housing targets or not?
Minister, this
No,
is a
no, no,
rebalancing
no,
that has...
no,
Minister, guess what? I'll
let's
give
answer
your
the
own
question.
point of order on
Let's
this
answer
one.
the
You can't
question.
ask the questions
Right?
in this
No,
committee.
no, I
you can come
can.
back in a few years'
I
time.
can.
But Minister,
I
you
can.
can't.
You don't like your answers. I mean,
Minister,
okay,
Minister,
we want to look at Blacktown.
Minister,
We
I'm
wanna
asking...
look at
Okay,
Blacktown. Let's have
Blacktown,
a
the
look at the
second
housing
highest.
targets. Okay.
On the
Because when
target?
you set a housing target, it's important to remember you don't start from a blank piece of paper. Right? Just when you're catching up on an infrastructure deficit left by the government before you, you don't start with a blank piece of... Oh, there you start with blank infrastructure. Just like when you're trying to draw down and pay back debt that you inherited, you don't start with a blank piece of paper. So, in Blacktown, the total housing target over the 5 years is 21,400. Now, of those, 17,160, or 80%, for those of you doing the maths, are already in the system. Right?
Mate,
So that means the
all
additionality.
Minister,
the
all
additionality.
councils have
What you're
disputed
upset
that
with-
already
what you're
in the
upset
system.
With is areas that you've quarantined from housing because you said, oh, it's okay to shove
Well,
housing
Minister,
over
are
there
you going to
with
are
no
you going to
infrastructure,
quarantine?
which
Are
is
you going
why
to
we're having
quarantine
to deal
Stanhope
with it.
Gardens and Glenwood from those proposals?
We're on public exhibition for...
And are you going to quarantine Stanhope Gardens and Glenwood?
We are on public exhibition for a master plan around 6 sites, essentially, because we joined Kellyville and Bella Vista, those sites at the moment. I hope you got your views in.
Minister, why didn't you ask Warren Kirby to join you for the announcement at Kellyville Station?
The announcement... Sorry,
Of the accelerated precincts. Why didn't you ask Warren Kirby to join you? Did you ask Warren Kirby?
I didn't
to join
ask
you?
anyone to join me, because I'm a big boy. I could do the announcements by myself.
Well, you mustn't have been so big the next week because you asked Jason Yatsen-Leader would join you in Homebush.
Actually, Jason approached me.
Did he?
So Jason's keen for housing.
And
the
funnily
businesses
enough,
around him-
you actually were doing the
businesses-
announcement outside of somewhere that hasn't been rezoned when you
businesses-
actually
the
put
big-
all of it
yeah, and
in North
I'll tell you
Strathfield
why-
instead.
I'll tell you why. Because that business there wants more people in that area because it's better for their business. Now, I noticed in the Sydney Morning Herald today, and I'll get it, so I don't want to misquote you, because it says, you described the figures as pie in the sky. Well, I mean, they're either...
Well, Minister, Minister,
they're
we'll pick
either-
up on my
they're
quotes
either
here.
the-
You
they're
either
an
are
unforgivable
proceeding with
betrayal.
20,000.
They're an unforgivable betrayal
chair
yesterday.
again is
They're
now
pie in the
talking
sky
over the
today.
member.
Right, so I don't know which one it is, right, because you haven't settled on a position.
Well,
and they
Minister-
don't bear any resemblance to what's going to be built. Arguing the government expects a number
you've
of
got
houses
zero
in an
Taralva.
area with no business.
Minister,
You know what's
Chair
going to
has to
happen?
rule.
You know what's going to happen in those
Minister-
areas?
Either the chair
is there's
takes
gonna be
my
business
point of
Minister,
order.
I will
set
take
up.
the point of
The
order.
party-
Minister,
the
I will
party
take
of
the...
business. The
Minister,
party of business
Minister,
is anti-small
Minister,
business.
I'm actually
Anti-small
trying to give
business.
one of your members a point of order against me. So.
Against you to enable the minister to answer.
Okay. I think we've had the Minister answer, even through your point of order.
Oh, no, I've got
And we'll
plenty
continue
more.
on.
I've got
so,
plenty more.
Minister, to that point, you announced 20,000 in Kellyville, Bella Vista, Todds. If you are to listen to Warren Kirby...
We announced a public exhibition process for a rezoning proposal and a master planning exercise.
delivering 20,000 homes, of which, if you
And
are
jobs.
to listen...
Let's not ignore
if
the
you
jobs.
If you are to listen to Warren Kirby, what's going to be your revision in terms of actually removing Stanhope Gardens and Glenwood out of that proposal?
See, this is the thing, is we listen to everyone. Now, have you got your submission in?
Minister, I'm interested in the submissions
I'll take
of the
that as a
people
no.
of...
I'll
I'm
take
interested
that
in the
as a
submissions
no.
of the people of
I'll take that
Glenwood
as
and
a
Stanhope
no.
Gardens.
I'll take
Why,
that
when
as
you
a
made
no.
that
You haven't
announcement,
got
didn't
a
you actually
submission in.
point out the fact that
You haven't
the
got a
majority of the development was actually happening in the Blacktown LGA, the majority
Because
in
you
Glenwood...
just asked about Blacktown.
The majority in Glenwood and Stanhope Gardens. You called it the Kellyville Bella Vista, Todd, but
Yes,
the
'cause it's around
reality is that
Kellyville and
18,000 of
Bella
those
Vista
residents
metro
are
stations.
supposed to be delivered in both Stanhope Gardens and also in Glenwood.
So are they near Kellyville and Bella Vista stations? They're near Kellyville, aren't they? Across the road?
Minister.
They
What
are,
about
aren't they?
Minister?
Can you confirm that that's near Kellyville metro station?
Have you been to either Stanhope Gardens or to Glenwood,
I have.
Minister? Have
I
you
have.
been down the Old Windsor Road?
I have.
And Minister,
Have you been on the metro out there?
Do you listen? Pardon?
Have you been on the metro out there?
I
You
have
stood
been
in
on the
front of
metro.
it saying that there was no
Minister,
infrastructure.
I've
That's right. You
been-
stood in
Minister,
front of it
I've
saying
been on the
there was no
metro, and
infrastructure.
Minister, I
a
will say to you-
multi-billion-dollar train line, no infrastructure.
Okay, well, Minister, Warren Kirby, your local member's the one who's saying there's no infrastructure. He's the one who's complaining about the traffic onto Old Windsor Road.
To schools, is referring to hospital. I'll run through the list for you again.
And he's
because
run
you
through
clearly
Old
missed
Windsor
it.
Road as well, Minister. So, Minister,
the major
what are
upgrades-
your
major
plans?
upgrades
Minister,
to the
what are
Ponds,
your
Rouse Hill
plans?
High Schools. Recently, we completed Glenwood High School. We've got 5 new primary
Minister,
school
you're
and high
proposing
schools planned in the
20,000
Tallawong and Box
additional-
Hill communities.
Minister.
We've got $700 million being invested in the new Rouse Hill Hospital. We've got an urban roads fund of $991 million
Minister,
over the next 4
Minister,
years, along with a
specifically.
matched amount,
Okay,
almost
thank you,
matched
Minister.
amount from the
Minister,
Commonwealth,
I'm
includes
redirecting you.
upgrades to,
Okay, Minister,
to Garfield Road.
I'm redirecting.
Point of order.
So what?
Point
Have you
of
got a point of
order.
order against the Minister?
No, I'm taking point of order against you. You cannot redirect in these.
You can redirect. It has been established before.
Order. Point of order again. Can I say to you, and I urge you to seek advice from the clerk before I move dissent. You cannot redirect in these committees, and I'd ask you to take advice from the clerk in this.
Been updated.
Okay.
It's been updated. That by the clerk of the Parliament.
Well, it was upheld in a previous committee hearing this week in terms of redirection and the allowance of redirection. So, anyways, Minister, are you
I
concluded?
urge you to take.
So are we
that
ruling on
very
the point of order, or
I don't know.
I'll wait till the point of order is ruled on.
Well,
If you're saying the
look,
clerk
I'm
of the
asking,
Parliament
I'm
is
allowing the
wrong.
Minister to finish. Is the Minister finished his answer, okay?
Okay.
Well, hang on, there's a point of order. Our rules might be different to yours, but I think you've still got to deal with the point of order.
To the point of order, can I suggest that if the member who is now the acting chair hasn't read the clerk's advice, to perhaps refrain from really ruling until you do, because I don't think we'd want a
Well,
chair
that is
to
why I'm
rule
effectively
on
allowing the
this
Minister to
if they
answer
haven't
the
read the
question.
clerk's
Okay.
advice.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I take that you're not upholding. You're upholding or not
Well,
upholding?
I'm keeping it in abeyance, and I'm allowing you to finish.
Right.
you
So
are concluded.
as I was saying, Mr. Kirby's view, and Mr. Kirby is saying that he was left his community, and he's absolutely right in this, was left with a schools and hospitals infrastructure deficit. Right. We are making up for that, and I'll run you through the list because you clearly haven't listened to it. The Ponds and Rouse Hill High Schools recently completed Glenwood High School, 5 new primary and high-risk schools in planning in Tallawong and Box Hill communities. $700 million is being invested in Rouse Hill Hospital, including an emergency department. There's multiple road upgrades going in the northwest of Sydney. Mr. Kirby's point about having done their fair share is that under the previous government, the housing targets were slanted so that people who were getting big infrastructure investments in certain parts of Sydney were not doing their fair share, were not taking the housing and the jobs that should come with having those massive infrastructure investments. You know the ones I mean because you've stood outside them and claimed that there weren't infrastructure investments. But in fact, this government's gone to great lengths to acknowledge the fact that they were commenced under the previous government. But with that infrastructure comes a responsibility to do your fair share of housing. Our housing targets start to do that rebalancing across Sydney, but the reality is you don't start with a blank piece of paper. I appreciate that you guys don't want any housing anywhere, but we're not going to tell people who are putting their life and their hopes and their dreams into a new home in Blacktown, a great place to live, or the southwest or somewhere like that, that suddenly you can't do it now because there's a change of government. We want people to continue to do that, but what we are doing is rebalancing so there's more infill development around existing transport infrastructure where there's capacity in the water and wastewater system, because that, even from a taxpayer and economic perspective and an environmental perspective, is far more efficient.
So, Mr. Kirby is now satisfied, is he, with the 8,000 additional residents you proposed because of all that infrastructure you've just outlined?
You'd have to ask Mr. Kirby about his level of satisfaction. I wouldn't be one to comment on someone's level of satisfaction.
Is the member for
yours on the other
is the member
hand,
for
you know, you're
Greenway?
unsatisfied.
Is the member for Greenway satisfied after your infrastructure list you've just outlined?
Look, I don't know if the member for Greenway just listened to whether the infrastructure list is on there, but I'm sure you could give her a bell and find out.
Well, has the member for Greenway spoken to you about it?
I speak to the member for Greenway on a number of occasions. In fact, we work really closely together through the Ministerial Council on dealing with telecommunications infrastructure in new housing estates, because that's been a great frustration of hers in areas like the
Well, it
Ponds
seems
and
like
other
the
places.
rezoning in Stanhope Gardens and Glenwood's a great frustration of hers as well.
Oh, your characterisation, not mine.
Well, I think her characterisation, she's actually put out "Stop the High Rise" in Glenwood and Stanhope Gardens, Minister.
Well, your characterisation, not
No,
mine.
that's
I
her
think the
characterisation,
best-
Minister.
I think the best people to be able to speak to Minister Rowland's views on matter would be Minister Rowland.
Have you seen Minister Rowland's private member statement in the Federal Parliament?
Look, I've seen lots of things, and including I've read Minister Rowland's private member statement. Minister Rowland and I have known each other for a very long time. We were in Young Labor together many years ago.
So-
Not that many.
That many.
Not
that
that
many.
many.
That many. So
Let's
Minister,
cut out one of those minis.
So Minister, the member for Greenway is petitioning you to stop the rezoning in Stanhope Gardens.
See, this is what a public exhibition process is about, right? This is why we've gone through the exercise.
But we're apparently the anti-housing party, and these people are all fine with community concerns. But Minister,
Well,
are you going to actually listen to the
really hope
concerns
you put
of?
in your
Are you
submission.
going to actually listen to the concerns of the member for Greenway, the member for Riverston, and also, of course, the members for Kellyville and the member for Winston Hills?
We're going to look at all the submissions, right? Because we don't selectively choose them as it suits our needs. I'll look at even your submission if you put one in.
So, Minister,
did you put one in?
Minister, with respect,
You didn't put one
Minister,
in, did you?
with respect,
You missed
to-
the deadline. We'll
Minister,
accept the late submission.
Minister,
for
I'm
you.
interested in the people actually being able to get
We'll
submissions in
we'll
who
put
actually
in a
live
late-
in these
we'll accept
areas.
the late submission
And
for you,
there
Mr.
were no
Farmer.
submissions for anyone who lived in any of the Todd zones, were there?
Well,
You never had a public process for that, did you, Minister?
Well, actually, we went through a consultation process with the councils, and
Not with the individuals, did you, Minister?
Sorry,
Not with the individuals, did you? Not with the impacted individuals in those areas?
what did you want me to go knock on every door? I'm happy to go.
I wanted
knock
you
on
to actually
doors.
go out
I'm
for
happy to
public
go knock on
exhibition,
doors in
Minister, just like
Trinidad
you've done with
because
these zones.
I actually,
Why don't they get afforded the same opportunity?
the process is far bigger when it comes to the accelerated precincts. We set out exactly how we were going to do this at the very beginning, right? And the Todd SEP, as you would know, because you tried to overturn it legislatively, so you would have read it. The Todd SEP only remains in place while ever a council hasn't done the strategic planning to go beyond it, and that's why a number of the councils have got a slightly later date of commencement, so they were able to refine the areas, to do different things in terms of the settings that they might want to do. Take Dapto for instance. It was originally, if you just simply drew a circle of 400 metres circumference, diameter around the radius, around the station. It would have taken areas to the west as well as the east. Wollongong City Council sensibly sat down, worked through with us, and came up with an arrangement that will actually deliver more homes. Good, responsible.
Why wasn't
council.
everyone afforded the same
Good
opportunity, Minister?
But everyone
rather than you
was.
just drawing circles on that?
Everyone was. And guess what? Everyone but one engaged in it.
Okay, over to Ms Fairman. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Minister, Peabody Coal again has lodged a scoping letter. This is in relation to its Wilpinjong mine, project modification 3. It's lodged a scoping letter to expand that mine. The proposal is to disturb an additional 350 hectares of land. It's outside the current approved area in terms of its exploration licence. It's going to shift the Sandy Hollow railway line, bring the open cut mine to within 500 metres of the Walla village. Is the department considering the status of the latest proposed expansion, this one, so it's assessed as a new project rather than a modification?
I'll ask Mr Gainsford to speak to that one.
So, Ms Fairman, my understanding is that we haven't received documentation yet.
You've received, except the scoping letter?
We've received the scoping letter, that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
Minister, a lot of coal expansions in New South Wales. In fact, 9 of the at least 17 coal mine expansions planned for New South Wales are avoiding scrutiny of the Independent Planning Commission because they're being lodged as modifications. But they're substantial in many ways, and as I'm sure you're aware, the modification assessment pathway is not supposed to be used for substantial projects, but this is what's happening.
Yeah.
Will you have a look at this? This Wilpinjong, for example, is a huge project, and it should be assessed as a new project. In fact, I think Labor committed to that before the election.
Look, I'm happy to have a look at it.
to have a look to see whether it should be independent. Thank you for saying that. What about some of the others that are being put through as well? Because it seems a bit of a...
As we've already established here, I'm not going to make broad sweeping statements with the assessment process.
Minister, with respect, it's not broad sweeping statements.
Well,
It's
you are.
actually
You're asking me
alerting to
agreeing
you.
to
It's
a
actually
whole host of things,
alerting
and
you
there's
to what the planning department is doing and requesting that you ensure that there's independent oversight so that the community has faith in the process.
If you allow me to complete my answer, a number of the modifications do need to meet a test for them to be considered modifications. That's the first point called, right? Beyond that, then I'll consider the circumstances of individual cases. But any modification, as Mr. Gainsford will tell you, because I'm sure you're going to explore this later today, needs to meet a test, which is a well-known test within planning law.
Thank you. Minister, could you please confirm that no temporary housing residents in the Northern Rivers after the floods will be paying rent or licensing fees?
The government said that they'll not be paying rent.
Okay, so you're confirming that it will not happen. What about licensing fees?
There may be consideration of a licensing fee, but there's been no final. That hasn't been put in place.
Could you please explain what those licensing fees might include?
A fee to license to occupy.
And that's the only fee?
Well,
Any idea about calculations, when that decision
I'll defer to Ms. Quilty.
Well, I might ask later, given we have time this afternoon. Are you aware of the quantum of licensing fees in terms of how much it will cost?
Well, there's been no final decisions made on this matter, so no, I'm not aware of the final decision because there hasn't been one.
Is there a timeline to make those final decisions?
Look, when any decisions are made, the government will announce them.
Sure, but are they under consideration at the moment? Are we talking weeks? Are we talking months? How much time do the residents have to wait?
This has been an often discussed thing. The Community Leaders Forum in the Northern Rivers have raised this on several occasions. Because I don't think it was ever the intention for people to live free forever. But what we are working on and what our priority is to get people into permanent housing.
So, how are you making those decisions in line with the department? Are you consulting with them regularly about this?
I work with the Reconstruction Authority on all the time.
So, you haven't set out a timeline for the residents?
To the best of my knowledge, we haven't set out a timeline. I think we've set out a timeline where we hope to have them into permanent housing, but I'll defer to Ms. Quilty for whether there's been a communication.
Okay, well, I might just keep on with you if that's okay, Minister. So, in terms of your, obviously we've got this afternoon for the bureaucrats.
Well, I just thought when you asked the question,
we're asking you, Minister, for the consideration of the residents, how they should be planning their financial affairs in relation to this matter.
Look, I think I'm not a financial advisor, so for me to give financial advice would mean I'm offending Commonwealth law. But I think in any circumstances, people should be considering that there is a cost of housing.
Right.
I've got a cost of housing. I'm sure you do. I mean, I don't live rent-free. I mean, some people might live rent-free in people's heads,
yes,
but
these
that's about
people
it.
got assured that they wouldn't have to pay rent, and now we've
they
got
won't
a
be
different
we've got
a different definition of rent
They won't
under
be paying
licensing
rent.
fees, so that your government
We
can
have
get
no
around.
questions. Again, we are very satisfied with the Minister's
Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
Thank you so much. All right, all. So, thank you very much, Minister Scully, for attending this hearing. We are finished with your questioning, but we will now break for lunch and we'll return at 2 p.m. for further questioning with all the other wonderful people here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. We'll now recommence. And Ms Fishburn, I believe you have some matters you'd like to clear up.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask first Ms Gibson, then Mr Gainsford to clear up a few things we took on notice.
Chair, there were two matters that we had some questions about. One in relation to the zoning of land at Old Windsor Road. So just confirming that the land is currently zoned SP2, which is a place of public worship and education site where there's no height or FSR proposed. The planning controls are for a residential zoning. That's what's on consultation at the moment, allowing up to about 55 metres or 15 stories. There has been a meeting held with the landowner on the 21st of August, and the matter about the grant was raised in that meeting. And it's a pretty usual thing for us during the exhibition to talk with a site proponent about the issues on exhibition. Just the second matter was about the number of granny flats or secondary dwellings that have been approved. In the financial year to the 30th of June this year, there were 3,273 secondary dwellings. That's how we would define them in the planning system, as granny flats. And in the year to date, so till the 31st of July, there was another 274 approved.
And so, Chair, and I'm sure there may well be some more questions about some of these matters, but I think I took on notice with regard to the role of the independent mining in the catchment panel. That's actually been rolled into the Independent Expert Advisory Panel for Mining, and it is a body chaired by Professor Jim Galvin that we do seek advice from, and we seek advice from them on extraction plans, on modifications to mining projects and for applications. And so we have regular dialogue with that panel, and I'm happy to go into some more details if and when there's further questions with regard to that. There was also some questions, I think, from Ms Fairman around Metropolitan coal mine. So on foot we actually have both a modification, so there's a modification to their 2009 consent, which is for the some changed arrangements to one of their approved longwalls, 317. And I think Ms Fairman was also asking about some extraction plans that we have at the moment as well. We do have on foot 6 proposed extraction plans for six longwalls. At the moment, we're seeking further advice from the applicant with regard to those, and we've also sought some advice from the Independent Expert Advisory Panel I mentioned before.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's
Right.
us.
Thank you. I just wanted to start with some questions around what the department, in terms of major project assessments, so I think it's for you, Mr Gainsford, but obviously as well you, Ms Fishburn, just in relation to where the department sits at the moment with emissions work, in particular. Now that I know the Net Zero Commission is kind of coming, it's very early on, but that there have been some strong words from ministers to ministers around the expectations. What are we doing in terms of how we're actually assessing the emissions, and both methane and carbon emissions with those big projects in the pipeline?
I'll let Mr Gainsford answer in detail, but just to establish a few things initially, obviously we operate within the government policy of the day, and I think that's a statement that we should just get up right front. Secondly, if it's not already in my diary, it will be very soon. I will be meeting with the Net Zero Commissioner with Mr Gainsford, so we've already established that relationship, and we'll have a formal meeting in really quite soon. Mr Gainsford, would you like to talk further about how we take emissions into consideration in assessment process?
Yes, thanks Ms Fishburn. So, Chair, as I think you'd be aware, the Resource and Energy SEP State Environmental Planning Policy has requirements for consent authorities to consider greenhouse gas emissions. As I think you would be aware, that includes a requirement to look at downstream emissions, and that's been in place for some period of time. As Ms Fishburn was mentioning, obviously with the legislation, the Climate Change Net Zero Futures Act coming into place, and also the EPA's recent greenhouse gas emission requirements. We obviously have been taking those into account as we're assessing coal mines. As you would know, we also seek advice from various experts in this area, EPA being one of them, Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, who do a lot of the modelling, as you would know, around greenhouse gas emissions and where we're up to with our targets. We seek advice from them. And I mentioned the independent expert advisory panel that assists us with mining as well. We have supplemented that expert advisory panel to have specifically some expertise within that panel to help with greenhouse gas emissions as well. So
can I ask them, what has materially changed from where you sit discharging your kind of assessment obligation? What has materially changed since in terms of an assessment of a coal project since the introduction of the Climate Change Net Zero Futures Act and the EPA's emissions reduction policy?
Yeah, so Chair, look, I mean, some of those are obviously early days. I mean, Ms Fishburn was mentioning that we're looking to meet with the Net Zero Commission Chair quite soon. Having said that, clearly there are, and if you look at within the major projects register, obviously Hunter Valley Operations is a significant assessment that we've got underway at the moment. We have sought advice from our expert advisory panel and others that I mentioned before around the assessment of greenhouse gas emissions. And if we have actually written to Glencore and Yancoal as the applicants for that to provide some further reflections on those policy changes. So we're waiting for that information to come back at the moment. So I think, in summary, that there is definitely, whilst I did refer to the resource and energy SEP requiring us to look at greenhouse gas emissions before, there is obviously some added policies of government and legislation that we need to be mindful of.
And so will you, when you meet with the new chair of the Commission, will you at all discuss, do you think, is it on your agenda to discuss Section 3A of the, I think it's 3A, sorry, that doesn't look quite right, but 3A of the Net Zero Futures Act, which empowers the Commission to provide advice and make recommendations to the Secretary of a department. Will you be discussing what the expectations around that power is?
I haven't established an agenda for that meeting yet, but yes, obviously that is a question that I'll need to put to the chair in terms of the practicalities of that.
And what about the, I haven't got it in front of me and I apologise, I should. There's a provision within the Act as well about the Commission having powers to provide advice on particular projects. Is that something you might discuss as well in terms of the breadth and the expectation around that?
Yes, I can't say that we will definitely discuss that in the first meeting, but obviously that's something which we will need to have a discussion about because we'll need to understand how that would work in practice.
Thank you. And then also with HVO, Mr Gainsford, when I spoke with Mr Chappell at budget estimates yesterday and the Minister for Environment, there was an understanding, I think, that that with that assessment, the EPA guidelines would be applying to the EIS for HVO. Is that your understanding? Is that what will happen?
So certainly that's one of the suite of documents that we've asked HVO to respond to. So again, in our correspondence to HVO and requiring further information, we've referred to those guidelines.
So is it fair then to say all coal projects, and I think the only one that we heard yesterday was Moolarben, wouldn't be subject? Is that your understanding, or are you asking the proponent Moolarben as well?
Look, I think with regard to our assessment, we're taking all of all updated policy and legislation into account as we're going through those assessments. So whether we've formally asked the applicant for that project to respond to those policies, I'm not sure, but there's certainly things that we'll take into account as we're doing the assessment.
I've got a question about, I think it was in the previous estimates, and I asked about legal advice in relation to modification projects, and again, I don't have it in front of me and I apologise, so I'm just going from memory, but it was around legal privilege being claimed, and I just have a question about that. Are you suggesting that I think there was 15 legal advisors and 8 were proponents, and the remainder was departmental legal advice, and I think there was an imputation that there was legal privilege over which modifications those legal advices applied to, and I just want to. So there were. Yes, I apologise. There were 13 advisors. 8 of those were proponent legal advice driven, and 5 of those were government sought legal advices in relation to modifications. Is it the department's position that it's not public, you can't provide in the public interest what those modifications, which actual modifications those legal advices applied to?
Chair, I'm going to take that one on notice if that's okay. I just want to seek some advice from my General Counsel about how we answer that for you. So we'll come back to you after the break.
Thank you.
Okay.
And just to circuit that, and I apologise, it was a bit lumpy, but the legal privilege was claimed over the suite of questions, all of them. And I found that a bit kind of broad. It seemed like it was a quick answer, and I'm very interested to know which which modification applications the legal advices applied to.
Okay, so not necessarily the content of the legal advice.
Don't need to understand privilege.
For which applications we sought legal advice on modification.
Yeah.
I'll stand back what I said previously. I just want to seek some advice from my General Counsel.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious, so with HVO, I've been advised that HVO is operating under a greenhouse gas abatement plan which does not specify or require any abatement measures. And I'm just wondering if you're familiar with that one, Mr. Gainsford, if anybody's brought that to your attention. And why? How, what are we gauging it about? I think the underlying concern is there's some really good documents out there's some good commitments, and nobody's actually able to measure and understand what the heck we're doing.
Look, thank you, Chair. I wouldn't necessarily characterise it that way. I think what you're referring to is there are obviously a number of historic consents for a number of projects, and HVO being one of those, where there are requirements that were set at the time of those consents. I know that historically, in the past, greenhouse gas management plans were requirements of those consents. There are requirements on those consents, and we've written to, I know that we've written to those mining companies more recently to, suggest that our expectation of those greenhouse gas management plans are that they're coming back with some solutions to reducing emissions. I probably need to take on notice exactly where each one of those is up to, but there are requirements, but they relate to the time of the consent that was actually issued.
And so just generally on that, are you seeing things from those updated and those, are you seeing efforts? Are you seeing that some of these operators are genuinely starting, or are you having to smack them into line, or what is the general approach?
Look, I think, Chair, we are seeing, and obviously you made mention of the EPA and its intentions with regard to large emitters as well, to issue licences in the future with regard to those greenhouse gas emissions. We are seeing improvements in the industry. I mean, particularly with regard to Scope 2 emissions and those emissions associated with transport, where companies are trying to reduce their diesel use and looking at other future types of vehicles. So Look, I'm not going to say that it's perfect. I'm sure there is more that can be done from us as a regulator and the EPA as a regulator, but yeah, I think it'd be fair to say that we are seeing improvements.
With the, I'm on the future post-mining land use inquiry, and there's quite a lot of, there's quite a lot of discussion around, ending approvals early and this kind of appetite around these big projects and these massive long life approvals. Is the department, does the department take an approach at this point that really we have to keep going down the path we have? Those approvals are set, they're set in stone, and that the expectation at the moment and the regulation around that, including operation heading towards closure, of which there are a number of projects. Are you, and I understand the distinction with the under the mining legislation and the difference, but in terms of the EPA Act approvals, is the department currently of the view that that is the modus operandi, that's what we do, we continue on the path of enforcing all of the conditions of those approvals?
So I think, Ms. Chair, obviously what you're referring to here, and I might also rely on my colleague here to assist me with this answer, but obviously each one of those consents have rehabilitation requirements associated with those mines, and as you would know, often they're progressive rehabilitation. At the time those consents were set, they were often envisaging turning that land back to either agriculture or some form of land use that was there before. There obviously has been, and we do actually have some projects that are under assessment at the moment, where mining companies are looking to, change those plans and look at particularly, in some cases, renewable energy projects associated with those projects. There is a body of work that's underway to look at making sure that there's appropriate planning. The planning system is in place, such as appropriate zoning to allow for those things to
But
happen.
so as it stands though, if I'm a proponent of I'm a big mining company and I would have to lodge a modification, wouldn't I? Like if I wanted to change something in terms of what the current conditions of consent require, I would have to, my first port would be to lodge a modification to my existing mining development consent.
It could be through Chair. It could be through a modification or potentially a rezoning sort of pathway as well.
So that would literally just be a new planning proposal on top, and you would run that parallel with your existing obligations and requirements. And is the department looking at, in terms of anticipating this kind of approach from mining companies?
That's one of the areas where we work collaboratively with the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. There has been a work stream proposed that would look at this particular area that has participants from both Ms Gibson and Mr Gainsford's business areas, and it's something where we would be working actively with our fellow department.
So what does that look like? Have you got like a group or a discussion, or what does that look like in terms of the mechanics?
With the DPIRD recently undergoing some changes, it's not, the governance isn't very firmly established at this point in time. We have done some work in the department ourselves to establish what we think would be a sensible work program, which we have put to DPIRD, and we continue those discussions.
Does it concern? I keep hearing these terms around, the post-mining land use will be sticks and grass. And I think that there's this kind of real misunderstanding around, this idea that, it's all just sticks and grass, when in fact, as the department would know, the project that was approved was on the basis of how the project would finish and these long life proposals. So does the department have a role in really kind of explaining why it's important that, we might be talking about returning critically endangered ecological communities back into the landscape, and that really these big approvals that the department's originally provided consent for have actually created what many people are referring to as a nature deficit and a nature debt. Is that something that the department kind of has a grasp on? Is that an understanding, or?
I think we're certainly aware of the impacts environmentally and economically, both positive and negative in some instances of mining. Certainly the department's position is not that we just want to see sticks and grass. I think fair to say Ms Gibson, as a proud Novocastrian in particular, would like to see that...
Don't get me wrong, I want to see sticks and grass.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. But there is also opportunity for regional development in this space as well, and the transition of industries and the economic benefit that ensues there. So that is why we will work very actively with primary industries and regional development to establish some positive outcomes and some work towards what type of planning controls we might be able to put in place as the planning department to leave a positive legacy.
Will you all commit to me you won't refer to it as sticks and grass, and you'll refer to it as really important agriculture land and biodiversity and really, really important aspects of our environment?
I think I can assure you of that, because I don't think the term sticks and grass has ever been spoken by me before, so I doubt I will speak it again.
Fantastic, thank you. I've just got a couple of minutes in this time round, but I would just love to go to, just quickly, I started that discussion with the Minister around dangerous floodplains, and I was speaking in particular around housing development. I've raised this in the past, but I'm really concerned that some councils, we've got councils currently on the front line in some areas that are continuing to approve development that many people, from a common sense perspective and from an engineering and a hydrology sense, would say these are dangerous floodplains and we are putting development where we shouldn't. I'm just curious about, where are we up to? From where I see it, we're taking quite a hands-off approach. We're providing good advice, but that seems to be what it is, rather than really clear direction. And I'd love you, I know you started on that, Ms Fishburn, about where we're at, that it's possibly complex and so on. What are we doing in terms of that play space and preventing dangerous development?
I think it's for my colleagues from RA to answer the majority of that question, although if I can give you my assurance, and I might get Ms Gibson to speak to this, when planning proposals do come into the department, flooding is something that we look at very seriously, and indeed decisions have been made that have reduced housing opportunity, despite the fact housing is obviously our primary priority at the moment because of flooding. So, Ms Gibson?
Yeah, so thank you, Secretary and Chair. There is a plan-making direction, there is a ministerial direction that we need to follow when we're considering any planning proposal, rezoning proposal, to change the use of an area where we know that there might be a flood hazard, a flood risk, a flood study, and to increase the intensity of that land for a residential purpose or some other sensitive use. That plan-making direction has been in place for some time, and it is amended on a regular basis. So it was amended following the flood inquiry in 2022. And it also speaks to the other guidance that's released on a regular basis. So the New South Wales Floodplain Development Manual and the associated documents, the recently released planning circular about addressing flood risk. And it also talks to councils' local environmental plans and controls that they have and clauses that they have to make sure that flood risk is taken into account. There, as Ms Fishburn's mentioned, there have been a number of planning proposals where the flood risk has not been thoroughly addressed. So the quality of the information, the flood modelling, which it nearly always predated the 2022 inquiry results. And so it didn't consider the broader range of flood events and the flood risk, matters like evacuation. And in those situations, decisions have been made, carefully made, and well considered, to not progress with the zoning of that land for residential development. And that includes sites in the northwest growth area of Sydney, so in the Hawkesbury Nepean catchment. But it's also meant in the Georges River catchment in the Fairfield local government area. Areas there were not progressed to rezone for residential development. And so every matter is considered on its merits. It's not a blanket approach. And we look at the best available information at the time. In many instances, we are working with council and proponents and with our colleagues in other agencies to improve the quality of flooding information, to seek more specific information on that particular site, to be able to address the matters that are in the plan-making ministerial direction that we need to take into account, and consider these issues of flood, different type of flood events and the hazards that come with those.
So I might just pick up on that if that's all right, Ms Higginson, or would you like to come back?
I'm going to come back if that's okay. I would love to come back because my time is now their time. The opposition,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. We'll come back.
Thank you, and welcome this afternoon. Just return to the housing targets and the tracking of those. So I think we had an indication before that it's going to be on the ABS statistics in terms of how that's being tracked. Do you have a particular data set that you'll be using in terms of tracking those statistics?
So you're talking about tracking of completions,
The tracking
which
of
is
completions for the
ABS
housing
data.
accord under the housing target?
Obviously we track a whole range of other inputs
Yep.
into the planning system as well, and I'll ask Ms Gibson to talk through those measures.
Yeah, so the New South Wales housing target, which is a 5-year target, the Minister spoke to that this morning. That's the 377,000 homes. That's completed homes. And so because it's a component of the National Housing Accord, we have settled with the Commonwealth that we'll be using the ABS information about dwelling completions and the data set that the ABS produces.
Do you have a particular series in that you'll be using? So, for instance, can you take that on notice potentially? I'm sure you probably don't have it off the top of your head, but you
I think I might have it
Okay.
on hand.
That would be great.
Do you want to give me a couple of seconds and I can tell you what that is?
Excellent.
Because I feel like there's a very specific data set that the ABS produce. And... I thought I might have had the number. I don't have the number of the ABS.
We will take that
but
on
we'll
notice.
take it
We've
on
definitely
notice.
got the information.
Thank you very much. Just with that being said, in terms of tracking local governments and their housing targets and their achievement of it, of course, ABS statistics, as wonderful as they are, aren't broken down to sort of that micro level, are they, for local governments? Or
They have been in the past.
Okay.
They are not at the moment. We would be very pleased to see the ABS produce them to a local government area basis. I just want to talk about it as a local government area basis rather than a council basis. These are homes completed. Councils have a role to play, of course, in the planning process that lead towards a home being completed. But it is not a matter for a council to specifically determine whether the house is going to be completed. So we describe them as LGA housing targets.
Okay. So with respect to those LGA, but I guess part of the program is that councils will be assessed against those targets, won't they, within the LGA, if we're going to get specific in that regard?
Are you referring to the statement of expectations for councils in terms of their performance
there's a
monitoring?
housing target which has been created for every local government area. The government has indicated that there will be $200,000 worth of funding that will be attached to councils for medium big
200 million.
Sorry, 200 million, I should say. Thank you for the
That's
correction.
even better.
That's just a little bit more.
So in terms of that, though, what's that assessment going to be conducted under?
The full details about the Faster Assessment Program, the $200 million grant program, haven't been published at this stage. We're working through the detail. But we have recently been written to councils about a ministerial statement of expectation around a range of factors that councils do have control over in relation to their planning practice and their planning documents. So that statement of expectations was released in July this year, and it sets out requirements or expected standards for the lodgement of DAs and the time that it would take for a DA to be lodged, a DA to be assessed, the time frame on a rezoning proposal and what those steps in a rezoning would take, the time for council to have a regionally significant development application under assessment before it's submitted to the regional planning panel for their consideration, and a couple of other things in relation to their local strategic planning. So that statement of expectations has been is an order that comes from the minister, and councils have that information.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. So, in effect, the councils won't necessarily be judged for that program in terms of how many homes are actually completed within their local government area, but rather what steps they take that they've got control of as a council in order to be able to create the environment, so to speak, for that target to be achieved.
They're the specific things that are outlined in the statement of expectations, and those matters about timing, those matters about their strategic planning being in place, which is a really important thing when it comes to, for example, the TOD program, but also council strategic planning as it relates to their infrastructure planning and infrastructure programs.
So I take it then, with that being the case, that council, that $200 million program won't just be available to councils at the end, but will be available to councils at certain milestone periods throughout the Housing Accord?
Yeah, well, while we haven't published the grant guidelines and then they're not completed, we are certainly considering that staged program for the Faster Assessments grant to encourage and I guess to be monitoring regularly throughout the Housing Accord period progress towards faster assessment, matters that are inside council's control over timeframes, and how the grant program might be supporting the growth that's occurring in those councils' areas.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. And with respect to the agreement that New South Wales has with the Commonwealth under the Housing Accord, so there's a $2 billion new homes bonus as part of that. Is that only achievable for the state at the conclusion of the Accord program if we meet the
That's our
stretch target?
understanding of the way the program is currently structured.
Okay, so are there any milestone payments for the state at all as part of that program or not?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Has the New South Wales government received any funding as of yet under the $500 million New Housing Accelerator program of the Commonwealth?
Has New South Wales received? I would need to take that on notice. I think it is a matter that is sitting with outside of Minister Scully's portfolio.
Okay. And if you could also take on notice whether any applications have been made under that program as well?
From New South Wales? By New South Wales State Government?
Yes.
Okay.
And has the New South Wales Government received any funding as of yet under the $150 million Urban Precincts and Partnership Program as part of that Commonwealth Agreement?
I am not aware that the Department of Planning or Minister Scully has received any, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
We may need to check with, for example, Homes New South Wales.
Sure.
Yep.
And likewise, if you could take on notice whether any applications have been made.
Certainly.
Also, has the New South Wales Government received any funding as of yet under the $400 million Regional Precincts and Partnership Program as part of the agreement with the Commonwealth?
Same answer as before.
That's fine. And likewise, if you could take it on notice whether any applications have been made as well, that would be very good to understand. Now, with respect to the National Housing Accord, what's the involvement between planning, the Cabinet Office and Premiers in regards to tracking, measuring and reporting in terms of achieving the National Housing Accord figures, and what sort of requirements are there with the Commonwealth Government as to reporting or progress updates, for instance?
I'll let Ms Gibson take you through, as she is our lead Deputy Secretary in the housing space. But while she gets your notes up, have you got them already, Mom? You can do it off by heart. Go straight into it.
Appreciate it.
Through your chair, and there are a number of senior executive governance groups that are looking at matters relating to housing delivery and completion in New South Wales. Some other people around the table are also members of those senior executive groups. It includes Housing Committee of Cabinet, which has held one meeting so far, just recently, and regular reporting will be going to them about the number of completions, the number of homes in the pipeline, and various other indicators and metrics related to housing delivery. There are some policy areas that across government are being explored. So matters, as you've seen, some of the planning policy matters come through, like the TOD program and the low and mid-rise program. There's some of the policy areas that we've explored through the planning system. Other parts of government are also looking at policy levers as it relates to housing delivery and completion. And there's also groups that focus more on infrastructure and government's infrastructure programs. Unfortunately, the meeting for that was on at the same time as this, so they have an agenda and working through some matters today. So they are our key New South Wales governance arrangements. So some senior executive meetings focusing around policy levers and around infrastructure decisions, and reporting through to Cabinet around those matters. In relation to working with the Commonwealth, there are a number of specific requirements that we have under the National Housing Accord. So we provide regular reports to them on a number of matters.
Formally, it's quarterly.
Formally, it's quarterly.
Quarterly. Thank you.
There are also a number of minister meetings, so housing minister meeting and planning minister meetings that happen where the National Housing Accord is addressed. And there's a similar heads of planning meeting that happens with the senior officials within all the states and territories with the Commonwealth, where the National Housing Accord is a regular agenda item. Those meetings are also happening on about a quarterly basis.
Thank you very much, Ms Gibson. Very good of you. Now, with respect, you no doubt would have seen yesterday the UDIA's report on the national housing pipeline and New South Wales in particular, and it's predicted 150,000 shortfall in terms of that housing accord target when it comes to the Sydney mega region. Does that accord with the department's own figures?
Look, the information that was in the UDIA report, and we saw a copy of that report after that had been in the media yesterday morning. It talks about the number of planned homes in the Sydney region. So, and it also talks and includes a number of planned and projected homes in the Sydney mega region, I think is the term that they used, and we also have a similar sort of geography. We describe it sort of as the Illawarra, the Greater Sydney, Central Coast and Hunter region, so that area.
The 6 cities region, effectively?
So the number that they had for the 5 years of the Accord in terms of planned and projected was 322,000 homes, which is the same number that we have said in our when it comes to our housing target. So that's the number that applies there. In terms of the number of planned homes, which we would describe as the number of homes that are in the housing supply pipeline through the Sydney Housing Supply Forecast, the number that the UDIA included in their report as an estimate was not too dissimilar from the number that we would have in our Sydney Housing Supply Forecast and what we have been talking through. So I think they said 171,000 homes. We might say about 185,000 homes. So those sorts of numbers, and so there is a difference then to the planned and projected and what's in the housing target. And that projected comes through with the planning reforms that we are proposing. So to increase the number of homes that could be built during the next 5 years by identifying areas and upzoning those areas in the TOD locations, as well as increasing homes built through the low and mid-rise program, including the dual occupancy provisions that are in place.
So I think from the metric that they came to, that part of theirs was based on, of course, your housing pipeline report, correct, Sydney Housing Supply Forecast, I should say, but also in terms of the survey they'd undertaken with their members and also modelling that was undertaken. In addition to the housing supply forecast, is there any feasibility analysis or modelling that's been undertaken by the department to support that target?
We have been looking at a range of information, a range of different ways of looking at and providing some confidence around the number of homes that are coming through the housing supply pipeline. We want to take a very evidence-based approach to the way that we're talking about housing targets in New South Wales. So the inputs from the development and housing industry, the inputs from councils, the inputs that come from infrastructure providers, the inputs that come from other research and our own department tools, all have been brought together in the work that we have done. So UDIA, for example, and their members are represented on what we would call the Urban Development Program. So the Urban Development Program is one of our ways that we gather information from all of those people, councils, infrastructure providers, development industry, housing industry, to give us indications of where is the most likely place where development would occur based on land ownership, servicing, development feasibility and alike. So the information that comes directly from developers, directly from landowners, directly from the development and housing sector does factor into our work for the Sydney Housing Supply Forecast.
Can I just add one thing there, which is really to stress the value of those UDPs and the value of having groups like UDIA on, because as the Minister said as well, housing is an area where the macro environment, shifts and changes in that can rapidly change what is going to occur in terms of housing numbers and supply. So if I give an example, interest rate changes would have a material change. And that's not to say that you shouldn't set targets and you shouldn't set figures, but it really speaks to the importance of why we've established these groups, these working groups and the UDP, so that we can have continued advice, commentary and information available.
Thank you very much. With respect to that advice and commentary available, and I don't want to just pick on UDIA reports, but they've done a few recently as well, in terms of the feasibility of the TOD locations. So one of the points that they raise is that, in terms of how feasible some of the areas are, one highlighted factor is Cogra, for instance. The median price of an apartment in Cogra is $738,500. At a mid-level price point of $850,000, they say that there's a feasibility gap of 47%, negative 47%, I should say. Is this something you're taking into consideration when you're working on your targets for these areas and what's achievable through the Housing Accord period?
I'll let Ms Gibson go into detail, but I should say as well, remember, of course, because we seem to be getting caught over the 5 years of the Accord, while as the TODs are intended to have a 15 to 20 year horizon. As we all know, feasibility changes over time, so I don't want to get into a definitional debate about feasibility at the moment. We all know it is very tough for the building industry at present, and that's just a reality and it's an environment we're in. But the TODs do have that longer time horizon which has been built into them. Ms Gibson, can you talk about some of the feasibility work that we've looked at as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So as Ms Fishburn's mentioned, feasibility is going to come from a range of factors that will include the land price and how land price changes over time, and land price adjusts as various planning decisions are made, but also as other properties are sold and transacted in that area. It will also be a product of what it costs to build, both with the material and the labour. And we know that with COVID and supply disruptions that now look like they're settling, they are settling at a place where many materials are 30% more than they were pre-COVID. Some are slightly coming down, but it looks like they might level out at that, which is a really stabilising, which is a really significant change being felt not just in New South Wales, being felt across Australia and being felt in other places as well, as supply chains have been disrupted significantly. There are also matters relating to labour and where the effort of construction is directed to. At the moment, New South Wales has more than about 50% of all the cranes in Australia are in New South Wales at the moment, which
I can hear
really
them all.
you can hear them all. Really demonstrating that there is a lot of activity occurring in New South Wales, and they are not all applied to the housing task at the moment. They are applied to commercial, cultural, infrastructure, and other projects. And that's
a lot of them are resi. Though.
Yeah, but there some are applied to the residential task, of course, or to infrastructure that's helping support residential growth. So they are the things that I guess are the macroeconomic conditions that the Minister spoke to this morning. There will always be, though, a feasibility change that will come with changes in planning controls where there is more height and floor space ratio allowed on a site or in an area. And so we make a valuation of that through our internal programs, and we use a number of tools supported by research and support and tools that are used commonly by industry and councils and others. So sort of well-used tools, I guess. And they give us a way to be able to evaluate choices between the planning control changes. So if we choose 22 metres or 24 metres, if we choose 2.75 or 2.5 floor space ratio, it helps us make those judgments about what might be feasible. It also helps us understand that feasibility over time, so that we're looking at what might be feasible now, in 5 years, in 10 years, and in 15 years, to help us get a sense of how many homes might be built over that period of time. So there's quite a lot of work that goes into it. I've got a terrific team of very dedicated economists, planning professionals, data analysts who have supported the work that we've done in developing the individual housing targets, but also evaluating the proposals for the TOD and low mid-rise programs.
Thanks, Ms Gibson.
Mr. Farlow, happy to read the crane count for you if you're interested.
Happy to have the crane count. Or
you want the crane count?
So I was amazed by cranes, I must say.
This is the RLB Crane Index, which has been in place since 2017. As of Q1 24, there are 869 cranes on site nationally. 49.5% of those are in New South Wales, and of that 309 cranes in New South Wales, 251 of them were residential projects. So this will be useful data for us to track over time. So I'm sure we'll discuss it at our next budget estimate.
Yeah, well, where can I get that data actually? Is that just available through you, or is it publicly accessible?
It's publicly accessible. It's the RLB Crane Index. I will find you the website and give it to you in
Don't worry. Thank you.
And can
I look forward to counting cranes.
That was Gladys's favourite stat.
I'm just not sure it's the most reliable stat. I'm really not. I've seen people
Not all cranes are
use
created
crane. Yeah, that's right. Cranes to lower their big swimming pool. I've seen all sorts of things. Sorry about that. Did you have another stat?
I'm only going to say that
Another index.
The ABS data series is called the Building Activity Report.
Yep. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we were about to go on.
And if
a
I could
short-
just quickly add, in terms of that, I'm familiar with the building activity report, but in terms of the actual series of data within that you'll be using as well, if you could take that on notice.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you.
I think Mr. Lanyon and I were about to go on a flood adventure together. You were going to tell me about
Sounds like
floodplains.
a perfect place to go on Friday, Ms Higginson. I'll definitely go over to my colleague, Ms Leck, in a little while, who's our expert on SDMP, but I think my colleague, Ms Gibson, gave a very fulsome response from a planning perspective in terms of land use planning and floodplains. I think what's really important is the partnership that's going forward with councils, and you spoke before about the provision of information and whether or not councils were using best information. Probably one of the best examples I can give you was the release of the Hawkesbury Nepean flood study last year, which was, to be honest, the most comprehensive flood study that has been conducted of what is one of the most dangerous floodplains. Significant consultation has taken place between the RA and councils, very much working to make sure that councils within the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley are taking note of and using the most appropriate information and flood material to actually base their decisions on. But there were two particular things I really wanted to take as pieces of work that the RA is leading that is actually pioneering, and it's really about making sure that councils, making sure that communities understand and we work to minimise the risk. First of those, obviously the Minister spoke this morning about the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, which was launched in December last year, and to be honest, it is pioneering. It has never been done in New South Wales before where such a focus has been put on how to mitigate the risk arising from disasters. When I say about hazards, it is an all hazards risk. So we're really looking at all the hazards that can possibly impact and cause disaster. That piece of work at the moment, we have 37 actions arising out of the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. We're currently working through the first 16 of those. Land use planning is a really core component of the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. So it's really looking at the way that we can mitigate, adapt, and how that impacts on land use planning. So coming out of the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, the team are very much working at the moment on the first two disaster adaptation plans, which are for the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley, but also the Northern Rivers, noting, one, the concurrence and severity of disasters that they have had, particularly in terms of flood, but certainly the amount of information that's currently available. The disaster adaptation plans are really vital because what they're actually doing is identifying hazards, putting a suite of tools as to how we might address them, assessing them, and then we have a pathway to actually develop what is the best way forward to reduce risk. So those pieces of work are absolutely core to reducing the risk prior to disaster. As that work develops, obviously it has relied significant consultation with both the community and council. So when I said about partnerships before, everything we are doing is in partnership with council, partnership with community, to make sure that the best information is available, but we also get the buy-in. Because I think what we want to see is some real consistency amongst councils, consistency amongst knowledge in the community so that we reduce risk together. So with that, I might hand over to Ms Leck.
Thank you very much, Mr Lanyon. So to go to the specifics of your question around risk-based land use planning, one of the key interventions that is being investigated as part of the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley DAP that Mr Lanyon spoke to is a regional risk-based planning approach. So that RRBPA, as I'll refer to it, will take a risk-based approach and consider hazard risk when looking at development options across the floodplain. It will also take into account New South Wales government housing targets and make recommendations about suitable locations for development, considering the flood risk. So the Minister earlier today spoke about some land may be suitable for example, light industrial, where you wouldn't actually locate housing. So that work will identify the types of developments that are appropriate for different parts of the floodplain. If it's considered too high risk, for example, for residential, it may be possible to have commercial development there and the like. As Mr Lanyon spoke to, community and council views are really critical to this work.
So how do they feed into, how does that, so this regional risk-based planning approach, how does that, what is the tool for that? How do you...
So it would be fair to characterise this as early work. We are certainly working with our planning colleagues on this work. It will also speak to one of the key actions in the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, which is a tolerable risk policy for the state. And so again, that policy is being developed in close consultation with colleagues across the New South Wales Government, but also in close consultation with communities and local councils. Specifically with regard to that work in the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley, we have stood up a council leaders forum in the Valley so that those mayors and GMs can provide advice around how we go about understanding risk and what is tolerable to those communities. So they are providing input to a multi-criteria assessment tool that we are developing for the optioneering assessments for the disaster adaptation planning in the Valley. That is the first of its kind in the state. And that will inform how we go forward with DAPs in the Northern Rivers and in other locations. Also understanding, though, that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach, which is why we're taking a regional scale approach to this. In different communities, they may weight differently that multi-criteria risk assessment. So
can I just ask, and thank you, I think I'm following. Can I just ask, though, what is the risk that, how are we calculating the risk around the fact that, so we've got the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. Obviously, climate change itself is not static and there's nothing linear about what we're doing. How are we keeping up with that incremental change? Like, are we developing things, and I get that these are risk-based tools, but they've still got settings. Where is the agility in this, and how are we, it's a little bit like what we experienced in the Northern Rivers. We all sort of went, oh, there we go, the 74 flood, and we benchmarked and we did everything, and then all of a sudden something else happened. Have we got all the inputs that give you confidence that we're getting it there right?
Well, I'll speak to that in a few different ways, if I might. So, for example, the State Disaster Mitigation Plan models risk for 2023, so average annual losses, but also models it out to 2060. So it gives us those projections at a local government area level that allows us to understand how that risk profile, for example, will change over time.
And is this using the NARCLIM model?
No, so this work was developed last year for the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, and it does use a range of climate risk data sets, but as you will be aware, the NARCLIM 2.0 data was only released 2 weeks ago. Yeah. So certainly earlier versions of NARCLIM have informed State Disaster Mitigation Plan, but we've also been able to draw on other data sets that are climate indices, if you like. But it would also be fair to say that in terms of the planning we're doing with regard to these disaster adaptation plans, they are long-term plans around adaptation pathways. So the plans will consider future climate risk, but as it comes together in a place-based setting and how the different risks in that geographic location interface with each other in a system sense. So gone are the days that we can plan on a risk-by-risk basis. We're not just looking at bushfire risk in isolation of heat risk, in isolation of flood risk, in isolation of coastal hazard risk. We are taking a systemic lens to the risk that occurs in place over that long period of time, and how we will seek to reduce that risk for communities through mitigation options that are both well modelled so that we know that they're going to deliver the outcomes that they ought to deliver before the investment is made, and that the community accepts those interventions.
And are we, Mr. Lanyon?
No, I was going to say, Chair, it's very much a live process, so it's very much planned that there will be iterations and versions of the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. The data is critical.
Yep.
So we really need to make sure, and that's why working across government, working with industry, is making sure the data is informing the decisions.
So I suppose my real question and concern around all of this, and not just mine, is, are we doing a thing and then, are we doing all these incredible things, and then the real lesson is when the next disaster comes and we really weren't prepared. I think that's the kind of, what is the degree of our confidence that we're set up, that we're setting up, and that we are preparing ourselves?
So I think very much it's almost two different things. So the adaptation mitigation side is about the long-term reduction of risk to the community. So it's about making sure that if there's going to be a permissible development, what does that look like with climate change going forward? The preparedness and recovery side. The RA has 4 fields, and I know the Minister touched it this morning, very much adaptation, mitigation, through to preparedness, community preparedness. How do we get the community prepared? How do we get government prepared? So how do we actually all come together to work with community? And then how do we recover? So very much that's a discrete piece of work. How we engage community and get them prepared, that's one body of work. The adaptation mitigation, state disaster mitigation plan, disaster adaptation plan is taking a longer view of how to actually reduce the risk to communities. So how do we make sensible decisions? How do we actually make sure that when people are deciding whether to develop or looking to develop, or where we get an opportunity to actually adapt and change, how do we take that as a longer term plan?
And so what will be the next, so what's the next rollout? So we're doing the adaptation plans for Hawkesbury and Northern Rivers. What's the next ones? What's the...
Look, I might speak to the program of work because it's been very extensive. So the State Disaster Mitigation Plan, as Mr Lanyon said, was released, endorsed by government in December but released in February of this year. We have now developed a set of draft adaptation or disaster adaptation plan guidelines which outline a 5-stage approach. We've just recently concluded a very extensive consultation period on those guidelines with more than 700 stakeholders across local government, Commonwealth and state government agencies. We've received over 500 pieces of feedback, had 2,000 visitors go to the Have Your Say page. So it was important that we had deep engagement with Council because we will be working closely in partnership with councils to implement these DAPs. In terms of Council's willingness and readiness to participate in this DAP process, there was broad support for the co-design and collaborative approach that the RA has outlined with councils, taking a regional approach with the RA providing leadership to that work. So that consultation has only just finished. While that has been going on, we have been, as we've said, working on the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley DAP as well as the Northern Rivers DAP, which is about 6 to 8 months in. We will then now work with government to address the recommendations from that consultation period, finalise the guidelines towards the end of this year, and then work toward a rollout and implementation plan based on a prioritisation of those regional locations that are identified as having the highest risk as based on the State Disaster Mitigation Plan risk assessment.
Is the South Coast and the fire risk, is that an area that's identified as an adaptation high need, like in terms of priorities of assistance?
So probably without wanting to preempting where the next DAPs may be, I'm certain that the South Coast and Illawarra will be somewhere front and centre, not only for the bushfire risk, but they've had continual flood events.
Yes.
And obviously Central West went through those tragic flooding events back in 2022. So the best way to do it, the safest way for community to reduce risk is to prioritise, and that's very much what we'll do as part of that rollout.
And I'm just curious, on Wednesday we saw the out of control grass fire in Greater Sydney, and it was sort of too late to leave. Is there are we doing work around, fire standards and in relation to building materials, and is the Reconstruction Authority charged with that level of responsibility?
Yeah, so certainly within the State Disaster Mitigation Plans, there are actions with regard to strengthening and hardening building codes for future climate resilience, and we are working with the Australian Building Codes Board, who put together the National Construction Code, and there has been a recent decision to include climate resilience as an outcome of the National Construction Code in 2028. We are going to work closely with both the Australian Building Codes Board, with QRA and with ourselves as we work on the roadmap to get us to 2028, which will include a whole range of programs of work. We have also been working collaboratively with the government architect here in New South Wales around some potential flood resilience standards. There's also work underway at CSIRO around strengthening and hardening the standard for bushfire, AS 3959, building bushfire-prone areas. So there's bodies of work, programs of work going on, both at a national level within New South Wales. Joining all that work up to get us to having this as an outcome of the code is going to be critical into the future.
I think it's fair, Chair, to say that the focus of the RA is on building resilience, so it's certainly a key part of what we do. If you think about the programs we're currently rolling out, whether it's Resilient Homes Program in the Northern Rivers, Resilient Lands Program, we're about to go into a Central West housing program as well. Resilience and making sure that we either adapt, mitigate, reduce the risk, or if it's going to be, say, raising and retrofit, so lifting houses up to make them safer, retrofitting with materials that actually is more fireproof or more flood resistant. That's very much what we're looking as part of the program.
On the lifting houses, that reminds me, I'm pretty sure, and correct me if I'm wrong, and the money people will know this one in particular, but I thought I heard the Minister respond and say when he was running through the spends that the house raising program was only at maybe 2.4 mil compared to, I may have got that figure wrong, it sounded very low compared to the other buckets of money and what we're spending on. I'm just curious about the house raising.
I would suggest because the priority has been on buybacks.
Yeah,
so
okay.
The focus has been, and obviously that's the predominant cost. The focus is now working through raising and retrofits, so that spend will accelerate. We have spent a lot of time doing home assessments, so we've actually had an engineer doing home assessments to actually inform homeowners so that we can have them make a decision on what they may choose to do. So we're doing a lot of work in that space, which is preparatory, but then roll that out as part of the raising.
So how much is there a particular pool allocated to the raising? And I'm quite specific now about the Northern Rivers area. Is there a raising pool, or is it?
So the Resilient Homes Program is $790 million.
Yeah.
I'll hand over to my colleague, Ms.
And
Leff. I don't know
that
that there's a breakdown for the specific areas.
Yeah, we might have to take that as a question on notice, the specific, envelope that is for the raise and retrofit program. We can come back to you on that.
Because I think the Minister said $495 for buybacks. Is that right, or did I miss that?
In terms of the number of buybacks?
No, I thought it was 495 mil was within that.
No, so the program envelope, as Mr Lanyon has outlined, is $790 million.
Yes.
The vast majority of that money is dedicated to the buyback program.
Yes.
Because it's a more expensive program to deliver. But in terms of the raising and retrofit program, we have around 370 properties indicatively prioritised for raising and retrofit, still subject to some floor level surveys and the like. We have around 357 additional homes under assessment. We've approved 15 raising and retrofit offers to date, and then we have actually made 7 payments for those that have been completed.
Sorry, that was 315 for raising, did you say?
357, 15, only 15 offers approved, and then we have made payments to 7 homeowners. Many of those were for works that had been completed earlier, and they were able to satisfy the requirements of the program with regard to, providing evidence that, they had a DA, for example, and that they, had receipts and the like.
What is the primary reason for the buybacks being deemed ineligible? And do you think some of those will be eligible for raising and retrofits? Is there that category where that fits, or were most of the non-buybacks because they?
Well, it's really giving people a choice, Ms. Higgins.
Yeah.
So some people we will offer a buyback to because they're in an area that we would consider a place of highest risk, both now and for the future.
But what if it was somebody who wanted a buyback but it was deemed ineligible? What was the primary reason for ineligibility?
So people become eligible for the program based on that risk prioritisation, based on the flood mapping that was done. They become eligible for the program, and then they are allocated to a stream of the program based on the risk profile, if you like. in most instances, it's not possible for people to just, swap between one program stream and another because it is a risk-based decision. But where people are able to do that and the risk is of a tolerable level and they express a wish to stay in their homes and have their home raised instead of be part of the buyback program, we have considered their wishes within that, looked quite deeply at the flood hazard risk for that location, including, site visits with flood modelling experts and the like, because of course flood modelling isn't an exact science. We want to do some ground truthing, which we've done, and we've been able to allow people to participate in a home raise, for example, when they had been previously allocated to a buyback stream.
Thank you. Come back over to you, Ms.
Thank
Munro.
you.
Thank you.
I have some questions on this topic as well, and I think the Minister detailed this, but I just wanted to put it on the record in case we needed to take it on notice. Of the $100 million in funding allocated to the Resilient Lands program, how much of this funding has been spent to date?
If I could take that on notice, but I suggest we may be able to get you an answer while we're still sitting this afternoon.
Fabulous,
Very
thank
good
you.
at doing that.
Yes. Good to know that we've got some audience members on the live stream. For the pod villages, what plans does the government have for the decommissioned pod village infrastructure, such as the pods themselves and the caravans?
I'll hand over to my colleague, Miss Quilty, who will provide an answer. She runs that program there. Can I say it has been a very large program, so we've had 11 temporary housing villages in play. We've housed over 2,000 people. It has been a vital part of the program now to consider transition, because we really wish to transition people from temporary accommodation to permanent accommodation as part of ongoing recovery. I'll hand over to Ms. Quilty.
Thank you, Mr. Lanyon. Yes, as Mr. Lanyon was saying, it has been a large program on offer in the Northern Rivers, 11 temporary pod villages across the LGAs up there, providing accommodation for those who were very heavily impacted by the 2022 floods.
I have seen one of them. It's quite remarkable.
They were set up under crisis accommodation planning exemptions, under time-limited funding arrangements with the federal government, and under lease agreements with various landowners, so very much temporary in nature. And we certainly do need to turn our attention to transitioning residents out of those villages into more permanent accommodation as part of the next stage of their recovery. One thing that we have been exploring very closely with Homes New South Wales is recognising the considerable investment that has gone into those villages and the ongoing housing challenges that continue in that region. Where there is landowner agreement and council support, we are very much looking at the option of repurposing those villages to fulfil other housing needs and to have an ongoing role in the region. So at this point there are 5 villages where we are, as I said, exploring with Homes New South Wales. There's obviously planning pathways that we need to sort through. There are underlying funding issues and ongoing governance and management issues, but very much recognising those housing challenges, the need to ensure that we are able to transition people into accommodation so that they're not left high and dry. That is one of the options that
all they want to be is high and dry.
Yes, possibly not the correct choice of words. That is an option that we are working through at the moment. It will ultimately be a decision for government, but certainly there is support to really explore how we can partner with Homes New South Wales and maximise the investment that has gone into those villages.
And are the people who are residing in those villages at the moment aware of this?
Look, certainly Wollongbar residents, it was the first village that was set up. The council has made it clear that they wish that village to be returned to its former use, which they own the site. It was a playing field. they would like it returned as a playing field. They have not expressed interest in that village playing an ongoing role. It is due to be decommissioned by April, although the council has recently offered us an extension on that, so that is under consideration. And we are working very closely through the community housing provider, Northern Rivers Housing, which is managing that village, to really get residents engaged in transition planning, supporting them to come up with a plan that is suited to their needs, and ensuring that there are other support services in the mix, that they're able to access financial planning, legal advice. Recovery support services have a very strong presence in the villages. So a whole range of support services are assisting them to take that next step in their recovery.
Thank you. In terms of uninsurability, what is the New South Wales Government doing to address the issue of uninsurability in flood-affected towns like Lismore and, I'm sorry if I get this pronunciation wrong, Chindera? Chindra,
Yeah.
thank you.
That's fine.
Quite a bit. Again, I'll hand over to Ms. Lex shortly as it falls within her remit, but it's a very central consideration for us going forward with the work. I spoke before about the State Disaster Mitigation Plan and Disaster Adaptation Planning. Part of the focus of that is how do we actually reduce risk to make properties more insurable, and how do we make areas more insurable. So that's obviously longer term work, but in the meantime we have a very strong advocacy role to make sure that both, I suppose, the Industry Association, the Insurance Industry Association and insurance partners are working closely with us to mitigate that risk. But I'll hand over to Ms. Lee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lanyon. Look, we know that insurance affordability is a key issue in New South Wales. Both locations where now insurance premia are so high that people cannot afford insurance, and certainly we are, the DAPS will directly address some of those issues by seeking to reduce the risk in those locations. Again, we have actions in the State Disaster Mitigation Plan focused on working with the insurance industry around the reduction in premia. In particular, the Commonwealth Government, through the National Emergency Management Agency, has established the Hazard Insurance Partnership, which brings together, I believe, 6 of the major insurers to look at actions where mitigation actions could be put in place and therefore a reduction in insurance premium could be provided. Now, New South Wales is working closely with our Commonwealth colleagues around piloting some of those interventions in New South Wales with a view to, if you like, demonstrating how mitigation can reduce insurance premium for communities in those high-risk locations.
And whereabouts are those pilot programs looking to be rolled out?
We've only started to have initial discussions. The Hazard Insurance Partnership has been doing some national level risk mapping, and certainly we have met with them around the detailed methodology that New South Wales has used for the state disaster risk work that was done to inform the State Disaster Mitigation Plan. And we're certainly looking at those high-risk locations, including the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley and the Northern Rivers, where we have these DAPs underway. We see this as a key measure to be able to reduce risk for communities, and therefore, the benefit would be to reduce insurance premium costs.
And is there a timeline that the partnership group is looking at to roll these out, or have some
Look,
sort
I
of
think that
plan in
really is a
place?
matter for the Commonwealth. It is their hazard insurance partnership, and they want to work at that Commonwealth scale, given insurers have a national footprint. But New South Wales RA is actively engaged with that group. And we'll be looking to work with them closely to pilot some of those interventions.
And just lastly on that, is the Minister involved with that as well, or is it just the RA? Like, is the Minister involved in that process at all?
Well, as we move toward implementation, of course, as anything, we would brief our ministers. And
More in terms of the negotiations that are going on at a like who sits on that partnership in terms of a political representation.
Well, as I said, it's a Commonwealth body. It's a Commonwealth convened group. So, the RA is not a member of that group per se. Certainly, as I mentioned, we will keep our ministers fully informed as we seek to move to implementing any of these pilots in New South Wales as part of our disaster adaptation planning.
Thank
It
you.
would
And I
be
think
fair to
Mr.
say,
Lanyon
Ms.
wants to jump
Munro,
in.
we have two ministers that we obviously report to. We have Minister Scully, but also the Minister for Emergency Services, Minister Dibb. Minister Dibb, through his emergency services role, has a strong liaison with insurance partners as well. So when we report to both ministers, we very much talk about progress being made in that space. It's also worth pointing out, and I think Ms. Leck has done so, insurability is a national challenge. So we find that all states are really working through the state challenges, hence the need for some Commonwealth coordination.
Thank you. Just thinking about time. Do we need to... Okay.
Oh, if you want to. I don't know if you've got any questions for Mr. Wendler this afternoon, but I'm thinking perhaps if we finish with Mr. Wendler now, maybe he can be excused at the break.
Finishing with
Sounds good.
Finishing with Mr. Wendler, I'm a bit worried about that.
No.
Please don't finish, Mr. Wendler.
Thank you, Mr. Wendler, for being here today. Just interested in terms of the land audit. There's 4 sites that have been outlined so far. Landcom hasn't been nominated as a partner for any of those sites. Is that correct?
So Landcom has expressed interest on some of the sites that are in the land audit, and we are currently undertaking detailed due diligence on sites.
But none of the 4 that have been announced so far, so the Camperdown site, the South Everleigh site, the Camden site and the Kellyville Bella Vista?
I can only confirm that we are undertaking due diligence. Okay. Any announcements about sites and details are really a matter for government.
Okay. Were those 4 sites that were outlined, so as I understand from our land audit questions the other day,
yes.
The priority effectively is Homes New South Wales gets first dibs, is that correct on any side? Or?
Yeah, it is. It works in a way that Landcom has the second right.
So right. So Homes New South Wales gets the first choice over any sites, then Landcom, and then other partners if that's the case, is that correct?
I can only comment on us. So
Yep.
we get the second right after Homes New South Wales has made their selection. We can express our interest, and then we can undertake due diligence.
Okay. So with respect to the Camperdown site, did you express your interest at all on that site or not?
As I said, this is really a matter for government to make announcements about sites and what happens to specific sites.
Okay. Well, with respect, that site has been announced, and it was announced that there would be a private sector partner for that site. Landcom wasn't outlined in that. During that process, did you or did you not express an interest in that site?
As I said, I think government has made, or I think you should ask Property Development New South Wales about that. The only thing that I can say is about that we are undertaking due diligence on sites, and depending on that, we will make a decision at the end of the due diligence phase.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wendler. Mr. Wendler, with respect to some of the Landcom projects
Yes.
that are undergoing at the moment planning. One of those sites is Queenscliff, which is where I decided to merge the two. What's the status with the Queenscliff site at the moment?
The status with the Queenscliff site, I will need to take that on notice to give you the specifics.
So is it still running to, I think the expectation was 2027 to be delivered. Is that still anticipated, or?
No, as I said, I have to take that on notice to give you specifics.
Okay, fantastic. Ms. Munro.
Thank you. Back to flooding. I just wanted to ask about the Auditor General's comments in February. The Auditor General reported on the New South Wales flood housing response. Recommendation 5 of that report was that by August this year, which is obviously ending now, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority develop a strategy to manage the transition of people into long-term accommodation, taking into account recommendations from relevant reviews. Where is that strategy up to?
I'll hand to my colleague, Ms. Quilty.
Thank you. So that strategy is very much being implemented. As I said, we're working with our community housing providers who are managing the villages and requiring them to engage in transition planning with the residents across the villages. We've also developed supporting policies in conjunction with the community housing providers to guide that process. And as I indicated, we are working with Homes New South Wales to ensure that we have places in which to put people who may otherwise struggle to find accommodation. We also have Homes New South Wales very much playing a role in the villages to support people who are social housing eligible onto the social housing register. So it is a multi-pronged strategy and it is very much in action.
Thank you. And just very quickly, are those community housing provider policies that you spoke about public?
We have developed them for the purposes of this program. They do, where they can, align with the policies that are already in place for community housing providers and how these kinds of arrangements are managed. But they are documents and policies that we have developed specifically for this transition program.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to clean energy projects. The Minister committed in March to approving 50 projects this year. I'm wondering how many have been approved since then, obviously at the end of August.
Yes, so thank you for the question.
While Mr Gainford's looking up his page there, can I just stress that it would be determined, not approved. We can't guarantee an approval. What we can aim towards is a target number of determinations. Just make sure we get that on the record.
Yes, so what I can say is that we are currently in a position where we've got 35 development applications in front of us for renewable energy projects that are post environmental impact statement stage. In the last 12 months, we have seen 20 renewable energy projects determined. This includes 3 wind farms, 7 solar farms and 10 batteries.
So the last 12 months being like 12 months to August?
Effectively to the end of August, that's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. And I think in the financial year that number was 22. So that doesn't include also transmission lines. There has actually been, I think, a couple of transmission lines on top of that as well.
Okay, thank you. I understand that these, I guess, determinations aren't necessarily being translated into actual projects. And I'm wondering if you've got some figures around that in terms of what has gone through the appropriate processes but actually hasn't materialised into construction.
Yes, so thanks, Ms Munro. Yes, we do have some figures. So across the entire period of determinations that have happened under state significant projects, I think we're currently at 117 renewable energy projects that have been approved. My understanding from the best available knowledge that we've got is that 40 of those have got to operation stage. And from doing a bit of I guess a research into the numbers in preparation for today, I'm aware that there's 51 of those projects, those 117 projects I mentioned before, that are over 2 years old in terms of their consents and haven't commenced operations.
Right.
I don't have specific numbers on exactly how many are under construction. We do have some way of monitoring projects under construction as well. But yeah, that gives you a sense of the numbers of projects at this point that haven't got to operations.
Okay. In terms of the draft energy policy framework, I understand that there was something around 400 submissions during the consultation period that were received, but that closed 7 months ago. I'm wondering if there's a timeline on when the new framework will be made public.
Yes, so you're right, Ms Munro. There was actually 379 submissions that were received during that exhibition period. We have also had a number of workshops since that exhibition period finished with various industry groups, with councils and with others, as those guidelines have been continuing in their development. I guess what I would say is we're at a very advanced stage of the finalisation of those guidelines.
Okay. Are we looking like before the end of the year, in a couple of weeks?
Some of these things are matters for government.
Okay. There's a draft private agreement guideline, I understand, that is a template that can be used. There's been some public feedback around the fact that in its current form, it impacts bankability for clean energy and transmission projects. And I'm wondering if that's been addressed at all in updating the draft and when that will be released.
And so, yes, thank you, Ms Munro. Yes, we received a lot of feedback on those draft private agreement guidelines. As you're saying, some of those relate to, I guess the specifics of what a suggested agreement might look like. I know there's been lots of commentary around decommissioning as well, and consideration potentially of decommissioning bonds. I guess our desire in developing these guidelines was to try and assist landowners that are negotiating with applicants for renewable energy projects to have some standardisation and have some clear frameworks in terms of their. But yes, we've received a lot of feedback and we're taking that into account as part of the finalisation of that guideline.
Is there a timeline on that?
It's the same timeline as the other guidelines.
Okay. And just finally, in terms of taking responsibility for engagement with local communities around social licence, what would you consider the department's role in that?
So Ms Munro, I would consider that our role, particularly is with regard to specific applications that we receive. There are obviously, as I mentioned, we've got 35 projects and a number of other projects that are pre-environmental impact statement at this point in time. There are a lot of those projects that are happening, unsurprisingly, in the renewable energy zones, particularly the central west Arana and the southwest at this point in time. So we engage with communities as part of that process. The applicant obviously has requirements to engage as part of the development of the environmental impact statement. But we and our teams do go out and have extensive consultation with those communities. Obviously, a number of these projects end up at the Independent Planning Commission as well, and the Independent Planning Commission will undertake various consultation with the community as well. So my expectation, I guess, referring back to your social licence or social impact question, is that we are obviously having those engagements for those specific projects, but understanding the accumulation of impacts associated with a number of those projects as well, and making sure that we're talking to the community, feeding that back to some of our colleagues in Energy Co and others that are I guess having a broader perspective on the renewable energy transition.
If I can just add one thing as well, Mr Gainsford. Ms Munro, as you'll be aware, of course, within DeFi, we also have Office of the Local Government, and we obviously, the relevant Deputy Secretaries engage on an almost constant basis to ensure that we're getting that intel on the ground through OLG as well.
Thank you.
Right. We are taking a break. We will be back in, is that right? Am I at the right time? Goodness. Okay, we'll be back in 15 minutes' time. And thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all, and we'll recommence. I just wanted to know whether or not, and it may be quite clear and obvious, but I haven't had a chance to check, but has the statement of expectations for the Independent Planning Commission been renewed? I think there was I was informed that it was due to be renewed on the 30th of June this year.
I have to say it hasn't come across my desk, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Mr. Gainsford, do you know?
I actually don't know. I think if we can take
it on notice. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Both Mr. Gainsford and I have met with the IPC recently, though, and we have regular communication and engagement. So it's not like there's a void between the department and the IPC.
Great, thank you. I know that, and I know I questioned the Minister on this morning about the merit appeal process and the public hearing process. I'm just curious about whether or not there is any consideration to, to discuss with the Independent Planning Commission around that instruction that the Minister does give in terms of public meetings and public hearings, and whether in your meetings with the IPC, whether that is a relevant matter to discuss with them, and about the fact that it does circumvent or extinguish merit appeals, and that has other consequences.
I think, firstly, ultimately, as we discussed this morning, it's a matter for the Minister, though the department would provide advice and guidance if requested. It's not something that the IPC have raised with me, but it is something that I'm very aware that they understand. They understand the implications of it and the pros and cons of both meetings and hearings as well. Mr. Gainsford, is there anything to add there?
Look, the only thing I'd add, thanks Ms Fishburn, is that I haven't had recent discussions with the IPC around public meetings or public hearings. At this point in time, as the Minister indicated this morning, we haven't made any recommendations to the Minister with regard to public hearings to do with projects that are on hand. We haven't had direct conversations with the IPC on these matters.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the discussion also that I was having with the Minister earlier about the Court of Appeal decision and Bowden's, I know that we were kind of having a slightly high-level discussion, but on a more detailed, sort of more granular level, I think it does pose a kind of a bit of a surprise in some ways, the ruling of the court in terms of how we do approach, or I'm not in the department, how the department does approach development assessment. Are you, and I know Ms Fishburn said, look, we're looking at it, we'll provide that advice. What are your kind of what's your thinking around what direction you might take?
Look, it really would be premature for me to suggest what we might advise the Minister, and it would be a ministerial decision, not a departmental decision. I think it is fair to characterise that we were a little surprised. This has gone through assessment in the department at the IPC and has been challenged in the Land and Environment Court. So we want to look very closely at the reasons for the Court of Appeal and to see what, if anything, we may need to amend or advise the Minister on, but it is far too premature for me to be able to provide any information more than that.
Do you have any views, Mr Gainsford, in terms of somebody who does these assessments, at that granular level? I mean, it's like in so many ways, you read the judgment, it makes perfect sense. It's kind of like, well, that is the project and that is the full footprint of the project and the full extent. Does do you think it does pose any kind of real difficulties, or it's just a legitimate progression in the way we look at these projects?
The only thing I'd add to what the Secretary said, Chair, other than obviously we are sort of digesting it and understanding what the implications are, is that we are doing a scan of existing assessment projects that we've got underway to look at those in the context of the judgment and to make sure that we can identify any potential risks there that perhaps are inconsistent with the judgment. So we're going through that process at the moment as well.
Very diligent, very sensible. Can I ask where in terms of the development consent, where in the process is the Narrabri gas project in terms of your role of that stage development and the plans that they're required to have in place?
Yes, so thank you, Chair. So for the Narrabri gas project itself, not the pipelines, I think you're referring
the project
to
itself,
the actual project itself. So my understanding is that all of the management plans that are associated with the stage one work with regard to Narrabri gas in terms of that initial testing and feasibility stage of the project have been satisfied. There are no documents that are with the department at the moment. My understanding is that Santos are still yet to make a decision on progressing to the next stage, and if and when they do that and produce further documents, we'll obviously assess those at the time.
Is there anything to your knowledge about things lapsing around how long it takes for them, given they haven't kind of got to that next stage?
My understanding is that they have actioned their consent with the stage one work they were doing. I can take it on notice in terms of the exact details around that, but that's my understanding.
Can I ask, has there been any approach or any work, any address from the Department of Primary Industries to the Department of Planning about the potential for the establishment of new timber plantations and any approaches around rezoning lands or any applications? Sorry, I know it's a bit left field, but
no, it's a perfectly reasonable question. But we would have to take that on notice. I can tell you that no approach has been made to me directly, secretary to secretary. I can see Mr. Gainford shaking his head, and Ms. Gibson looks perturbed. So I suspect the answer, at least at that level, is no. But please let us take that on notice, and we can check.
Thank you. And anything with Ms. Hawes, perhaps, in terms of Crown lands or any approaches from
You've got to run.
There we go. I did it. I apologise.
You should have asked me that a couple of days ago with Minister Camper.
Yes, I realised this. I had very limited time. So just in terms of, any approaches from DPI.
Miss Higginson, what I'll do is I'll take on notice for across the whole of DPI landscape for you. I'll do you that.
Thank you. It was just in relation to plantations and whether there was any knowledge on your part about any work that's being progressed there.
It's more that we're a sort of peripheral player in the whole forestry discussions, because we often end up being the landowner and landholder if forestry lands are returned to us, that kind of thing. So not specifically, but we'll be part of if Kirsten does a scan across the whole organisation. But
that would be great.
Not to my knowledge.
And my interest is in if there's any movement around the expansion of the plantation part of forestry, and approaches it may have made to the department and so on. Has there been any work undertaken or any proactive work at all around the scope of commencement in relation to historic development consents and conditions? Is there any work, given the concerns that are ongoing around the zombie DAs and that issue, and I realise, there's a very black and white answer here, the law is the law. I'm just curious about whether there's any work internally around addressing that issue in any way.
It's certainly an area that the department has an interest in. There's no work that I could put on the table for you today, but it is something that the department is keeping an eye on and looking at. Ms. Gibson?
And what I would add to that is that we're very keen to see the outcomes of the inquiry and what's recommended. So while there were some changes made a couple of years ago, and that was partly in relation to some COVID matters, but also in relation to some other issues that were coming up at the time. We've not got anything underway at the moment, but we are keeping a watching brief for the inquiry's results.
Okay, and I know the inquiry that we're part of has extended has a new reporting deadline at the 19th of November, I think. Just one final one from me before I hand over to my colleague, Ms. Fairman. Just curious with the Northern Rivers, goodness gracious, the Reconstruction Authority. Has there been anything proposed to the Reconstruction Authority about the increased risks from the increased bushfire risks from logging operations across the public forest estate? Is that work that or knowledge that has come to the Reconstruction Corporation?
That's not something I'm aware of. I'll check with Ms. Leck shortly. I think one of the important parts about the Northern Rivers at the moment is that we are very much pulling everyone together. So the Community Leaders Forum up there is made up of MPs, and I acknowledge Mr Provost's in the room today, who's a strong representative of the local area up there, but also mayors and GMs, and it's not something that we have had feedback on as far as I'm aware, but I'll just check with Ms Leck.
No, nothing specific on that, but with regard to bushfire risk in the Northern Rivers, we have agreed with the RFS that we will pilot how we bring in their bushfire risk management committees and the work of those committees into our hazard risk assessment for the disaster adaptation plan, and I would imagine that will therefore address that issue.
And I would just note a very relevant topic for the South Coast as well. Ms Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon. Just wanted to go back to dendrobium. I think Mr Gainsford, you responded to that maybe before, after lunch. So the sale that went ahead. So has the Planning Department received any information about a new proposal regarding an expansion or an extension of the dendrobium coal mine, or any suggestion, any approaches?
Not to my knowledge, Ms Fairman, no.
Right, so nothing. So it's been sold, because the Minister was here obviously saying that was struck on the head. The new buyer does seem to be indicating that they may give it another shot.
So, Ms Fairman, I mean, I've read the same reports that you have, I think, around the sale of South 32. I'm not aware that we've had any approaches made to us.
Okay. Also, just going back to the report that I was speaking with the Minister about earlier today, the Journal of Hydrology report that essentially found that, and that was by Peter Dupin, that found that there was irreversible damage to the upland swamps. I'm just wondering what the department's response to that has been. So internally, so you've received, this report, I'm sure. Has that been examined by anybody? Has anybody, have you requested people to have a look at that to see whether just basically what it is and what the department can, how you can respond?
So, Ms Fairman, I've become aware of that report from that media article that I think you referred to
yes, that's
before.
right, it was only released recently.
Yeah, and so I don't believe that we've received that formally. We obviously have looked into it after seeing the newspaper article, and I know the team has sort of downloaded it. So I can't at this point in time say what the next steps might be, but we're happy to receive that sort of information and understand if that have implications to the existing consent.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. Oh, that was another issue in the same area that's been brought to my attention by the Sutherland Shire Environment Centre is the issue of the heritage, I understand, but old tunnel within the Metropolitan Colliery. So they have written to the Minister basically seeking more information about this tunnel. There's water stored in the tunnel. It floods quite a bit, and in fact, they're obviously concerned about how the tunnel is being regulated in terms of the water that's being stored there, the potential risk of during, as we know, that area has had a lot of landslides recently. I understand around Helensburgh, a fair few of the roads haven't actually been fixed up. They haven't received any response about this. So I just wonder whether, Mr Gainsford, are you aware of this at all? It's Peabody's colliery again at Helensburgh that we're talking about.
Ms Fairman, I'm not actually aware of that correspondence, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Right, okay. So it's the information that we are seeking for this. Firstly, as well, there's an updated surface water management plan that Peabody has submitted, which I understand also appears to have the rail tunnel as part of that water management plan as a storage, which is interesting. So the information that is sought is the volume of water that the tunnel holds. I've seen photos. In fact, the photos are here, and it seems to be a hell of a lot of water coming out from that tunnel when it does flood. How the volume of water is measured, whether there's been any modelling undertaken, but also, importantly, how is it being assessed in terms of safety, in terms of the event of a landslide. What risk management plans are in place.
Would we be able to get a copy of that letter? Because I can
yes,
see David desperately scribbling down notes. It would be useful for us to
yes,
to
I was
respond.
going to forward it to you later, but I'm definitely will send you.
Yeah, we won't be able to make a response today, but we're happy to look at it.
Yes, okay. What is happening within the planning department around, has there been any instruction issued around looking at getting households off gas? I know that at the council level, quite a few councils have passed policies, motions around banning new gas connections. Is there anything afoot within the department to model that, to bring anything in terms of assisting or at least setting dates and getting households and small businesses off gas?
I'll just let Mr Gainsford get to his notes.
I was hoping I could
sustainability
maybe have some
portfolio. And I can say you are right. It's something where there has been a local government response. So certainly not a universal local government response. There will be some councils who have
an increasing number.
Violently opposed position, but yes, it is an increasing number.
And so, Ms Fairman, I mean, with regard to basics, which is obviously the standard that the department administers, the requirements in basics, obviously, which was recently updated for residential dwellings, is in regard to looking to achieve a 7-star standard.
But there's nothing in that, Mr Gainsford, just in terms of, say, for example, some of the new developments that are happening, even in southwest Sydney, for example, there's nothing really preventing those houses being connected to gas, is there, at this point?
You are correct, and in fact basics has been designed in large part to allow flexibility for people to choose the types of methodology that they can achieve those standards and those certificates.
Surely people within the department are working on this, though. Other jurisdictions have moved, of course, to phasing out time frames and banning new connection time frames to gas. Surely the department is looking at how to do this, modelling this. I mean, there's a Net Zero Commission. I'm sure they've requested it. You're not just, I assume, relying on basics at this point.
So, Ms Fairman, I can't speak for other agencies and the work they're doing. We discussed a little bit with regard to some initial engagement that we're looking to have with the Net Zero Commission a little bit earlier. What I can talk to is basics. Obviously, part of the basics tool is that it does get updated. We look to update it with, I guess, the latest sustainability measures and appropriate requirements on a periodic basis. I think the next one is 2025, and we're looking to update it. But at this point in time, no, we're not considering it as part of basics.
Okay, I've got another question here. You may have to take on notice, but we'll see how we go. It's in relation to the Moolarben open cut 3 extension and whether the Planning Department is requesting or accepting advice from the Biodiversity Conservation and Science Unit within DQ that recommends a buffer zone of 500 metres from the Munghorn Gap Nature Reserve. Basically, this is yet another big open cut coal mine extension that really, should be not just viewed as a modification. But if you could take on notice, if you don't know the answer now, Mr. Gainsford, as to whether that advice has been firstly sought and accepted in relation to that 500 metre buffer zone.
I'm happy to take that on notice, Ms. Fenn.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, and just for everyone's information, I'm back to being the chair, acting at least for the moment, but I suspect we won't have the same challenges we might have had before.
Mark looks like he's very engaged.
It's got 2 screens.
Ba-dum-bum.
Obviously a dad too.
Just considering some of the reporting lately about new taller buildings coming to the city CBD, we've of course had in place previously the controls of 235 metres in the city of Sydney, the underside effectively of Sydney Tower. Council's now changed those positions. When it comes to the airport and the airport conflict, is 310 metres the height limit effectively when it comes to airport regulations and controls?
We're probably going to have to take that on notice, and I suspect it's not an absolute. I suspect it's geographically constrained, but we'll find out for you. Yep.
No, that would be helpful in terms of what those airport controls are, and could we have higher than 310 metres, so to speak? What are the controls effectively outlined by the airport? How much of it comes down to council control and choice in that regard as well?
Yep.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. That's a really interesting question. Thank you. I look forward to finding out.
As we talked about cranes before, tall buildings, another interest.
We've done trains, we've done planes.
Now, with respect to the $520 million, which is available in the accelerated Todd precincts, have there been any determinations as to how that will be assigned effectively across those 7 precincts now?
No, it has not been finalised yet. Work has been undertaken, but a final decision hasn't been made.
Now, under the EIE, it's been outlined that is coming from the housing and productivity contribution, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the $200 million program for accelerated pathways, is that also coming from the housing and productivity contribution?
No, it's not.
It's from additional funding, is it?
Fund.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you for that. And with respect to that infrastructure program, is there an infrastructure program that is being, I understand a determination hasn't been made, but is there an infrastructure program that is being determined for each of those accelerated precincts?
Yes, that's correct, and it will be worked through using the UDP as the primary input, as well as discussions with the councils. I think that's probably sums it up. Yep.
That's right. And so for the accelerated precincts, of course, it will be a lot more infrastructure than the $520 million from the Todd acceleration program. So from there will be contributions that come from local contribution plans. There'll be contributions that will come from other grant programs. There'll be contributions that come from other prioritisation of agency work. So schools and health will also see infrastructure upgrades in a number of these locations over the life of their development cycle.
Now, with respect to the Homebush, Todd, one of the areas that's been identified as open space is on Hamilton Street East in North Strathfield. That site currently is occupied by Our Lady of Assumption Catholic Primary School in North Strathfield, a 422 student school. What's your plan for that school and its pupils, or for any additional schooling in the area?
So the Homebush Todd precinct is on exhibition. I think it's one of the ones that's on exhibition until
I think till today.
Tonight, when the final submissions come in. We know that there are a couple of private schools in the boundaries of the Todd area, and that in the master planning and looking at what might be the potential, we've looked at heights and floor space ratio changes, some zoning changes as well, and what a master plan might be. I don't think that in any way represents that we would want to see schools disappear from the area. In fact, we would be encouraging schools, be they private schools, systemic Catholic schools, to grow and expand as the population is likely to grow and expand in this area. Typically, schools are permissible in a range of different zones, so the zoning that we're exhibiting and consulting on shouldn't be read to mean that school wouldn't be in that location, because that's ultimately a very clear choice for that landowner and the school to make a decision about their future and be looking to encourage them to be able to expand in that location. In relation to the open space matter, I'd need to take that on notice. I had this question come through to me yesterday, and it wasn't flagged that there was open space.
So there's two schools next to each other. One is MacDonald College, which is sort of on the what would be the northern end of that site, and the other one is Our Lady of Assumption, and that is the one which is earmarked for open space as part of that plan. So, if have you had any feedback, or have you had any outreach to those schools at all?
There's been lots and lots of consultation, a number of drop-in sessions, a number of online sessions, a number of one-on-one meetings with major landowners in all of the Todd precincts. So I would need to confirm if there's been a specific meeting with the school there. And in relation to the open space, I will have a look at the submissions that are there, and as we finalise that plan as well.
And where open space is identified as part of these rezonings, what's the process for property owners in that regard? Will there be compulsory acquisition?
The open space, the acquisition or expansion or new open space in these Todd locations can come from a range of different approaches. I wouldn't want to hypothetically talk about what it might mean in relation to this particular site, because we're consulting and because we would need to have a look at submissions and see what's proposed, and then there would what mechanisms might be applied specifically for Homebush open space acquisition.
In that area as well, you've also identified potential new roads. Similarly, what would be the process for properties that are impacted by potential new roads running through their property corridor?
So again, a range of different outcomes that could be there. Typically, as the site redevelops, so I won't speak specifically to Homebush, but maybe typically when we're identifying in a master plan that a new road is needed or a road needs to be upgraded, typically occurs as the development proceeds, and usually as the landowner makes that land available for the road to occur, so the road to be expanded or the road to go through. In some situations, it does involve some acquisition of land, particularly where it's a state or a regional road of that sort of significance, or council might have a role where it's a local road. But in most situations, it's land that is given by the landowner as part of their development proposal, rather than going through a compulsory acquisition process.
With respect to that Homebush Todd, but applies much more in North Strathfield and Strathfield, there's a lot more detail than in some of the other ones in terms of effectively site amalgamation. Will site amalgamation be required in order for a development to take place within those regions?
My look across all of the Todd accelerated precincts is that there's going to need to be some consolidation of land in order to get some of the heights and yields on that are proposed. That's a pretty typical thing in a redevelopment or an infill setting, and that consolidation and then progressing to a development proposal is a pretty normal part of development that's happening across Sydney already, even outside of Todd precincts.
Thank you. With respect to the Hornsby Todd, are there any programs that are in place that you're considering for infrastructure upgrades specifically within that Todd?
So similarly to all the Todds, there has been infrastructure investigations to understand what the capacity is now and what infrastructure might be required as growth occurs, and that some of that might come from the $520 million program, but it may also come from local contributions or developer contributions.
Thank you very much. Now, with respect to the low and mid-rise reforms, these have been now set into 2 stages, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's right.
Okay, so the first one is now operational, but the second one is deferred, is that correct?
Second one hasn't commenced, that's right.
What's the timetable for that to be commenced?
We're working through the submissions that we've received and looking at the detail of those. It's quite an extensive number of submissions, many locations across all of Sydney involved, and speaking with each of the councils and getting their detailed feedback around the locations, the suitability of those locations in terms of the services, shops, detailed, the details of those local areas is underway.
Ultimately, it's a decision for the Minister.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, on the 24th of June 2024, the Lord Mayor of Sydney, Clover Moore, indicated in her mayoral minute that it was suggested by the Minister that the city, and I quote, enter into a local housing accord instead of applying the low and mid-rise housing changes. Is this an opportunity that's been made available to all councils?
I couldn't talk to the detail of what might have been offered by people other than me to all of those councils.
Yep.
So is a local housing accord something that the department's contemplating with councils instead of applying the low and mid-rise changes?
I'm not entirely sure what a local housing accord might mean. It's not a phrase that we are commonly using, so that might be something
what the Lord Mayor has claimed that the Minister said. Yep.
That's 2 people, neither of whom are sitting in the room, and I wasn't privy to either of the conversations.
Thank you. So there have been no directions for the department to develop local housing accords with any local government. Is that correct?
That's not something that we are currently working on.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other alternatives, maybe under different terminology, in terms of any local government and an agreement with the state that would bypass the lower mid-rise reforms?
Not that I can.
We've been given no instructions to negotiate those, but ultimately, again, these are questions really best put to the Minister. He would be making that decision, not myself or Ms Gibson.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the lower mid-rise policy, it was reported at least that a housing policy refinement paper was issued on the 29th of April 2024. Is that correct?
It was a refinement policy that we used in conversations with each of the councils in relation to the places that the EIE suggested that the reforms could apply to.
Okay. So this document wasn't made public, is that correct?
It was made available to each of the councils.
Yeah, made available to councils, but not published on your website, for instance?
No, I don't think it was published on our website.
Okay, thank you. And is it the case, as has been reported from this document, that the government's not intending to apply the standards under the lower mid-rise reforms to employment zones?
To employment zones?
E1, E2 and MU1?
No, I don't think that that's the case. I don't think that there's any change that we certainly haven't finalised any change in relation to that. So it's as it's been exhibited in the EIE.
Okay. Is it from that document as well? It was reported that R1 zones would be exempted. Is that correct?
So that the R1 zones are used. There's a long history here about the R zonings in New South Wales. The R1 zone is kind of a catch-all residential zone, and then we have an R2 zone, which is low density, and R3, which is medium, and R4, which is high. So typically councils either use an R1 zone and sort of everywhere, or they use the mix of R2, R3 and R4. Over time, as some councils have had mergers and their LEPs have have come from different places, and so an example of this might be Inner West, where they had LEPs prepared by Ashfield, Leichhardt and Marrickville
and a bit of City of Sydney.
And a bit of Sydney. They their way that they'd use their residential zones sort of stayed the same, and then were made into one LEP. So there's some differences that happen there. I can also speak to Maitland Council's local environmental plan, and when that was prepared, just used the R1 zone for sort of a lot of residential areas that included a mix of places that we would now describe as medium density or low density. So the R1 zone does require a little bit more investigation to see how well this fits with the well-located homes policy approach in the low and mid-rise, whereas very much looking at, well, how can we increase the diversity of mid-rise and diverse low-rise housing types in the R2 and the R3 zones. So it doesn't quite fit as neatly as it does with the R1 zoning, which tends to be a much more open zone or used very differently to the way that an R2 or an R3 zone might be used. This is a long way of saying that I don't think that we've made a final answer about how the R1 zone would be applied, because we need to look at the very specific detail about what it means in each area. It could be quite tricky to unpick in some areas and might require a little bit more time and thinking. It might be more straightforward to apply in certain locations as well. I have to say it's not a very commonly used zone.
Yeah, only a few councils. Thank you.
Yep.
And is it the case that all 66 E2 town centres across the Greater Sydney, Hunter, Central Coast and Illawarra regions will be included as town centres as part of the proposal? Is that a definition that the government has adopted?
We have talked in the low and mid-rise reforms about them being well located.
Yep.
And then we have identified the locations of where that might be. So it's council's existing zoning. It's not about changing any zoning that might already occur. So where councils have already zoned a place as in an E zone and called it a town centre, then the EIE has talked about those locations applying. We are working through with each council, though, about whether there are more factors beyond the zoning that need to be taken into account to determine whether or not these controls should ultimately apply. And I think we've spoken in other ones of these discussions about the types of supermarkets that might be required, the type and range of services that would be available in that area. And again, it's going to be different if you're in Marrickville to if you're in Wallandilly. It's going to really change and be better understood at a local level by the councils, which is why we're going to them and asking for their specific feedback.
So, to that point, it's indicated, as I understand it from that document, that there is now a definition in terms of full-line supermarket of greater than 2,000 square metres, and also with respect to those town centre zones in terms of serviceability of public transport, that it's a once hourly bus service. Is that correct?
They are some of the ways that we have helped facilitate a conversation with council. Again, that's not I wouldn't read that as a hard and fast rule at this point in time, because there are, again, these situations where you might not have 2,000 square metres of a full-line supermarket in a place but have a butcher, a baker, and a chemist, all next to each other, that together might offer a full range of services, but not be in one shop, and therefore not one amount of 2,000 square metres of floor space. Similarly, an hourly bus service might, and depending on where that gets you to. So if it's a very long journey through a lot of suburbs and a very long journey before you get to employment areas or you get to other public transport connections, might not be a reasonable position for various communities across Greater Sydney.
So don't apply those as absolute. They're there for the purposes of, informing the discussion with local government.
That's the short answer to my long answer.
Yeah. Good combination. And I believe in this document it also talks about having workshops with councils.
Yeah.
Have the workshops been conducted now with all the 49 councils that submitted feedback to the EIA?
I know that there have been one-on-one workshops with all councils. There are, I'm sure, continuing to be follow-up conversations with them as well.
Okay, thank you. And now the changes that were outlined with respect to the TOD in terms of the changes to FSR height, stories and the like, are they being carried over into the low and mid-rise changes as well? So revising down the FSR, revising, changing the height effectively, and putting a story specification in?
We haven't finalised the low and mid-rise reforms, but I think it's... so I wouldn't want to give a guarantee on what that final answer might be. Except to say that we have set a standard with the TOD locations around those heights, to consider that in a commercial area you're going to need slightly more height because the commercial ceiling level needs to be higher than for a residential level, so there's a little bit more there. And also that as we've worked through the details with councils and they've given feedback, we have had and seen refinements about what controls might apply.
Thank you, Ms Gibson. Now we turn to Ms Fairman.
Thank you. It's probably a question for you, Ms Gibson, I think. I just wanted to ask whether the Premier says a fair bit in terms of, in relation to the TOD SEP, that he'd prefer to stop developing out and to build up and around the stations. Is there anything within the department that is preventing at this stage developments being approved in southwestern Sydney? So in other words, he's said that, but has there been any policy directives to find, at least even to explore ways in which essentially some developments aren't approved because it's hit an urban growth boundary, if you like? Is that being discussed?
I'll ask Ms Gibson to answer. Yeah, thank you. So in the current region plan for Sydney is a concept called the Metropolitan Rural Area. We often call it MRA. And the Metropolitan Rural Area is operating in some situations to be a natural boundary for where urban development or the edge of Sydney might occur. National parks also sort of provide some of those boundaries. Floodplains and other natural features also provide those boundaries. So typically when it comes to considering a proposal to zone land for residential development in the MRA, we're looking at, well, what are the principles for defining the MRA in that location? So that has been the strategic sort of plan for a little while. When it also comes to considering rezoning of land for residential development, we're very sensitive to the servicing and servicing plans and where they might be available. Some areas are going to be naturally very difficult to service. Some areas don't have services now, but those services can come and logically could come. So there are a couple of the things that we're looking at when it comes to that greenfield style development at the edges.
What was the, because in terms of services, I chaired the Upper House inquiry into Western Sydney transport needs, public transport I should say, needs, and it was quite clear, obviously, Southwest Sydney, for example, very underserved, but that was approved without the necessary, really, connecting public transport infrastructure. Does planning have any kind of vision, I suppose, for that, particularly, I think in terms of trains, but also, I know it's not potentially your area, but how to make sure that any further developments, because it hasn't finished yet, in the Southwest Sydney Growth Centre actually get that public transport connection before more houses go in?
So the services that I was really specifically referring to and that we are typically considering as being very threshold issues at the time of rezoning would be the utility services. So water, sewer, power, road access. Road access is often the way that the bus services and public transport services are expanded to areas, in addition to the heavy rail and the metro.
So no
rail
policy
networks.
directive, though, that's changed substantially in the last 18 months, shall we say, about connectivity, connection to public transport needs to be in place before the suburbs, before the houses get built?
There's
Nothing.
no policy direction to say that. However, as you'll be aware, the Todd policy is let's sweat our transport infrastructure and create our density around our existing
But I
transport
think my
infrastructure.
point is it doesn't seem to be making too much of an impact yet on the what's happening on the boundaries of Western Sydney in terms of development
I
at this
understand your
point.
concern. I think you would find there's no stronger advocates for public transport than planners, and we certainly do make representation to Transport for New South Wales very strongly.
And I also feel like New South Wales has been very clear about the well-located component of the National Housing Accord's target, so that it's not, so we're looking for well-located homes, and that really for us in New South Wales means places that have got really good public transport service and places that we would preference where there is existing community facilities and services as well.
Thank you, Ms Gibson, thank you. Another issue entirely, my office has written to the Minister and also put questions in on notice regarding a report that Hawkesbury Council has been trying to obtain into the Windsor Bridge replacement project. So I understand that there's a report for the non-Aboriginal salvage in parts in terms of the heritage items that Hawkesbury Council does not have. They've got the Aboriginal and maritime salvage reports, but they don't have the non-Aboriginal salvage reports. In the question on notice that I got back, it said that the department received this non-Aboriginal salvage report on the 30th of July 2024, but I understand that it's apparently been around for a number of years, and the report is under review. This is from the department. Mm-hmm. The report is under review to determine if it meets the requirements of the conditions of approval for the Windsor Bridge replacement project, and that the review will be completed in due course, and then the department will publish this once approved. This is an issue because council is holding artefacts that desperately need to be conserved, and they've actually been waiting for this report for some time. What is the delay with this one? And I'm not sure who to direct my question to.
I think we're going to have to take that on notice and come back to you. I'll also put on the record I'll make a call to Hawkesbury Council next week and try and get to the bottom of it. Yeah.
Thank you very much,
It's not
Ms.
our
Fishburne.
practice generally to not make things
it does seem a bit unusual.
Yeah,
which
let me look into it for you.
Thank you. My final question then I'll throw to my colleague who's sitting over there patiently. This is in relation to the Moolarben mine underground for project. So this is again another extension. I understand this is underground, and I understand that there are new. It's extending closer to the incredible the drip at Mudgee, which is an absolutely outstanding natural area. I understand that these longwall panels are going to be dug much closer to the Goulburn River and the drip. With that in mind, so these are longwall panels 9 to 14. With that in mind, will there be a new assessment of impacts? Because the the last impact assessment into subsidence was conducted nearly 20 years ago. That's a substantial change, obviously over those 20 years, but I don't think anybody would deny just how precious that area is, and the connectivity in terms of groundwater and everything from the Goulburn River. So again, this is that whole issue of substantial modifications when it comes to coal mines, and the community really up in arms because they don't believe that they're being assessed as rigorously as they should be, given how much they're impacting, given the enormous impacts of these modifications. So does this one sounds like it should have a new assessment of impacts, doesn't it, Mr. Gainsford?
So thank you, Ms. Fairman. So just to clarify, this is a proposed modification to Moolarben, not the...
Sorry,
Moolarben.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Right, okay.
This is further development of the extraction plan for longwall. Sorry, further development of the extraction plan. Yes, for the longwall panels 9 to 14.
Right. Okay. I will need to take that on notice. I don't have those details.
Yeah. Sorry, it's not a modification. I misspoke. Yes, it's not a modification. But what the community, I've in fact walked in that area with ecologists and hydrologists who have spoken to me about that. And so the question is will the department require a new assessment, because the last one was undertaken 20 years ago and it was deemed inadequate by those who looked into it closely?
I'm happy to take that on notice, and maybe to an early question you had about Moolarben as well, with regard to advice on the new application that we've got for expansion of the open cut coal mine. I can say that we have actually received that correspondence, and it is under consideration at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
The drip's beautiful.
I was literally about to say, would the whole panel of witnesses please undertake to go to the drip?
In fact, Monica's going there.
I'm having a week off to go visit.
Fantastic. Wow. No, quite seriously, it is, I'm just going to follow on from my colleague, Ms. Fairman, and I find it really shocking because in a different iteration of my life, the Moolarben proposal came up, and it is just awfully close, the undergrounding and the hydrology and the impacts. I think we're kind of traversing that irreversible impact danger zone. Is there, just on that and following up, is there a trigger, is there a lever that the department has in relation to requiring a further assessment, even if it is just an expansion to the underground plan, as opposed to requiring an entire modification? What is the trigger there?
I mean, I think, Chair, as you would well know, we can't instigate a modification ourselves. Clearly, we're obliged to enforce the consent that is in place. But with regard to reviews, because often these underground coal mines, as you would know, have requirements for extraction plans and subsidence management plans, and there's elements of those plans that come to us. And I mentioned before that, we often seek advice from the Independent Expert Advisory Panel on mining, and so there is some scope for us to interrogate those plans and make sure that the risks and impacts are not going beyond the levels of the consent. But we don't have the ability to commence a modification process. That's really up to the applicant.
I'm just interested in any views around, and this is perhaps the Secretary, you can direct where this should go, but The updated NARCLM modelling doesn't actually model sea level rise, is my understanding, and I'm just curious about, well, what platform am I incorrect? Does it model sea level rise? I don't think it does, and I'm just curious about, well, what are we using for sea level rise in terms of planning standards, and are there a range of levels that we're looking at? And I know that my colleague is not here who doesn't believe in sea level rise, so I'm sneaking this question in.
You are past my level of expertise, Chair.
Okay.
Would you mind if I just see if Ms Leck knows?
Well, look, I couldn't answer the specifics of that. DQ is responsible for the release of NARCLM 2.0, and I would suggest that the question would be best directed to them.
Yes.
They also have responsibility around coastal hazard risk management as well through some of their work, so they would be best placed to answer that question.
And so then what is the Reconstruction Authority and what is the department then using? I suppose that really what it is I know that we've used old sea level rise arbitrary figures, or figures that have been provided to planning authorities as a kind of middle road. But what are we using in terms of a risk mitigation, adaptation?
I can talk to that. So the DAPs that I spoke to earlier,
Yes.
the disaster adaptation plans, will bring in a whole range of data sources, bushfire risk data, flood risk data, heatwave risk data, and also coastal hazard data. Now, we'll be using the best available data that we have with regard to coastal hazard data, sea level rise and the like. The RA's role will not be to develop those data sets, but to identify where those best data sets are held within government, and to be able to bring them together to inform decision support within that regional scale I spoke to earlier.
So then what if NARCLM's not doing sea level rise modelling? Like, for example, Lismore would become, under like 90 centimetres, whatever, sea level rise, Lismore all of a sudden becomes a big issue.
Look, as I said earlier, I can't speak to what NARCLM 2.0 does and doesn't include. I think that question is best directed to DQ.
Yeah.
What RA will do is ensure that the best available hazard risk data is brought into our models for the regional DAP footprint to inform that decision making about the best mitigation options.
Thank you. I'm just curious, and this one's a bit specific, but I recently saw, very sadly, the destruction of one of the North Lismore houses. It was a bit of an institution in our world, obviously deemed not fit. You talked earlier, or the Minister talked earlier about recycling products, and particularly some of these incredibly valuable hardwood timbers that are everywhere. What's the program? How are we doing it, and what are we doing?
Yes, certainly. I'll refer that across to Ms Leck. I'm aware of the matter that you're speaking about, but I'll refer across in general because it is one of the firm focuses of the Resilient Homes program. Where it is that we need to demolish, we want to recycle as much as possible, reduce the impact on landfill, but we're also trying to manage so that we maintain as much of the heritage of the community as possible as well. So it is one of the firm focuses of the program.
It sounds great, and everybody's very supportive, but it was only when I saw the big excavator and the house falling down, I kind of went, but how are we actually doing it?
Sure.
Yeah, look, I can talk to that. So we have had a pilot program underway with respect to demolishing the first 16 homes as part of the buyback program. These homes were structurally compromised. They've had engineering assessments and the like. They were severely dilapidated and really not viable for relocation. 7 of those homes have been demolished to date. I have a lot of statistics here if you'd like, but just a high-level summary. There's been 773.28 cubic metres of material removed with regard to those 7 homes, including 258 cubic metres of asbestos. So in terms of the total amount that we've been able to recycle through this work is 58%. So the recycling materials, total metals, 29.9 cubic metres, organics and timber, total concrete, and the total recyclables in total 300 cubic metres. So I think there is potentially a community perception that, if they see excavators move in and the like and, remove a home, but post that work, there is work undertaken by the contractor to separate and recycle products as appropriate.
Great. No, I was assured by many people in the industry. No, people then go in and take the timbers and all of that. So what happens next? What is this process? I mean, it's quite revolutionary. A government agency, I don't think, has ever done anything quite like this.
So the next stage of the program, we're forecasting around about 144 homes in total for demolition removal based on our buyback program to date. We are targeting 80% recycled material from that program.
And where does it go? And does it get sold? Where does the money go? I'm just wondering what the chain of custody goes.
In terms of the broader program, we will go out to market with a request for quote where the requirements around recycling are sort of embedded in that. So that will be for the contractor to demonstrate how they are going to recycle those materials as part of that quotation. With regard to the work that we have done to date, as I said, it was a sort of a pilot program and also removing those homes that we felt had the greatest, public safety risk because they were in this dilapidated state. We are quite pleased that we've achieved that 58% recycled materials to date. Our contractors that are working on this program are actively engaged through that, I suppose, supply chain of recycling the timber, the metal, the aluminium, the glass, the concrete, the steel and so on with their local network of recyclers.
I think we've been doing a fair bit of work with the Living Lab as well to try to pilot how we can actually use some of those products.
I was going to say, because it sounds like we're just going to cycle them potentially out of the region and out of the system. So there is some kind of scoping done for how we can reuse back in the rebuild and the ongoing community. Is that right?
As you can imagine, it's very challenging. It's a large program with a lot of moving pieces. So we're working through buybacks, then we're looking at can we relocate, how do we reuse, if we have to demolish, how can we then make best use of the product within the region? So there is a lot of work happening simultaneously. The Living Lab partnership is a really valuable one for us because it is looking at alternatives, how we can maximise those types of recycled products going forward.
Because I'm sure you've heard 1,000 times, it is all the big scrub, literally, in those. That's what we're looking at, and people kind of can't stand that degree of potential waste.
There's some gorgeous material.
And a key principle is to relocate as many homes as we can to maintain those beautiful homes in the region.
Great, thank you. Right, I'll pass to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to get some information, please, about Macquarie Park. I'm wondering if there are any infrastructure improvements that are planned with funding committed for improved infrastructure in the Macquarie Park area.
There could be a lot of things that are captured by that, so let me just see if we can work through some detail. So Macquarie Park and Ryde Council have some local planning controls. They have some local development contribution plans, and there are also some VPAs with various landowners relating to infrastructure delivery in that area. We also have 2 large rezonings happening in the Macquarie Park. We call them Rezoning 1 and Rezoning 2. Rezoning 2 is highly exciting.
Very imaginative as you put it like that. Yeah.
It worked for the bananas.
We never knew which one was which, though.
No. The second one relates very much to the Todd program, and that's the one that's recently been on exhibition. The other one was exhibited a little earlier in the last few months. So in both of those rezoning proposals, there are plans for growth and change, particularly for there to be more residential development in Macquarie Park than previously had been envisaged. And there are infrastructure and services plans that are have been prepared and exhibited with those documents.
There's been no funding committed around that. They're just their exhibited plans for consultation?
There are exhibited plans for consultation which outline what might be the cost of the infrastructure and then what might need to be updated. So there would need to be changes to the development contribution plan, so how developers would make a contribution. And there's also the housing and productivity contribution that would apply to that area. The rezoning 2, which is the Todd accelerated precinct, would be captured by the $520 million allocation from the Todd program. So some funding would be coming from that program as well to support that. So
we don't know. We're not sure how much yet.
That's right. So we're working through that detail as we settle what might be the planning control changes and therefore what might be the necessary infrastructure and then what might be the funding mechanisms for the infrastructure to be delivered.
Mm-hmm. Is there a timeline once that, I guess, the stage 2 rezoning timeline and the Todd timeline for consultation and then the finalisation of that plan, is there a timeline after that that is locked in that we can expect to know when that $520 million will be cut up for Macquarie Park?
We're working on the rezoning for all of the Todd accelerated precincts to be completed this calendar year. It's really a very big task. Working as quickly as we can on that. And similarly with the $520 million in working through looking at the submissions that have come in and are coming in across the Todd sites, particularly the council submissions and what they're saying that they will do in terms of adjusting their local contribution plans. And so what those contributions might be, the types of infrastructure that they would focus on, the types of infrastructure that we think can come from the $520 million, which we think would be things like parks and open space, but it include active transport improvements, whereas we think council's contribution plans might be more about things that might be stormwater drainage and might also include some of the community facilities and cultural facilities that council provide. So we're looking at how all that fits together.
There's no timeline on when those decisions and I guess calculation will be made after the end of this year?
No, we'd be looking to give some more certainty at the time of rezoning and also be able to talk about what the timing is on the adjustments to council's contribution plans as well.
Can I clarify, my understanding from information including a City of Ryde media release that was published yesterday is that there is a possibility of having 37,000 new dwellings in the Macquarie Park area, which was Todd contributing 15,000 additional apartments, and that was in addition to over 22,000 apartments already planned. Is that a fair assessment?
Those numbers seem very, very high. I haven't seen the media release, so I would need to probably have a look at that in some closer detail to see exactly what land is being included. That would be terrific. In terms of what we're exhibiting with the Todd site, I'm trying to find exactly what my number is. It's in here somewhere in these thousands of pages. But it's a much smaller number, and there have been some planning approvals in that area before. So I'm really happy to take on notice just what that a pipeline of housing supply might be in Macquarie Park based on what might be approved and what's going through in those rezonings.
Thank you. Has modelling been done by the department to essentially determine the opportunity cost between the 23,000 jobs that were promised essentially under the Macquarie Park Innovation Precinct Plan, which was August 2022, and the pretty large expected increase in dwellings as a result of build-to-rent changes and the Todd program?
There has been some assessment of the residential development and the commercial or employment activities, particularly to have a look at what infrastructure and services are available, but also about the relationship between different types of employment generating activities and residential activities, things like data centres, which have quite
large footprint,
yeah,
with few employment opportunities. Yeah.
Yep. But also generate noise, and so we have to carefully plan that near residential development. The notes that I have in front of me talks about just about the Macquarie Park 2 rezoning, which, in addition to the residential component, so that would be build to sell as well as build to rent, that there's 38,000 jobs that's created within the zoning plans that are proposed, and that comes from.
That's jobs that would be created out of the construction phase.
No, it's that they're jobs that would be created from the zoning change that's proposed. So,
what
it's
time
not
period is that?
like the dwellings. That's about the same time period. So that's typically a planning over about a 15-year horizon.
Okay, so there is essentially, I mean, that's an enormous increase from the original 23,000 jobs over 20 years. If we're now talking about, was it 35 or 38,000?
38,000.
I mean, where do all those extra jobs come from?
So that comes from the zoning of the land, which is includes a mix of residential as well as commercial zoning within those areas.
But it already is commercially zoned.
Yep. So some of it is because the height and floor space ratios are changing and increasing. So my notes tell me that it's also another 30,000 jobs that are being retained there. So there's already planning controls for 27,800 jobs, plus with the upzoning, an additional 38,200 jobs.
Where is that? Is that information public?
Yes.
Whereabouts is that?
So that's in the EIE. So that's the the draft planning document for Macquarie Park. That's the stage 2 one.
Okay. I mean,
and if I can just jump in here for a
please.
second. So in terms of those figures, is that just for the stage 2 area in terms of jobs, or is that across is it 5 precincts that are there in Macquarie Park?
My notes show it for the stage 2 only.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I mean, there's still a lot of concern and, yeah. Anyway, I'll quickly move on. You go. Yeah,
okay, cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just an update as well with respect to the Cherrybrook precinct. So that was finalised in December of 22 for 3,200 residences. Are there any plans for that to be revised at all or reviewed?
There are plans, that's right. So we're preparing a state-led rezoning for area around Cherrybrook Metro Station. And that builds on the place strategy that was finalised in December 2022. We are scheduled for public exhibition of some plans for Cherrybrook in September, so next month.
Okay. And what's so 3,200 was the proposal previously. What's the proposal now in terms of number of residences?
That we're working through that detail as we finalise this to go to public exhibition, and we'll be consulting on that.
Okay. And so that'll be out in September, will it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And what's the status of any changes around the Royal Institute for Deaf and Blind Children site at North Rocks? Where's that at the moment?
Oh, I can tell you. North Rocks. It's always something. North Rocks. So this is the site where there's been a rezoning review.
Yep.
The planning proposal following that rezoning review was submitted to the department in a month ago.
Yep.
For a gateway assessment. We're going through that assessment at the moment, and that's on track for a gateway determination and to proceed or not proceed, and with what conditions. That's what a gateway assessment does, and comes up with a determination by middle of September.
Okay. And what number of residences is proposed under that plan?
So the proposal as it's been submitted, and it's in a 12.5 hectare site, is for a combination of apartments, townhouses, as well as some retail and medical uses. The proposal equates to 925 dwellings.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Now, just of course, was established for the rezoning pathways program in 2022, including the state assessed planning proposal pathway, enabling developers to nominate projects for rezoning approval by the site. What's the status of that program now? Is it all concluded, or?
No, the program is underway. There are a number of sites that went through a stream of that program, and they are occurring in a number of tranches. I think you might be interested in the industry nominated sites.
Yep.
So these were the sites that we would describe as state assessed planning proposals. There were 5 projects that came in under that program, and they're in various stages of assessment. One of those projects has been withdrawn from that program.
Okay.
But the other 4 are progressing. Those include the Toland Estate at Wagga Wagga. It includes Railway Terrace at Schofields. It includes Cowper Street at Warrawong, a site in Canwell on the Central Coast, and the site that didn't proceed was one at Glenmore Park.
Okay. And with respect to those, when do you intend to make a final determination with respect to those?
Yeah, they've all been publicly exhibited, and we're working through the submissions and the comments from councils and agencies that were received. They are on track over the next couple of months and before the end of the year to be finalised.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, just with respect to the infill affordable housing SEP, as a result of the SEP, since its introduction on the 14th of December, how many applications have been made taking advantage of the conditions under the SEP?
Mr. Gainsford.
So thank you, Mr. Fallow. So we've had 50 projects that have actually been issued Secretary's environmental assessment requirements under that infill affordable housing SEP that you mentioned before, the thresholds.
Yep.
Of which 9 of those projects have either had an environmental impact statement exhibited or are currently on exhibition.
Okay, so none have been determined as of yet?
No, but we expect to determine at least 2 or 3 of those by the end of the year.
Okay. And in terms of that pipeline, do you have a number in terms of how many dwellings have been proposed and how many affordable dwellings as part of that as well?
I do, Mr. Fallow. I don't necessarily have the total number of dwellings, although actually I do. I think I do have those. Okay, so the total
because you give it to me. He gives it to me every week, so I know.
Okay, good. Okay, great.
So the estimated total number of dwellings across all of those projects I mentioned before, both those that have been on exhibition, come off exhibition, or have had Secretary's environmental assessment requirements, somewhere in the vicinity of around 16,500 dwellings.
Yep.
The affordable housing component of those projects is a little bit shy of 4,000 dwellings.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gainsford. Now, the Luddenham Village discussion paper was an exhibition from the 8th of October to the 5th of November 2021 for public comment. Where is that at now in terms of the rezoning at Luddenham?
Yeah.
The matters at Luddenham are very closely related to considerations of noise from the operation of the future airport. And as you're no doubt aware, the airport have exhibited but not finalised their noise contours and the extent of the noise that will be generated in that area. And it's very important for us to have a good understanding of that, so that we can proceed with certainty about what the planning controls might be for sensitive receivers. Typically that's people's homes. We understand that the Commonwealth are working through submissions that they've received on their exhibited noise contours, and that's underway, and that assessment is quite complex and is taking being very closely considered. And until that's been resolved, we won't be able to make decisions about, with certainty, about where residential development could occur, because we're not certain about what the noise impacts would be. And that would be a very important consideration, and one that we would take around all sorts of airports around New South Wales. So it's not unique to sort of Luddenham that we want to carefully consider noise impacts, but we don't have all the information in order to do that.
We've made a number of representations to the Commonwealth detailing that this information is critical for us, and we would appreciate them expediting what they were able to so we can do this work, because we do appreciate that the people of Luddenham feel that they're living uncertainty at the moment. Yep.
Thank you very much. And similarly, with respect to the rezoning of Orchard Hills, have you got any update on that as well? Is that similarly subjected to the airport contours?
No, Orchard Hills and the area that we're looking at for a state-led rezoning at Orchard Hills is not aircraft noise affected. We are looking at the area around the new metro station. That rezoning has taken some time to investigate matters relating to infrastructure provision, but also we had some advice from the Commonwealth Department of Defence in relation to some land contamination, some PFAS contamination, which we needed to carefully consider. Yep. We've undertaken those investigations, and they were very, very low levels of PFAS contamination, which is great news for the people that live there and for future communities. We are now finalising the documents to go on exhibition. I think we've made a public statement that we would be exhibiting next month, so in September.
And do you anticipate meeting that deadline?
Yep. That's what we're working towards.
Okay. Thank
Day
you.
and
Seems a
night.
lot in September. And similarly, of course, industrial lands being an important priority as well. When will DPHI release the upcoming industrial land strategy?
We haven't made a formal statement about our industrial land policy, but we will be reviewing the Sydney Region Plan, which does include some industrial land directions, as well as releasing information about industrial land supply or employment land supply in the regular monitors that we have.
I think we've been very, very public and open, saying that we need to do work on employment and industrial lands, or else we will have a jobs crisis on top of a housing crisis.
Yep.
So the
On top
department
of
is
all the other
very
crises.
alive to it.
Yep.
Thank you.
So with respect to that, there is no timetable, though, for
Not at
the
this point in
publication of
time.
the industrial land strategy? Okay. Thank you. And with my 5 seconds remaining, what are you doing in terms of works in kind? Have you done that review as well, in terms of the works in kind's contribution plans? I believe there was a review underway, wasn't there?
Yes, a review has commenced, but it has not yet been finalised, and I can't give you a date on that because it's a government decision. Yep.
Thank you.
We've got a little bit more time in. Do you want to share?
You start, yeah. we'll
Yeah,
share.
thank you.
Share a line.
I'm just curious about whether the department has been engaged in the development of the Land IQ program to date.
Yes, the department is responsible for the Land IQ program. It's through Minister Camper, so it is part of my portfolio, but it is ultimately a question for Minister Camper.
Can I ask though whether
you can ask, and
I was
depending
say,
on the complexity of the question, I might push it back to Minister Camper.
Right,
Yeah.
I'll just give it a quick go. I'm just curious, like, are you interested in that tool? And, you know, it's just a general question. Are you interested in that tool beyond it being a tool, a sort of development tool or a disaster mitigation tool? Does it have other capacities, and are you kind of identifying that? Because
frankly, to me, it looks pretty groovy.
Yeah, look, we think Land IQ is pretty good ourselves. We also are interested in how local government may be able to make use of it to assist in their planning and as they're working through their own disaster mitigation plans as well. So, yes, I think there are lots of opportunities for us to expand the scope of Land IQ. At present, we're also utilising it for undertaking the land audit as well. So that's been a really good use of it.
And what about, do you see that eventually there could be a sort of community accessibility to that tool as well for, for that level of engagement?
In principle, as across all of government, we support open data. There obviously is some sensitivities to data when it's associated with land and property values, but I don't see why we can't explore that in principle, and it's certainly something as we mature out Land IQ we can take into consideration. I'm not promising anything.
No, of course. I'm just curious about there's no doubt there's a lot of good work happening, and we are in complex times where we're dealing with complex information.
Yep.
So, it's just interesting about the direction of the department. I've just got a couple of other things very quickly in terms of also with that commitment to this kind of single source of truth is what we're all trying to head to in terms of understanding how we can manage the place. In terms of AI,
yes,
I know that you've given evidence previously in hearings around the use of AI within the department, particularly around some of these assessments and development tools. Where are we at with that?
So I'll do this quickly and give Mr. Gainsford a break on this one. So there's two elements in relation to AI. There is the AI that we're trialling with councils, and we provided grants to 16 councils to trial AI technology, and this is really AI as pre-DA. So if an applicant going in and AI being able to determine whether they've put all the relevant bits of material. It's like a duty planner, right? It's like AI duty planner, for want of a better term. So we're trialling that at the moment, and there will be a second stage of looking at AI as an assessment tool for councils coming out this year. The other side of that, of course, is AI within my own department. We have done a trial of Copilot through Mr. Hebron's area. This could be your one chance to talk.
Mr. Hebron,
would you like
Off
to
the bench at the end.
Go on, give us a moment.
About our Copilot trial.
I'll bring it home. Okay, we are running a trial of Copilot. It's been particularly successful in terms of output. It's a trial where we've selected a bunch of people, got licenses for that. It allows us to access departmental information as well as stuff on the net. We're assessing the results of that and looking to the government's governance requirements, and we'll look to roll it out I think we're looking at the end of October.
We need to resolve some document management stuff, as I suspect everybody working in this space does, but it has been particularly successful for my staff who have English as a second language or who have a disability, and they've found that use of Copilot has really, really helped them and made work more pleasurable and easy, so that makes me feel really good as well.
And is that just fine? Is that the title, Copilot? Is that the or is that
Microsoft product?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. Back to my colleagues.
Thank you very much.
Silent.
Now to Moore Park. And Miss Hawes is gone. Well,
I'll give it a shot.
Thank you. So the department ran a public consultation on Moore Park that closed on the 10th of April. When will the department be releasing the What We Heard report?
We are working through that report now. It has not yet come to my desk, so it's being worked through. It's not just sitting somewhere.
Here's Miss Hawes.
I don't have a targeted.
Got a question for you.
Oh, Mel. Moore Park. What we heard.
The question.
What We Heard report, and when will it be?
When are we releasing What We Heard?
Right, okay.
Mel, I've already said it hasn't come to my desk yet, so it's
no problem. So we had many submissions, and there is a report being compiled for release. What I can say is imminent.
Okay, thank you.
Very soon.
Okay. And with respect to Moore Park, it currently generates around $16 million in revenue per year. More than half of that revenue goes to maintaining Centennial Parkland spaces and facilities. How will the government fund the black hole in revenue created when the course is repurposed to 9 holes?
So that is a matter for government. We've been very clear about the full range of implications of a decision to change the format of the park. I can't answer that at this point in
So
time.
there's no plan for that at the moment? Okay.
We are going through the consultation process. What then happens and the options that might, be designed are at the direction of the government, and it will be a decision for government at a later stage.
Okay, thank you. $2.6 million was allocated in the budget for planning work at Moore Park. How will that funding be used?
That funding has been allocated for consultation design and conceptual design sort of work at this stage. Initial design and planning work only.
Okay, thank you. Now, rooftop housing and airspace development. How does the current regulatory framework in New South Wales address the use of airspace above existing buildings for housing development? And are there specific guidelines or restrictions related to airspace development?
I'm looking at who looks most excited about this one, Ms Gibson. Yep.
She's nodding away.
So we haven't produced any specific guidelines or details around it, mostly because we haven't seen the need to. It seems fairly clear at the moment that where you have a height and floor space ratio that hasn't been maximised, so perhaps you had a building that was built at 4 stories, council's planning controls now allow for 6 stories, that you could apply for approval to access those remaining 2 stories by making additions to your building. We know that this has been done by a number of people, particularly for strata developments where it's assisting with, as the strata is ageing and there's renovations required to the strata common property, that selling those and utilising that additional height that's now allowed under revised planning controls can bring some return back to the owners and to the body corporate so that they can do the renovations and repairs to the balance of the building. So we know that does happen and has been happening, so we haven't seen the need to be able to produce any more guidelines to support that.
Okay, thank you. And with my last question, in terms of the caravan homes and the like, and the documents that were exhibited previously, what's the status of that at this stage?
So that's also a question for me, and there were a number of submissions that were received. We are working through those submissions at the moment. That's kind of the answer that we would normally say when we've had submissions, and we're working through it. The time frame that I have is that we'd be finalising the proposed changes this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. We've come to the end.
Presumably. ALP may wish to ask
very
some questions.
presumptuous, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. Just through you, can I just clarify one thing?
Absolutely,
I did
thank you.
undertake to Ms Munro to try to get the details of the financial expenditure on the Resilient Lands program. Unfortunately, I couldn't get that this afternoon. Can we take that on notice and we'll provide figures for the end of August?
Certainly, thank you.
Can I tell my zombie DA joke?
Please do.
I'm going as a zombie DA for Halloween. I'm going to sit around and do nothing.
We'll have to put it in a Christmas cracker. I don't know about the Halloween crackers,
Yeah,
but
Halloween
maybe.
cracker.
Thank you all so much. So thank you.
I was going to say, does that mean you dressed as Mark Speakman? But I won't.
Yeah. No, I love the jokes. Leave them in. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of you for your attendance today. The Secretariat, as normal, will contact you in the near future for any of the questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. You know that we are very, very grateful for your time and your evidence today. We know that work goes into being here. So thank you, all of you.
Thank you very much, Chair and Committee,
Thank
for
you.
your courtesy and respect for me and my staff.
Thank you
Thank you.
very
And Mel.
much. Thank you.